just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want. I don't need no fancy car, I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, that's what I want. Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fake? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, 'cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what we'll be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend, and I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was cute, ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live ever, never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wise. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this milestone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I can give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
That's real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat best, stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
It's a brand new day! Day number 27 of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, and we're gonna be your casters, Kyung and Infinity, and we're very excited for this one because we have so many games set in store for you guys to watch and enjoy.
It is a very, very exciting day. There are a lot of teams that we are going to see today that are currently rising to the occasion, and I'm really, really excited to see how these teams could really just push their limits, like push their current state of what they have done prior to the week that we've had here in Wild Rift League Asia.
Yeah, especially that so far, right now, there is a tendency for some teams to be, looked at as their favorites, especially by everyone that is watching and supporting this tournament right now. NAOS Esports, for one, has been remaining in the top 1 for quite a while now in the APAC standing. And as we see that, we're going to be showing you guys later on the schedule for today, but you might have seen it as well already in our schedule postings and also in the live stream title as well. They're going to be matched upon KT.RY later on, which is so far on a lose streak or trying to redeem themselves after their troubles lately. Next up as well, we're going to be having a banger of a series between Trace Esports, the only undefeated team so far by the... by EDG, the team that is bashing the record so far and recently has bashed up ThunderTop's record.
Yeah, and like how you mentioned about bashing these records, because from what we have seen over the first couple of weeks here in Wild Rift League Asia, week 1 to week number 2 to week 3, a lot has changed this time around when it comes to the leaderboards for both CN Conference and APAC.
Yeah, I mean, Nova Esports for one, KBG second one as well. Both teams actually started up during the past few weeks in the right portion of the CN Conference standings, and so far right now they're having a much more stable performance. They're having their wins secured. EDG as well has been grinding after starting this tournament in a 2-3 series lose streak, and then right now they're just reaching for the stars, grabbing onto the gods of Wild Rift, and now bashing through their skulls as well. And later on, they're also going to be matching upon Trace Esports, the only undefeated team so far. And interesting enough, we see more points on Thunder Talk, but since they lost to EDG last time, they're sitting rank 2.
Yeah, and as you have mentioned already, right? A lot has been moving around. You know, there are a couple of wins here and there. And that will also be reflected here in the APAC conference. You're looking at NAOS Esports to be the very first one. G2 Blacklist to follow through. And remember, from the 2 weeks that we've had, the very first 2 weeks here in Season 2, it was KT.RY who was on top. And now,
yeah,
they're on top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, KT.RY, they're still improving. They're still trying to grind through the ranks as well. So far, they have been experiencing some troubles, especially after the reverse sweep that Team Flash has handed them over. They lost to Weibo Gaming, they lost to Trace Esports as well, both in 0-2s, and they're just looking for a way to come back again. Cerberus Esports, on the other hand, has been just really stable. We see the potential right now of this team, and even though they lost to JDG last time around, just yesterday, we saw them secure a win against them, and in a decisive win as well.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I just love how these leaderboards have changed throughout the weeks, and now we have the matches for the day.
Yeah, it is what we mentioned earlier. KT.RY versus NAOS Esports, of course. Trace Esports versus EDG, which is I'm just so excited to see. And Nova Esports, Rising Titans this time around, just led by Long, beat challenged this time by Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, it's basically the rising teams up against the best of the best currently in their respective conference, right? NAOS Esports currently sitting on top 1. Can KT.RY redeem themselves over the past weeks that they've lost a couple of games, lost a couple of series, and it's just up to these players now to really just rise up.
Yeah, I mean, we see the roster right now. The players that allowed this organization, this team to win and one of the CN Conference teams that they've faced so far, which is OMG. And that can be carried out towards this game as well. In terms of momentum, in terms of the strategies, we have seen so far that blue side has been the priority, especially that we do see a must ban, of course, on the Hecarim, on the Evelyn, and sometimes even on the Severe. And now we see NAOS Esports as well. The only team so far to have dominated some of the CN Conference matchups. They had 2 actually so far.
Yeah, and this is a year in the making already. NAOS Esports built their team for League of Legends Wild Rift over the past 2 years, and this time around, Season 2 is their time to shine. They're currently top 1 already, and they're showing a lot of strength currently here in Wild Rift Asia.
2-0 against Buriram United Esports, 2-0 against Cerberus Esports in a 3-game series win against OMG as well. We look at the head-to-head matchup and see Mirmo actually showing more potential actually in terms of the KDA, kill participation. Gold has been better for Acrobat, especially because of his aggressiveness, not only in team fights but also in the laning phase. But we see the stats actually just much better for Mirmo, especially because of the wins that NAOS Esports has secured so far.
Yeah, and the thing is, Mirmo, we have seen this player really shine throughout the past season, right? Being named, you know, that Mirmo with the Ash, you know, Ash Curry, if you may, right? With these enchanted crystal arrows. And I think he was the one who really just started it all off, and that just gave so much respect to his champion, to his Ash over the past season as well. And I think that just speaks volume to how much he has when it comes to his champion pool, right? So I think that is something that we have to take note of as well.
Yeah, I like that you pointed out the champion pool because he has been spamming out the Lucian as well that helped them secure 2-0 against Cerberus Esports. Is not afraid to pull up an Ezreal despite the mixed opinion of people on that particular champion, especially because Severe right now is the meta, always first pick whenever it is available. And we see the head-to-head of Doe and Fate as well. Fate has been really shining, allowing NAOS Esports to secure their wins, especially when they defeated Nova Esports, but though has been able to secure miraculous wins for KT.RY as well.
Yeah, miraculous wins, as you mentioned, right? Because currently, when it comes to the running meta, yes, you have these ADCs that really just becomes a huge priority for each and every single team, but the junglers are the one that set up the pace for each and every single team, for each and every single ADCs to come to that point. And Fate for NAOS Esports thus far, if you're looking at the stats, 69.38% kill participation, right? 7.39 KDA. It's just so much that Fate is doing for the team when it comes to those kills, when it comes to the ganks, and just looking for those plays.
Yeah, it's a nice scoreline right now, or stats for Fate. Do has to really pick up the pace this time around, especially coming from a 3-series lose streak. I hope that the momentum of KT.RY will come back again, and they should not be discouraged with their succeeding games. They should be always looking forward to it even more. But let's also look forward to the introduction of the teams by the host on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. I'm Echo. Next matchup is played by Seoul, KT.RY and Manila NAOS. KT.RY, once the absolute powerful team in APAC division, meets the informed Manila NAOS, will be the boss of this showdown. Let's looking forward to it. Next, let's welcome Seoul KT roster Y and Manila NAOS Esports.
이번 경기의 목표는 너희들에게 우리들의 잔인함을 보여주는 거야.
If it's using your losing streaks to make us feel it, it's pretty cruel indeed.
No! Harsh words, yeah. Hey, we kind of anticipated that kind of answer. It was kind of there, but man, there are things you think, but you don't say. But he said it.
Yeah, that was just cruel, right? That was just insane coming in for NAOS. But you know what? Their leaderboards, their current rankings, their current performance over the past few weeks really just reflects their confidence, right? And I think at this point in time, there's such a deserving team to be able to really make it to top 1.
I mean, this is the best performing team right now in the APAC side. NAOS Esports securing 6 wins and only received 2 losses so far in terms of series. That's why they're top 1 right now. The only team to have defeated multiple CN teams as well, including Nova Esports, including OMG as well. I mean, both of them has won against OMG, so maybe that's something we can actually set as a bar so far, or at least a similarity between these two teams. KT.RY, after receiving a couple of losses, should have gone back to the drawing board, re-strategize once again, think of ways that Doge will not be shut down in terms of his champion pool, and be able to pop up and enable the team once again.
Yeah, 100%, right? They have to go back into the drawing board. Think about the draft as well. Think about how they could match on pace with the likes of Coach Lucid for the side of NAOS Esports, who has been such a big brain, if you may, over the past few weeks when it comes to the draft, right? And now with the shifts when it comes to additional champion currently being played out here in Wild Rift League Asia, with the changes that we've had with the recent patch, how will this change the way that KT.RY will play?
Yeah, because this is a bit of a sad stat that I'm gonna be saying on Do, but the only champions he had secure a win so far is Kha'Zix, Yone, Fiddlesticks. Nothing else. He has been trying out so many champions like the Vi, like the Lee Sin, like the Jace even at one point, but he hasn't really enabled the team just yet. He even tried out Wukong once when they battled against Race Esports. But there's also a reason why Wukong isn't really the meta. But before we go into the serious stuff of the actual games, we are going to the fight for side, in which KT will just start it off with a kill. No hesitation at all, especially that they have a Mila.
I mean, this is one of the synonymity when it comes to CN conference in general, right? The aggression is unheard of. It's insane to think about how aggressive, well, CN teams could get, and that is currently being applied here in the APAC conference. These teams are now being more aggressive time and time again, especially considering how these past years have evolved for Wild Rift Esports. And KT.RY, with that aggression coming in from Nautilus, being one of the best supports currently when it comes to the early game, they just get a free kill.
Yeah, lately we have been seeing such a huge popularity change on the Nautilus, especially just because of that single target lockdown. When you get that pick off, you cripple the numbers of the enemy team, and then you can just funnel right through. You have seen so many outplays as well from a Nautilus, especially when you have the stasis enchant, and just naturally when you go in, the attention goes towards you. But aside from being so tanky, you can also stall out and make those kinds of outplays.
Yeah, in the early game, it's just Nautilus is going to win 100%. Right? There's no contest to the early game prowess that the Nautilus has when it comes to that level 1 engage, level 2, level 3. Especially considering you have the passive as well that could really root down enemies to the early game. You have,
especially with a severe.
Yeah, the Grand Slam as well. So that double CCs is such a massive thing when it comes to that early game.
Oh, that's a twirl and the triple kill already. At least a multiple knock-up coming in from Rattel. Able to secure at least one kill, but NAOS Esports traded it out 1 for 1. Tower not really getting much damage from KT.RY. X-Flash there by Acrobat just to scare them off. But again, not that scared. Grateful coming in as the follow-up comes through here from Acrobat. But it gets CC'd up, gets pulled as well and gets killed. Rattel's gonna be going in, but this time around doesn't have any ultimate, so we'll just be walking away.
Yeah, that was massive coming from Rattel a while ago, right? That 5-man ultimate coming in from Danila was insane. But at this point in time, you have that trade backs now. So Esports really knows how to play it a little bit more passively when it comes to these Howling Abyss, because they need to look for those opportunities.
No follow-up just yet. Mega Death Rocket gonna be used by Oh, unfortunate for Do. Wasn't able to land a flash, a body slam, but Fate is still trying to stay alive. The depth charge will just take him down. Unfortunate as the healing font wasn't just there.
Yeah, and you know what? It's just a lot of CCs currently for KT.RY. And even if NAOS Esports opts to go for that full-on engage, Acrobat first goes in.
And the Misfortune will just get taken down. Zero as well will be traded as Calm is trying to stay alive, but Ignite will take him down as well. KT.RY still is the one leading the charge this time around. Mirmo as well just get cascaded and will be slowed down as well. NAOS Esports still trying to get back, especially with Fate this time around with the World Ender. Landing the damage. 6-5, KT is still the one that is ahead so far, especially with the scaling and so much CC. Another dredge line connects. Mitsura will be throwing in everything to set everyone from KT.RY on fire. But we'll just get that one kill.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if NAOS Esports decides to go for an all-in engage here in the Howling Abyss, just considering that you have Doll with the Gragas as well, it's so much easier for them to really just disengage and engage in those fights, right? You have the explosive cast to utilize when it comes to that 5v5, and considering how small Howling Abyss is, it's so much more linear when it comes to the strategy for KT.RY. It's much more easier for them to really execute their draft.
It's actually interesting that we see like 2 ADCs on KT, then 2 supports as well to set them up, and then 0 on the Kazakhs just to go with the cleanup. I mean, we have seen it on the support and now he's able to just play around. The Jinx though will get taken down here by Fate as he goes towards Acrobat next and unable to escape. Actually, the trade coming in there as Fate falls down as well. 2 for 1, much better here for now. The Cask! And the follow-up by 0 as well. Mirmo's gonna be in a lot of trouble this time around as the flash invested here by the Kazakh to take him down, but still able to survive. That's the world here by Rattel. Margo still gonna get taken down. Follow-up coming through the Mega Death trying to help him out. And second kill secured here by Rattel. Goes with the healing. My god, the Nila healing is just insane. Calm will not be able to defend this tower. Instead, KT will get it.
Yeah, and the thing is, KT.RY, you know, unexpectedly is currently having, you know, the better end when it comes to these fights. Rattel, though, being targeted. But as you have mentioned a while ago, right, you have the Jinx, you have the Nila, that pretty much when it comes to these early games are non-existent. But thus far, KT.RY is making it work with the existence of Kazakhs, Gragas, and also Nautilus in their draft.
And Do as well just picking up a needlessly large rod indicates that this is just going to be a burst Gragas. That's why we see so much damage. 0 as well with the Void Spikes. are just chipping down the HP here of NAOS Esports. Calm is gonna go in with Hextech Ultimatum onto Luna and followed up by everything of NAOS Esports. They're not holding back and they do pick up 2 kills.
Ratel, overextension here. Quite dangerous. Has to retreat.
So much damage after received there by Ratel. It's gonna be a much more difficult state for him to go in, especially with so many members here of NAOS Esports trying to take this tower down. Cast.
Cast. But this far, just to disengage that, they really want to, block out the possibility of their first tier turret to go down. I think that currently gives them such a massive advantage up against NAOS Esports because of their turret takedowns, even level playing field when it comes to gold as well. And at this point in time, KT.RY just has to delay it.
Oh man, that's why we love the Nila, because those kinds of plays are just so much possible. And everyone just fell down. It's only Morgan remaining alive on this misfortune. What can you do when there's 5 of KT.RY running through you? Pretty much nothing. Fortunately though, there's the Nexus shield. And he can just clear out the wave. No, it doesn't! Can KT actually secure this? No more Nexus shields and they will just take the side selection win. Man, this was fast.
Yeah, it was indeed fast. I mean, those plays coming in from the Nautilus and the Gragas, that was just perfect. They needed those clutches, they needed those engages, and Ratel as well. In addition to that, Nila coming at level 5 already. Those ultimates consistently connects to over 3 people time and time again. And thus far, those utilization of those ultimates and those utilities was spot on.
Is this gonna be a premonition that Nila is gonna get picked here by KT.RY? I hope we get to see another Nila, because it has been a long time since we've last seen a Nila being prioritized. Right now, there's so many jungle priorities in terms of bans. The Evelyn gets banned away. Sometimes we do see, of course, we see the Hecarim being taken away. That at least is 2. Sometimes we have seen more. I think twice we have seen 9 jungle champions be banned away, especially when it's a match of Nova Esports.
That's already the expectations, right? When it comes to these junglers, as we have mentioned during the pre-show, that the jungle role pretty much dictates how the early game, mid game would be played out. And if that stage of the game landslides for one team or the other, that will just give you so much possibility to win it overall.
Now, right now, we see Do and also Fate just having big responsibilities. Massive. Oh, just saw something there, just gum being removed. Alright, wrong timing on the camera, I guess, but it's okay, KT. We see your buffs, I guess. The bubblegum helps out in terms of concentrate. Do you eat bubblegum or chew bubblegum when you play?
I do. Not when I'm playing, but from time to time again, sometimes I do. But as we have mentioned a while ago, right? There is a reason why these junglers are prioritized. There is a reason why we see so much bans when it comes to the jungle. Hecarim, for one, already something that we could expect coming to the bans, because it's so good when it comes to those engages. Could come from far away and just go in for a full-on fight. Very, very mobile as a jungler. You see the Kazakhs, the Vi, these Lee Sins, the Jays, right? There's so much champions that you can ban away. The Evelyn also is really strong, because the thing is, if the jungler snowballs, the whole team snowballs.
I believe we have a 70% or 60% win rate on the Hecarim right now. There are some counters towards it, but yesterday's games during the match of Thunder Talk and G2B, basically Thunder Talk made G2 Blacklist regret letting them secure it out. Let's see if KT.RY will be confident enough, or NAOS will be confident enough to let this champion be open for either side.
Yeah, there's a lot of champions that we have to decide on, right? KT.RY will ban away the Hecarim, already to be expected here. One of the best jungle at the moment because of its mobility and the possibility to really just engage in those fights. But right now, there is a lot of champions open. Camille is left open. You also have Gragas. You also have these priorities. Evelyn could still be picked up here for any of these 2 teams.
Yeah, we see the Severe as well being heavily prioritized all the time. Evelyn gonna be taken away, that is Okay, that is a good ban, to be honest, because Do can just pick it up. And for sure, KT.RY has been experimenting a lot of champions for Do to be able to fully utilize his role and help out the other teams right now. Especially that Luna tends to be quite aggressive as well. Acrobat usually is the one picking up the APC. NAOS Esports, alongside with many of our teams, just love securing the Camille because Galio as well has been popularized lately.
Yeah, now Ornn is open. KT.RY will pick that up. They could go in for a very sustainable champion coming into the front lines here. It's a lot of flexibility thus far coming into the draft composition of KT.RY. And now NAOS Esports could pick up the Gragas for themselves and pick up something in the mid lane or the bottom lane if they want to do it. And Severe is something of an expectation here in Game 1.
Yeah, Severe might just go with the Galio as well. That's so much team fighting and protection as well. Front to back even with just 3 picks. It looks like, just like what we discussed a while ago with the rising popularity of Nautilus as well, they might want to be extra aggressive in the bottom lane to allow Mirmo to secure those first bloods that we have been seeing lately, especially in yesterday's games. Yeah, Nautilus
going to be locked in here. A lot of these strength when it comes to the early game, and when it comes to the mid game as well, a really strong champion overall. But KT.RY wants a little bit of that protection coming into the top side of the map here. Gwen is locked in.
I remember back in Season 1 even, Ratel having so many highlights with the Gwen. I mean, this is usually his, backup strategy. It looks like they're going all in today, double scaling so far with Aatrox and Gwen. I wonder what mid lane champion are they going to be using here. Are they going to be picking up a mage champion, another magic damage dealing champion, or are they going to invest more onto early game AD champions this time around?
Yeah, and the thing is, KT.RY could now focus onto the bans towards Fate, right? And now as Esports has to think, what should we remove? What should we ban away? And Lucian is something that now as Esports doesn't really want to fight up against. Ezreal is one as well, because the thing is, you want that safety onto Severe, because Severe is going to carry mid game, late game. And I think that is one of the expectations here that NAOS Esports really wants to remove. And KT.RY banning away the Kassadin here is also a good option, considering they have the Gwen on their side. They want that magic resistance. They want that magic tank to be out of the way here. Now NAOS Esports, Lucian is still open. Ziggs is still open. You want that safety coming into the bottom lane, and Lucian, to be expected, is removed.
So Shen is available, and KT can actually still pick it up. They can send the Aatrox in the top lane, have the Gwen in the mid lane for Luna. But Akali, man, this is massive damage onto AoE. Multiple members of NAOS Esports can easily be shredded down by these 3 champions if they do lock it in. But it requires so much scaling, so much resources be injected onto this champion.
The thing about Shen, if it's locked in towards KT.RY's side, they will have no damage. So Akali is a better choice here that KT.RY has opted to do so, except if they want to go for that protect the king situation. But for now, we're not going to have that. NAOS Esports could now go in and prioritize the mid lane and the jungle. You also have Lee Sin available for that early game, and really complementary when it comes to that Nautilus pickup that they had into the bottom lane. So a good choice coming into Fate's side. We all know how NAOS Esports have played over the past, and Vladimir is also a safe option for them to go in and out of fights. Mitsuru has played this in the past perfectly well. NAOS Esports in a good position, but KT.RY wants that scaling, and Saya is perfect when it comes to their lack in damage.
So we have it, Infinity. A bit of a balanced composition for NAOS Esports. Great in the early game, decent in the mid game, and a good side in the late game as well, especially with the Vladimir and the Severe. But this is so much late game for KT.RY. If this game extends even for like 15-18 minutes, this is KT.RY's game.
Yeah, and the thing is, KT.RY coming into the early game, they should have to play it safe, right? Lee Sin and Nautilus coming together is such a dangerous duo to play against, especially if you have the support consistently roaming. Also considering that Severe is one of the sustainable champions that could have the self spell block. So when it comes to that self spell, it doesn't really matter. You can leave Severe into the bottom lane unattended, and he could still live. And in the hands of Mirmo, this could definitely work. So Nautilus and Lee Sin consistently roaming around the map, looking into the mid lane, looking into the jungle here, could really be dangerous for the side of KT.RY. So they have to be wary of the situations wherein Lee Sin and Nautilus will rotate.
Especially at level 1, level 2, right? Now Esports can just be very aggressive from the start. And we have seen some games as well that Lee Sin, the champion Lee Sin, has been able to impact the matchup in the mid lane, particularly on an Akali matchup against the Vladimir. And that's gonna be the goal as well for NAOS Esports.
Yeah, and the thing is, with that spell block coming into Severe, no CCs could touch her, so that will be something that we have to look at later on. But this is already one of the expectations. This is what we have seen over the past few weeks. You know what, the jungler going in for that early rotations, coming into the top side with the Baron laner also coming for a visit, but thus far will not go for that engage, will not go for that all in. So basic standard here across the board for each and every single lane.
I like the adaptation though of Luna. This guy has been really improving, developing himself, especially his champion pool lately over the past few weeks. He has been trying out various champions in the mid lane, especially after his transition from ADC to mid laner. And normally we did have a bit of an expectation that he will be the one spamming those ADCs in the mid lane and just have Acrobat secure those APCs like the Ziggs in the Dragon lane. Sometimes they do swap, but this time around he's having more confidence in these types of champions.
Right. And you saw a while ago, right, that Acrobat has to already use the Honey Fruit, has to use up the vision as well coming into the bottom side of the map, because this is the aggression that the Nautilus has inbuilt when it comes to level 1. It's such a very, very strong support that no one could really fight up against it. Maybe if you have the Blitzcrank, maybe you could, but the thing is, at this point in time, Blitzcrank is non-existent when it comes to the meta, right? So Nautilus has no support that can match it up when it comes to these early games, and it gives so much, you know what, free space for Severe to be able to grow, reach at level 5, reach that point at level 3 as well, wherein you have that self-peel.
Maybe soon from Nova Esports, Viami, because he's the guy that did try out a couple of Blitzcrank last season. I do hope we get to see one day that they pick up other champions that does have hook. We have Blitzcrank, we have Thresh, we have Pike even. So far it's not meta, and it makes so much sense to pick up these supports instead. But though, just trading up the Scuttle Crab in the bottom side river, as we do see Fate as well on top side. Nothing too fancy just yet here in the early game.
Yeah, and the reason why we don't see such supports exist already, because currently when it comes to the current meta that we have, it's the bottom lane and the mid lane who really just focus in on damage, right? From what we have seen in the past, Lucian, Xayah, Kai'Sa, Severe, bot lane. Coming into the mid lane is Vladimir, Akali, you have the Jace sometimes come through into the same lane, but it's basically focusing on damage, so they need that massive burst of CC coming into the support role and the jungle.
Great patience coming in from Fate, but Rotel is not going to be affected at all by the bait here of Calm. Though is in here in the vicinity as well as the reset comes through for Fate. So this time Calm has still to be the one being patient and also just reserved. The fight so far at 3 minutes, which is actually more beneficial for KT.RY.
It is. Coming into the early game, this is already to be expected. KT.RY, if they want to go aggressive, they need Zero as a backup. And if ever it comes down to this point, the top lane, we don't need to be wary of that. You know, it is the Gwen who could just go into the fights, you know, proc that block, no one could touch it. And Calm, at top side, you also have the hook shot to come in and out of fights. So it's not something that we have to be wary about. Yes, it is something that these champions, these junglers could focus on, but they cannot overstay their welcome, because the thing is, if they overstay, the opposing jungler will have a better time when it comes to farming, will have a more amount of time to be able to stack up on gold and stock up on XP. And these times are crucial in the current meta, because early mid game will pretty much dictate how will you be able to really just keep up the pace and win those fights.
I mean, it might be better to camp in the mid lane or in the bottom lane instead, because there's also someone that can help you set up, right? There's Margo on the Nautilus, there's Zero on the Ornn as well. Both teams can just cancel each other out if ever. Just like the cancel of Zero on the recall there of Margo, preventing any sort of reset. But Margo will be fine because he has time to at least deny some vision that KT.RY has put up in the red side jungle here of Fate. They do commit here, still pulling back Margo. They are going to be committing onto this follow-up though, as Margo will be fine.
Yeah, this is really good, right? The cancel coming from Zero onto Margo bought time for them. And that was crucial because coming into the 4 minutes, typically it is 4 minutes to 4 minutes and 30 seconds wherein these dual laners come into the mid lane. Now, because first of all, it gives them a much more higher priority when it comes to these objectives. They could go into the Rift Herald or they could go Dragon. Pretty much, it's really, really good, and these supports could rotate into the side lanes so much easier. So this is one of the traditions already that we've seen in League of Legends Wild Rift. So that delay, but a little bit more time for Margot to be able to reset.
I mean, NAOS Esports, I think, will be liking securing this RH right now so that they can start accelerating this game, bash the mid lane tier 1 up, and KT.RY will also be happy just trading it out for a Dragon. As the goal here is scaling, the goal is to secure the soul. Though actually going to be committing onto this as well, just trying to contest, take down here Fate.
Yeah, and Fate is here as well, so you really know that NAOS Esports wants to contest this, and as you mentioned, they need this to snowball.
They will try. Zero gonna be here, gonna get cancelled, where's Ender gonna be used. Fate is gonna be a lot of trouble, gets burst down. KT.RY will have first blood, and the Arch as well will be secured by KT.RY. Golden Forge guy gonna be used onto Margaret this time, and as Miriam was getting chased down. Ratel though, taking too much damage, will be backing away, but the CC will be there. Tactical sweep as well to secure the kill, but KT.RY has secured 3, and the RH as well.
Yeah, it was Fate who was stuck into the Dragon's Pit. Yes, Calm went in the behind, Calm went into the hills as well, but it was a little bit too late. Fate was already down. If we look at the replay here, it was a good position from KT.RY. They waited patiently for Fate to come through, and then Akali just went straight ahead and contested. When Fate was down, there's no more possibility for that Rift Herald to come to the side of NAOS Esports, except if they kill or hit the eye of the Herald. But at that point in time, it was such a message situation already that KT.RY was able to set up for themselves.
It's such a great target selection by KT.RY. They pulled the Herald as well closer towards inside the pit that forced Fate to just check it in blind as well because of the vision established there by KT.RY. And then they bursted him out. It's just those minor details that we like seeing on teams when they execute a team fight that makes them shine better than the other. Now, NAOS Esports, in their pursuit to establish dominance in the early game, it's now the opposite of that. 3,000 gold lead by KT.
Yeah, and that is currently a really good thing for KT.RY. And in addition from what happened a while ago, right? The spell block was already gone, but before then, Calm comes in.
Yeah, Ratel is gonna be in trouble, but the damage is just too much from the Gwen. What was that? From what game is this being channeled right now? It seems that Ratel is already level 15.
Yeah, in addition to that, it was also the jungler coming into the side of KT.RY. It was Da who already had the Yuma's Ghost Blade. So when it comes to the damage, it's not just Ratel who has it.
And once more, Da is now visiting in the bottom lane, forcing Mitsura to at least use his flash. But man, it's so clean coming in from KT.RY. We even see Zero this time around in the top lane, helping Luna out. Timur will be fine, Margot as well.
Yeah, that knockup coming in from Aatrox, coming in from Dahl was perfect. He was able to time the Sanguine pull coming in from the ground up for Mitsura, and that forces out the flash coming in from Mitsura into the mid lane. So a good Summoner Spell burn. They did not get the kill, but overall that was well worth it.
Fate gonna be visiting in the top lane instead, but will give information for KT as well that he is there. KT will not pursue anymore. This is already a bit of a nightmare, to be honest, for NAOS Esports. 4,000 gold lead on a 4-stack scaling champion lineup. Ooh.
Yeah, they needed this early game. But this part, KT.RY is controlling how this early game is working. Murmo will be the huge dependency for NAOS Esports though coming into the late game. So you see how how KT.RY is heavily shadowing the top side of the map.
You can never discount NAOS Esports. They have been able to come back on crucial fights, on crucial situations, especially on high priority fights as well. They have been able to come back multiple times too with these kinds of lineup that they have secured right now. But in the top lane, KT wants to contest. Call of the Forge Gun is perfect execution, gonna be used by Luna to take Mirmo down. The kick a little bit late there for Fate, but at least there is a trade. Mitsura as well gonna be here, driving straight into the resonating strike. Hook as well gonna be used as well. Spider Storm is gonna be used. Denied of the exit because of that damage by Mitsura. But Da is gonna be here to at least secure a 2 for 2. And it's wanting more as well. No knock-up just yet except for that charge from Zero. Mitsura still able to deal the damage that he is supposed to do. As Esports get through. Still, it's better for KT.RY, especially with Rattel right now, with all the resources that he has secured, and he's starting to be more scary.
Yeah, definitely is better for the side of KT.RY. They were able to beat down Sivir. They were able to find Murmo into the top side, and Zero was the one who carried that team fight along. He was able to do the call of the Forge God coming into the top side of the map. The CC's connected into two. It was Murmo and also Margot coming in from the top side in the Baron lane, and that just stated the death of Murmo from that point forward, and getting that kill onto NAOS Esports side. From what we have mentioned a while ago, that this will be the dependency for NAOS Esports coming into the late game of the game. Wait, late game of the game. Well, yeah, right? Late game of the game. Yeah, it's such a good thing for KT.RY.
We apologize, everybody. We're just getting mind blown by the amount of confidence and also just the top tier execution of KT.RY as well. This is the team, Infinity, that suffered so many game losses during the past week. 3 series losses, and 2 of those as well just came from a dominating team by Weibo Gaming and Trace Esports, and now they're doing this to the top 1 of APAC in the standings. This is a huge improvement by KT.RY, and they will secure Soul Point, at least contest the NAOS Esports stack that they've had in the Dragon a while ago. I actually thought that they secured double objective a while ago just because of their dominance. Man,
this is really good. This is really good coming from NAOS Esports, right? We've mentioned this. This is the redemption arc for KT.RY, and coming into the top side, they got 2 turrets. And that just speaks how Murmo is going to be, you know, something that they really want those golds to come through. And 2 turrets overall is a huge amount of gold injection to their ADC.
I mean, one way to come back, at least slowly, but hopefully surely here for NAOS Esports. 3,000 from the 5,000 a while ago of KT.RY is a good sign that KT did stack up at least 1 dragon. Will help them have the better scaling into the late game that they already actually have with the composition that they picked up for this game. As Esports is so far just scrambling over some minor details here in this game.
Yeah, they have to be wary on when to come into the fights and when to just go out. And now as Esports once again focusing on Murmo comes in.
Great stasis coming through as the response call to Forge God as well for the knock on Fate's gonna get bursted out. Margo a little bit later onto the fight, but Stura still dealing the damage though, is still alive, landing the Darkened Blade onto everybody. Here comes Luna as well.
Acrobat.
To the perfect execution, everyone is running away, trying to disengage, but Luna will not allow anyone to escape. Secures yet another kill, and it's only Calm remaining alive, but only to tell the tale that everyone is wiped away.
They were just pinned down. They were stuck into the bottom lane tier 1 turret. If you see, Fate is just waiting, readily coming into the flank here. Calm engages onto that fight, but Zero once again, call of the Forge God, time and time, he did this back into the top side of the map. He did one again into the bot lane, and coming in with that double man knockup from Zero. There was no minion wave as well to really support NAOS Esports coming into those team fights. It was just over for them. It was Murmo who was caught up into the middle of it all, and KT.RY is redeeming themselves here today in Wild Rift League Asia.
It's so unfortunate for NAOS Esports as well, because I think they thought that there's no stasis for Do, but they were wrong. After they committed, the outplay was already set, and now Mitsura is gonna be in a lot of trouble. Marcus still is there to help him out, but that was so close.
Yeah, and that was really dangerous as well. Fate is now stuck. Number safeguard of the Forge God.
Fate is gonna be fine at the very least. Man, the pressure is on. KT is making NAOS Esports nervous right now. And look at the gold lead as well. It was just 3,000 a while ago. Now it's 8,000.
And the thing that we've missed coming in from the replay and that team fight into the bottom lane is after that team fight happened, after KT.RY won that, they got the Baron Nashor, and now they're utilizing the buff to be able to push down turrets.
They're getting everything right now here in this game, and now Esports cannot control, they cannot mitigate the amount of lead that KT.RY is getting right now. They're trying. So far not being felt here by KT.RY. That's a lot of damage that Phaeton already has taken. Margot's gonna be fine. He's still able to tank in so much. They have to be very careful. They actually turn here towards Rattel. So many stages again is present here for KT.RY. Now they're countering Calm. He's gonna get taken down instead. Now Esports having so much trouble right now here in this game.
Yeah, the aggression coming from KT.RY. It was NAOS Esports who needed the early game, and they needed to wait for Mermo to come up when it comes to that mid-game, late game. They needed those 2-3 items for him to be able to dish out massive amounts of damage, but KT.RY denied Mermo of that.
They're denying every potential of NAOS Esports to come back here in this game. Denying every engage that NAOS Esports has been trying every single time. We haven't seen a successful engage coming from NAOS Esports just yet, at least in the entire, like, 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, and at this point in time, with no more tier 2 turrets coming into the mid lane and top lane and even bottom lane, it's pretty much inhib turrets left for the side of NAOS Esports. It's so much harder now for NAOS Esports to find opportunities, to find jungle camps, to rotate into their very own jungle side, to have that farm for Mermo, to have that extra XP and gold for the rest of the team.
Now the third dragon is going to be available for the taking here of KT.RY. And since we don't see Fate here in this side of this jungle, it's like they're just gonna be giving it away.
Yeah, they need to. They have to. They have no opportunity. Because if they fight that dragon and they lose that 5v5, they will lose the overall game. So they have to wait for Baron. They have to wait for Elder Drake to come up. And Mitsura is the one just stating how these side lanes are to be split push, because they needed that extra pressure from the opposite end. So good play coming in from Mitsura. It's a good play overall coming from NAOS. These patience game should be expected.
NAOS Esports needs to also be able to find ways back into this game. 10,000 gold lead is no easy task to overcome. And KT.RY is doing a really good job maintaining it as well. Not being too overzealous, not overextending, not overcommitting. No, they're playing it to their advantage. Split push as well, since they know that no one's gonna be able to win against them in a 1v1 setup. And now they turn on to Mitsura. They have been stalking him for quite a while now. Bloodfall is gonna be used. No charge. Connecting. No knock up. They might be able to get back here into this fight, but the is gonna be here. 1 versus 4 is not scared at all. And Khan's gonna be the next target this time around. Knockout not gonna be there. KT.RY, this is a tight position in which NAOS Esports can actually pursue. And NAOS Esports is gonna be taken down. Luna's dealing so much. Acrobat as well, being able to kite around every single member here of NAOS Esports. Multiple members will fall down. That's the 4th kill already by KT. They're just wanting this ace. It will not be allowed, but the base is gonna be opened up.
The Nexus will be open. KT.RY is looking to end it.
Can they do it? Looks like they can. And in a dominating game of a scaling composition, KT.RY will secure the game.
NAOS Esports needed the early game, but KT.RY denied their breathing room for the early game, and they were able to capitalize onto their advantage to win it all. That was just amazing stuff for KT.RY overall. That aggression, that pressure, there was just no XP, there was no goal for Mermo to be able to scale.
That was so much confidence for KT.RY. I mean, it's so difficult to pull off that kind of lineup. 4 scaling champions.
Yeah.
Man, they pulled it off against the top team in APAC right now. NAOS Esports are one step closer to defeating and also redeeming themselves. They have the confidence as well to do it. We see the potential now in Infinity. This team has improved significantly over the past few weeks.
They did, absolutely yes. They're currently still one of the favorites coming into the APAC conference, and this time around, if they beat NAOS Esports, that is a statement here in the APAC conference that we're still in it. We're still one of the strong teams here in the same conference, and that game number 1 absolutely showing how strong they are in League of Legends Wild Rift.
But we can never discount NAOS Esports. They have pulled off 2 reverse sweeps so far against really strong teams. Nova Esports and OMG was the receiving end of a great redemption by NAOS Esports. And NAOS Esports is looking to do that again today. The question is, can they actually do it? Especially after that one-sided beatdown. Because right now, it looks like KT.RY has a good read on what they're capable of doing. And they have multiple ways to counter it as well.
Yeah, it was definitely a decent draft. Well, actually a good draft overall for the side of NAOS Esports. The picks that they did, the bans that they were able to do, makes a lot of sense, right? They banned away the Ezreal, they banned away Lucian because they want that space for Sivir into the bottom lane. They want Murmo to be able to really just have a good time coming into the early game for that mid game, late game possibility to be massive champion to deal out so much damage. But the problem was you have the Akali onto the opposite side. You had the triple kill coming into the early game as well, and this was just accelerating the power spike that KT.RY wanted.
Yes, especially, I just want to comment as well, I think the rotations that we have seen on KT.RY's side are better than rotations that we have seen on NAOS Esports. I think it would have been better if they focused on mid lane and bottom lane, since top lane is a bit more stable, especially for Rattel. We have seen this guy come back from even 3-4 man ganks and outplay them, especially last season. And right now he's capable of doing it as well. And we saw him just really shine so many times here in this game too.
Yeah, we have to reiterate, right? It was 4 minutes wherein the dual lane came onto mid. And then right after, when they were losing the Rift Herald, when they were losing onto those team fights, Murmo and Margo went on top side of the map. But the problem was, KT.RY shadowed the top lane. So, once again, reiterating and emphasizing that KT.RY knew that Murmo was the winning condition for the side of NAOS Esports, and yet they were able to capitalize onto that and always put pressure on Murmo's lane.
We saw the Zai as well, I mean Acrobat being able to scale up easily into this game. I mean, there was no pressure, no ganks at all established, at least in the first few minutes into the game. By the time that NAOS Esports tried to gank bot lane, KT was already buffed up. They had the Herald charge into the mid lane already. They had the 3,000, 4,000 gold lead. They were ready for the ganks of NAOS Esports. And we see that also reflect in the gold difference over time. Rattel as well on the damage. Oof, this guy is just full of potential.
Yeah, very full of potential there. Rattel still showing up with the snip champion that he was able to utilize over the past season, and right now it's showing why this is such a strong champion for the top side of the map here for KT.RY. I mean, 26k damage, most damage across the board.
So much damage coming in, and outplays as well. Whenever we see Rattel go and I mean arrive in a team fight, we know that he's gonna be getting all the damage towards himself as well, and NAOS Esports basically are just fleeing whenever Rattel is there. I want to talk about Fate as well, because we haven't seen the best efficiency on the Lee Sin for Fate, and KT.RY is going to be taking note of that, especially that No had a better impact with this Aatrox.
Yeah, the reason for that is they lost the Rift Herald. They lost that team fight. DAW accelerated when it comes to the first item pickup into the second item pickup just because of that engage, and with a more sustainable champion, it was a much more difficult time for Fate to come up.
Let's see if NAOS Esports will have a better game in the next game, of course, or KT.RY will be securing this 2-0. That will be answered after the short break, of course. First to the casters, Kyung and Infinity.
Step light, strike hard. Cracking like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
And because we're very excited for what's about to come here in this series, we're going straight at it as well. Again, we're your casters, Kyung and Infinity, and of course, this is already a great opportunity for KT.RY to again redeem themselves. But let's see what's gonna be the response here of NAOS.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, that was already one of the expectations here. Aatrox was just an absolute insane champion that we saw a while ago being played by DAW, and they don't want to give it to NAOS Esports' side. They want that red side selection, however. So NAOS Esports this time around could have a better edge when it comes to that double priority, and they have the possibility for that counter pick onto the very last one. So far, a very, very good series of bans here. Gragas will be left open for KT.RY to pick up, but Lucian is also a good option for them if they want to prioritize that early game possibility and have, once again, little breathing room for Mermo if they want to run it back with a Severe.
I mean, this is, again, just a great read once more for KT.RY. They recognize, okay, Lucian can be picked up later on by Mirmo. Let's just take it up because Luna and Acrobat can use this flawlessly as well on either side. But the Gragas, like what you mentioned, Infinity, is gonna be the proper adjustment here for NAOS Esports. We now have a disengaged potential for NAOS Esports. KT though can be the one to pick up the Nautilus if they want it.
Yeah, we were talking about this during the draft. Like, Gragas coming into the composition of NAOS Esports would be a lot better because they now have the possibility for now that he disengage that they need, especially how KT.RY was stacked up a while ago with each other, considering how their draft was built up. Now Kha'Zix coming into the composition of NAOS Esports, also a good thing considering that KT.RY picked up the Lucian this time around, so that is a good answer. And now Gwen still into the draft for KT.RY since Rattel performed so well in game number 1, but with the addition for Lee Sin, this is such a good thing coming from KT.RY because this is a double down into the early game.
It's basically telling NAOS Esports right now, oh, you're not really gonna respect the Gwen? Alright, let's just pick it up once more.
Zoe, that's actually really exciting to see. NAOS Esports now has a lot of crowd control coming into their composition. Akali remove into the mid lane. They could remove Vladimir as well, or they could leave it open considering that Zoe is a soft counter onto this champion. So now they could look into other perspective on who has the possibility on assassinating Zoe, onto assassinating Mermo later on. So a really good eye here for NAOS Esports into this draft for game number 2. Renekton is removed as well for KT.RY, considering they want that free space for Rattel to evolve into the top side of the map.
Especially that Calm can just pick it up in the Baron lane and just dominate at least the early game, especially with the influence of a Kha'Zix, of a Gragas, and of a Zoe. Man, this is so much great skirmishing and also isolation burst that they can do.
Yeah, and this is a good read once again for NAOS Esports. I'm tipping my hats onto Coach Lucid for this draft, for this ban, because the thing is, the counter to Zoe, 100%, is a Nautilus, right?
Yeah.
Click on depth charts, point and click, Zoe is gone, right? Knocked up, no escape. So ban onto this champion is a good answer for them, and it's forcing the hand of KT.RY to now go into Rakan, to go into Alistar, to go into Galio if they opt to do so. And it's still a good champion, it is still a good support, but that will just have them lack on that breathing room when it comes to the champion flexibility. And now Ezreal, coming into the bottom lane, is also a good champion. It is one of the champions that has been picked up into the dual lane to match up against Lucian because of that long range pokes and that distance for safety, but Sivir will change things up.
I actually like the Ezreal better on the side of NAOS Esports simply because there is a Lee Sin on KT.RY, and you can just buffer your Arcane Shift, and then the Dragon's Rage trajectory can be, changed up, and that's one outplay capability right now, in addition to the amount of crowd control and outplay capability of NAOS Esports that already has. Alistar gonna be left out though.
This is perfect because the thing is, KT.RY thus far, Lucian, Gwen, Lee Sin, Severe, they need a very, very tanky frontliner. We've mentioned this a while ago, right? Alistar could be an option. Leona could even be an option. And this is something of an orthodox pick coming into the bottom lane. But this is one of the expectations because what they need is a frontliners and what they need is another CC. And with a Zenith Blade and the Solari Charge Blade, or well, rather the ultimate of Leona, that is an extra thing, right? Two birds with one stone into the support pick coming for KT.RY. So overall, I'm loving what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and KT.RY, they have used the Leona already back then when they were battling way back against Cerberus Esports. It didn't transition into a win, but this is still a great read coming from them. Jack's gonna be the last champion here for NAOS Esports to complete the scaling as well on their side. And man, we're seeing both of these teams evolve mid-series, and I love every single bit of it.
Yeah, and this is also one of the reflections, right? Coming to the side for NAOS Esports. But the thing is, when you have Kha'Zix, Gragas, Zoe, and Ezreal, only having these 4 champions, they still need that frontliner. And Jax thus far is one of the strongest defensive champion that we have currently in game. Proc your ultimate, cast your ultimate, and you're just basically a beefy tank in the front lines for your team. You also have the counter strike for that extra CC. So thus far, good pickup for the side of NAOS Esports. The only role that Jax has to play is to match an even level playing field onto Rattel, and also have that front liner tank be the peel for Ezreal and Zoe later on.
Especially that the Gwen oftentimes gets the upper hand in this kind of matchup against the Jax, because the Snip can just be piercing through despite the counter strike being used here by the Jax of Calm. But we see the potential of it as well, especially with so much AD and auto-attack reliability on the composition of KT.RY. There's a Severe, there's a Lucian, even the Leona will be needing to auto-attack as well, and that's so much that this Jax of Calm can actually just outplay later on.
Yeah, so we'll see how Daw and Luna will be able to play this out when it comes to the early game, because from what we have emphasized over the past few weeks, and even during the very, very beginning of Wild Rift Esports overall in year 1, during the Icons and during the Summer Super Cup and even the CU Championship, that Lucian, Lee Sin, these 2 champions are really strong and a very staple champion and selection when it comes to their early game. So already to be expected. For the side of NAOS Esports, they did a massive big brain move when it comes to the draft. We've mentioned this already a while ago, right? The bans onto the Nautilus, the bans onto these champions, they don't want to fight up against it. And the thing is, the very interesting point here, Daw, coming in.
Whoa! After the invade gets the gank and the first blood as well.
That was a little bit too good here, Daw. Just hold on, just hold on. I'm still explaining something.
But yeah, we're still talking here though.
Alright, the thing is, Severe's downside, yes, it's a really strong champion when it comes to that team fighting potential. That flash though?
Man, the commitment, the aggressiveness of KT is off the charts. We're just at 1 minute infinity. They're having 2 ganks already.
Yeah, it was crazy, right? But one of the downsides that the Severe has, it's one of the squishiest champions as well in the ADC role into the bottom lane, right? And that is what NAOS Esports is utilizing. You have Ezreal as pokes, and you saw Acrobat going in for that early reset. And now it is pretty much Murmu who can be left unattended rather by the support of NAOS, can be left unattended by Margo because he already has that advantage. Acrobat lost 1 wave already.
Okay, finally Fate has secured the Krogs right there. A little bit unfortunate there a while ago, resetting twice and unable to land the Void Spikes, but it will be chilling down here in the tri-brush of KT.RY. We'll go back into the base. I actually thought that he might be interested in ganking in the bottom lane, but fortunately enough, KT did not spot him out as well.
Yeah. Well, maybe not a whole wave that, you know what, Acrobat lost, but a couple of minions. I'll give it that. But the thing is, right, you have that advantage. You always want to pick up that Ezreal if you want that long range distance, if you want that safety, and you want that poke. That is the same mindset that we pick up the Ziggs, right? Not having that wave clear in comparison with the Ziggs, but overall, it's the Ezreal with the Arc and Shift and with the poke damage that you have that safety. And that is the essence of why you pick up the Ezreal.
Let's see if the same safety can be said here for Mirmo. Again, we talked about the Ezreal as an okay matchup here against the Lee Sin, especially because of the Arcane Shift, but it's not going to be used. Daw will be getting the second kill with his second gank.
And this is what NAOS wanted to do in game number 1. KT.RY answered it back. Now Fate comes through.
Mitsura and Margot will not be able to follow up as well, especially because of the movement speed of Acrobat.
Yeah, and that's just really good for KT.RY. They're showing up big time this time around, up against the strongest team in APAC Conference, right? The way that they play and Daw stating and dictating the pacing of these early game is such a crucial moment for KT.RY. Why? Because it gives such a strong power for the rest of the teams, right? They wanted to snowball this early game given the pickup of the Lee Sin and the Lucian in the same draft.
This is also a great start already, a great lead for KT.RY, considering that they kind of have a glass composition, especially because of the double ADC that they have secured. So far, with this amount of control, they're looking to be more aggressive later on, especially because of the movement speed of Acrobat that he can give towards his teammates. And Zero will be not hesitating at all to go in on NAOS Esports, especially with the influence of Daw.
Yeah, and we mentioned this a while ago, right? It is Mirmo who's now having the advantage coming into early game because of that early reset coming from Acrobat. And he could be left unattended by Margot. But that kill coming in from Daw now forces Margot to now come back into the bottom lane. Come back to defend their ADC.
I'm calling it to be used. Calm the flash! No! And he died. Luna's smiling right now for sure.
Oh, that's so good for KT.RY. Every single lane is now being targeted. Left alone, Mitsura for the side of NAOS Esports is the only one who was untouched, but top lane and bottom lane looking quite drastic rather for NAOS Esports.
I mean, remember game 1? KT.RY secured 3 kills after securing the RH. This time they did it in advance. And now they're also having the commitment here into the bottom side river. But the Chaser is gonna be here. Acrobat gonna be in a lot of solution. Bernard's gonna be there. Take it as well. 2 members of KT still are here, but they won't be able to interfere in the dragon taken by NAOS Esports. But KT will back this tower up.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, KT.RY does not need to contest the Drake. Yes, they have to buy time a bit. Calm now being the target by Daw.
And he actually escaped. The answer is no, but he will try to at least delay the inevitable. Luna to actually take a lot of damage there. Fate unable to follow up.
Yeah, and that's just very good macro plays by Daw. And looking back at the replay, right, it was Acrobat who was staying on the hills, and it was really a good damage coming in from Zoe and Ezreal over. Also a good kill with that conversion, but it was a trade for Rift Herald, and KT.RY got that first tier turret into the mid lane. They got another kill on top side of the map. So when it comes to that weighing of the scale, it is still KT.RY who had that advantage.
3 kills for Daw. Now going towards the second item already. Meanwhile, Fate doesn't even have this first item. That's how big of a lead we have here right now in the jungle side for KT. And even Rattel right now is ahead despite not receiving any kills. Just that one assist from the gank of Daw earlier into top lane. But with the gold that he has received, it's now feeling really hard. It's starting to be a big problem. A second gank will make it that a third. As now Calm is just gonna be playing around with them as well. So sad to be a Baron laner right now.
Yeah, the thing is, we mentioned just during the draft already, Fate!
Here comes the body slam! The cast as well to isolate some of the members here of KT.RY, but it's not gonna work! They still pick up the kill! And man, the damage of Luna is starting to be off the charts this time around.
There's just so much crowd control for the side of KT.RY. Oh, Stasis is already used up.
Oh man, Luna is just so angry right now.
Yeah, that was just very unfortunate. KT.RY is doing every single thing right. And now Daw looking into the back flank here. Now Esports has no clue.
No. Oh no. Now they have a clue. The Sonic Women connect. Will Daw actually engage?
Fate
it's not gonna be the case. Now
coming in.
Esports grouping up and KT will be backing down.
And that's a good answer here by the side of NAOS. Just holding their fort under the tier 1 turret 0. That face check occurs, could be a potential kill, but overall with the amount of advantage that KT.RY was able to attain coming into that early game with 3k gold lead, it's not just something that NAOS Esports could walk in and try to gank, because at this point in time, every single lane has the advantage for the side of KT.RY.
Yeah, every single category right now here in this game is won by KT. The only thing that NAOS Esports has secured so far is just one kill. And the dragon. And Fate. No, not like this. Actually,
good stun.
Wave might actually get the outplay here onto Daw, but still is able to escape. Man, KT, that was close, but at least he was able to stay alive as well.
Yeah, that was such a clutch coming from the Zoe, from Mitsura, and also Daw onto the top side, or rather, Jax coming into the top side.
Nemo taking a couple of bullets. Margo still able to protect him, but the tower will fall down. They might actually need to disengage. The cast is going to be used, but no follow-up coming from the Ezreal, and Acrobat is going to be having the best of its time. And they do pick up the kill as well. This time, Fate is going to be here alongside with Tsura. Daw will be coming his way. Mirmo still committing, able to land the Mystic shot. Not able to get any kills in that exchange.
KT.RY once again is playing such a good macro play, right? They don't have to commit onto that fight. They already got the tier 1 turned into the bottom lane. And that is just what they needed, right? In this play overall, they were not targeting for that kill. And yes, if Mirmo was stuck under the turret, they could go for an all-in. But the thing is, what they wanted was the tier 1 into the bottom lane. They wanted the next dragon for themselves. And now, yes, they went in for a good follow-up from Fate and Mitsura. But Daw coming forward into the bottom side of the map just pushed NAOS back.
And now the dragon is going to be initiated here by KT.RY. Now Esports, they have one chance to make this right again, but Rattel is preventing them.
Yeah, they just can't. Yeah. And that is one of the reasons, and that is just a perspective onto the thought process by KT.RY. The reason why they took down the tier 1 turret and why they forced the engage and forced the issue is they want that control over Dragon's Pit. They want to have that lane advantage and lane priority over NAOS Esports. And that netted them the Infernal Drake and a huge gold injection for the team.
They have all the priority, all the control in this game. NAOS Esports has been trying to regain their control back, but it hasn't been made just yet, especially with the safe execution of KT.RY. They have been able to maintain this gold lead and increase it slowly but surely. And now they secured the dragon as well. That will help them increase their scaling even more.
Yeah, and at this point in time, NAOS will now have to really just buy a lot of time for Ezreal and Zoe to deal damage, right? Because that will now just be the dependency, and they will now double down on the possibility to turn things around coming into the late game with Baron and Elder.
I mean, Zero can just tank in so much damage, especially when he uses abilities. Now Esports, it's not the right target. It has to be Luna, it has to be Acrobat, or maybe Daw this time. Luna is the one receiving those damage, able to at least dash away from the shot for now.
Good dash away, but look at Fate, look at Calm, readily waiting. On to KT.RY, they're jumping in.
Yeah, Margot's gonna be there as well, with the cast still unable to isolate Acrobat, at least towards their way. The Solar Flare is gonna be there though. Daw as well going towards Fate. Actually not gonna be committing just yet. Counter-Strike gonna be used to dissuade some of the members here of KT.RY. They're unsuccessful with the engage, so does KT. But they now want more. Slow gonna be there. Honestly did not connect. Rattel has just been arriving here in this area, but will not be able to catch anyone.
That was such a risky play coming in from Mitsura, but good utilization of the flash here. And true shot barrage, that was needed coming from Murmo because they have to clear the wave coming into the mid lane. If they don't, KT.RY could dive it, and their members could be deleted, or their tier 2 turret could be removed. And if that happens, more map control to the side of KT.RY.
But even without it, right, we see so much map control by KT.RY already. Goldie keeps on ballooning, now Esports keeps on losing. It's so good how KT is now executing. It's as if we're seeing version 2.0 of KT right now.
It is, right? They evolved over the past week that they were consistently losing onto these matches and losing onto this series. Because currently NAOS is staying on top. And it was KT.RY who was former top 1 in the APAC conference. And they really have NAOS Esports as one of the challengers for APAC conference. And this time, it's the redemption arc. It's the vengeance arc for KT.RY.
Oh no, and one way to do that is just winning 1 versus 1 without taking any damage there for Rattel. Man.
Yeah, it was already to be expected because at this point, Rattel probably has like, what, 3-0-0? 2-0-0? At this point in time, we don't know. But what we are sure of, that Jax coming into the top side with a pressure from Daw is already at 0-4-0 or 0-5-0. And that is just so much of gold and experience lost that Rattel has a massive amount of advantage. And now Baron being started by KT.RY.
And it's gonna be uncontested as well. Finally, they do get the shutdown there, especially because of Fate. But with him in the bottom lane, that means Baron is easily taken here by KT.RY. Are they actually pursuing here? It's going to be very crucial. But Leona is now asleep. The isolation with the cast as well. Fate is very low and will not follow up.
Yeah, that was a little bit early when it comes to that body, that cast coming in from Margo. But at that point, it was just too hard to burst down Zero. Especially considering you also have the Gargoyle Enchant for that extra amount of shield. So much difficulty!
Oh no! Man!
Melted!
Oh, popped like a bubble, and Mirma's gonna be next. At least he's able to arc and shift away. But that was so scary, Infinity. Now they go towards Calm. And Calm is definitely feeling every fear that can be felt right now. Solar Flare is there, Body Slam to at least prevent any follow-up. But man, it's all just for protection. Luna as well is still having a great time. Actually goes back in and will be securing the kill. Now Esports losing in every single category this time around. KT.RY is just loving every single bit of it.
Yeah, and they're making it work with Baron once again. It's KT.RY who's running it back from game number 1.
They're willing to close out this game. They want their redemption. They want to complete their mission. Bashing all the inhibitor towers this time around. Now Esports, they have their base exposed to the bit. And KT will maximize this Baron power play.
Yeah, and it's not just Nexus who is exposed. It is pretty much who has nothing to defend it. No inhibitor turrets left for the side for NAOS Esports. KT.RY could get another objective for themselves, which is the Ice Drake. They could go in for the reset with the Baron buff. And there's no stopping them. KT.RY just showed up to their winning condition. It was Dawn when it comes to the early game. It is Lucian who comes and needs to win into the early game. And that was utilized to a T. And at this point in time, with a Sivir in mind as well, with such a huge breeding ground in the early game.
2 versus 1. Can Rattel actually win this? Marcus gonna be here as well to help out. It looks like it's gonna be unsuccessful for KT, but they're not done. They want to commit. Luna's gonna be here as well to have that backline damage. Culling gonna be used. Spirit's taking too much. Comsword is very lost. Dawn is gonna be a great cast coming in. And actually, they do get the kill onto the Lee Sin, but Liz still pursuing. Marcus burning to death. Barrage is actually there dealing damage here onto Zero, but still now Esports able to defend.
Okay, at the very least, they were able to get the kill and they were able to push back KT.RY, and this buys them a bit more time. But the winning condition here for NAOS Esports to be able to turn things around is the Elder Drake. Yes, they could give away the Baron Nashor, and well, they should not give away the Baron Nashor, but the point here is they need either the Baron and the Elder Drake and not give any to KT.RY. They need to really just... Ooh, oh my word.
Oh, Luna, that was close! But actually find them this time around now to Esports. At least we're able to pick up something despite everything right now that is going on in this game.
Okay, that's really good. Now Esports needed those kills, needed those amount of pressure. because they needed the time to be able to delay it, right? Baron Nashor will come out soon. Calm has to retreat. If he dies now, that will be such a crucial moment that KT.RY will be able to get when it comes to advantage.
I mean, Calm is trying! And Marga is gonna be there as well! They will be picking up the kill! At least a 1-for-1 is actually good for now. Esports, but still, KT.RY are looking for more.
That's massive, that's massive. They got the 1-for-1 trade. That is what they needed. They wanted that even level playing field. The Baron is already now back up, right? So KT.RY, they could start it up. But the thing is, it is still NAOS Esports who has the numbers advantage. So they could still turn things around. But NAOS Esports still has to be wary of the backdoor potential that KT.RY could possibly do in this game.
I mean, they have opened up the base. And they can just continue pressuring down this game to NAOS Esports. Oh man, this is going to be so difficult to come back from. But look at the gold. A while ago it was 10k for KT. Now it's just 2.5.
At this point in time, the team who gets the Elder Drake will win it all, right? And yes, KT.RY could also go in for the Baron, but Elder Drake is a much more crucial objective coming into them, especially considering they have a massive amount of damage and they have a massive amount of lead. So if they get the Elder Drake, it's such an easy time for them to win those team fights. They could end the game.
They're starting to battle. They're actually willing to trade. NAOS Esports are gonna be contested here by Luna. Marga's gonna be taking so much damage here. They are gonna be commenting. Rotel is gonna be here. Well, let's meet the securement here of NAOS Esports. They do, and they exit out, but they're gonna be leaving at least one down.
And they will leave Margot to the outskirts of the grasp of KT.RY. This is the huge problem. KT.RY now has the Elder Drake. And now NAOS Esports has to double down onto the utilization of the Baron buff to buy time, to delay the minion waves, to just deny KT.RY off that access onto the Nexus.
Oh, the burst! Oh my god, Mitsuru actually dealing so much, but they have to be very careful. The king is gonna be there, Mirma's gonna be exiting out, but still they focus on the base, and KT will 2-0 NAOS Esports.
They defeat the strongest team in the APAC conference, KT.RY. The vengeance redemption that they wanted, they were able to achieve here today.
Man, this is the best redemption so far by KT.RY. And we cannot feel anything but happy and proud for KT, especially because of how they won this series. Every single game has been orchestrated, delivered to the T, almost perfectly, especially that game 1.
Outright, like it was just the start of the day. It's the start of Wild Rift League Asia today, and we had like one of like the strongest performance that we've seen for KT.RY. But that doubled down onto Daw from that game number 2. That early game pressure won it all.
Oh man, Daw is a beast on the Lee Sin. He got so many times as well, like multiple times.
And another thing about that composition, right? We mentioned onto that final pick onto Leona. Yes, it's very unorthodox and it's something brand new that we're seeing. But the reason why it works is because KT.RY needed a frontliner, right? And Leona placed it a bit well. They went in for the Gargoyle Enchant to double down on the possibility to frontline onto those team fights. But the other layer to it, Leona has 3 CCs, right? The ultimate, the shield of... well, the first kill, right? The Shield of Daybreak. And you also have the Zenith Blade to be able to close onto that distance. So, overall, that was just so good for KT.RY. I'm in awe.
So good. Oh, I can't wait to see more of KT.RY. Man, the development of KT is exponential. And man, oh man, we are gonna be seeing more of them. They actually still have a game this week, this Sunday, against Woohoo Gaming.
Massive win by KT.RY. They're still in the APAC conference. Yes, we lost the top 1 position, but we're still a titan to beat here in the APAC conference, and now is the start. This is a statement to the following weeks to come here for Wild Rift League Asia that, you know what, KT.RY should not be belittled. A 2-0 win up against NAOS Esports, the current top 1 team here in the APAC conference.
And Daw will, of course, receive the MVP. Man, this guy just enabled the early game for KT. And I can't wait to see more of this player, the jungler Daw of KT.RY, and this team as well. And this has been a great start of this day's schedule.
very, very deserving of that MVP title, because if it's not for Daw, just look at the early game, right? Level 3 visit into the top side. Daw was just able to get that kill. So once again, Rattel had that massive amount of that advantage. And we've mentioned a while ago, Israel got the early game advantage because of the pressure coming in from those pokes, because Acrobat has to reset. But Daw once again got the priority back to the side for KT.RY into the bottom lane. And time again, it happens so consistently for KT.RY, and Daw just showed up to the occasion in the jungle role for KT.RY. It's amazing.
It's amazing. The follow-ups as well. The confidence by Luna. This guy was going wild on the Lucian. And now Esports felt it as well. Rattel too. This guy is just a god on the Gwen in the Baron lane. There was only one time that we felt him getting taken down confidently by NAOS Esports, and it was at the very late stage of the game. And it's also because they had the numbers advantage in that particular skirmish. But after that, it didn't matter. KT had everything they need to close out this game. All the inhibs, the Elder Dragon as well, and even if NAOS Esports were able to take the Baron, it didn't matter. Like, they had secured the kill onto the Margot, they had the numbers advantage, and they had the waves crashing as well.
Yeah, as we mentioned, the team who takes the Elder Drake wins the game. And now Esports just wanted to buy time with a Baron buff, but that amount of advantage is not something that you win with a Baron buff and no inhibitors left in every single lane.
Oh man, KT, I think we are about to see a very much evolved version of them, even more in the next games that we're going to be seeing. But also for NAOS, right? This is a big responsibility for them to just patch up in their mistakes, get better as well, have better decisions in the next games that they're going to be having. And it's still not end of the world. I mean, they're just top 1. At most, they're just going to drop down to top 2.
Yeah. The thing is, NAOS Esports having that top 1 position already speaks so much of this team. They're still really strong. They're the strongest team in APAC conference, right? So I think with that loss onto KT.RY, that still doesn't put them, at a losing end of the battle here in the APAC conference. They're still the strongest team, but KT.RY, this speaks more to the side of KT.RY that, you know what, we're down at top 4, but we're gonna come back up.
This is still a bit of, we're still just halfway, basically. Week 6, we still have 2 more weeks after this one as well. So many games left for every single team right now here in this tournament. So I hope as we come a little bit closer towards the conclusion, we see more evolutions of these teams, more ways that they pick up the pace, and also just improve even more, because we're about to remove a couple of teams because only a few will be able to qualify for the playoffs.
Exactly, and that's not just only to the side for the APAC conference, it is also the side of CN conference, right? We had a lot of shifts, and I kid you not, the shift is very, very drastic, right?
Yeah, because so much.
Yeah, right from the very beginning of WRL League Asia Season 2, Nova Esports was down into the bottom of the leaderboards. Now what? They're on the top half of the leaderboards. FPX was in the middle of it all, but now once again, they're on to the top 3 of the CN conference leaderboards, and that just speaks so much when it comes to the adaptation for every single team here in this league.
I mean, some of the teams that we have seen in the top as well that started in this tournament are now the ones in the bottom as well, close to being eliminated. I feel bad actually here for Weibo Gaming, JDG, and also OMG, because they had a great start in this tournament, but they're the teams that so far aren't able to adjust and adapt. I hope they do in the next incoming days and upcoming games that they're going to be having, because if they don't, they're just going to be swept away.
Agreed. I think at this point in time, it's just every single team needs that adaptation for their team, right? How can they adapt into the changes with the addition of Severe, right? And KT.RY, that purview onto what they did there on game number 2 was just perfect. This is the basically the mindset of the draft for NAOS Esports in game number 1 that KT.RY was just able to achieve much further, right? They wanted to double down when it comes to the early game in other roles. Have Lee Sin and have Nautilus to really just peel and sponge for the team when it comes to that early game for the side of NAOS Esports. In game number 1, I'm talking about game number 1 because they brought out the Severe, but KT.RY was just able to look into a loophole into that Rift Herald team fight, deny the Rift Herald out from NAOS Esports, and they were able to win a team fight and capitalize onto that early game advantage for their own benefit.
It's so many things that was made by KT as well just to be able to pull up that win. So many mistakes that they have made before that they fixed and just prevented from happening once again. And I love that kind of adaptation. I hope we do see that, especially on some of the teams that we have seen just going down as well on the bracket, on the leaderboards as well. And I mean, there's still many games. We're still just on week 6. There's 2 weeks after this one. We have next series even becoming a decision, a big one as well, because EDG, after securing or removing the undefeated badge of Thunder Talk, will be attempting it again. This time against Race Esports. I mean, so many surprises over the past 2 weeks already, and there's about to be more. It's mind-blowing me right now.
There's a lot of changes for the side of Trace Esports as well. And yes, they're currently still undefeated series-wise, but the thing is, coming into the first 2-3 weeks, I believe Trace Esports was undefeated even in game, and now it changed.
Let's go to the interview.
Welcome to the interview. I'm Mako. First, let's congratulations to Seoul KT.RY. And 안녕하세요, 루나. 혹시 자기소개 좀 해주시래요?
안녕하세요. 저는 KT 롤스터와의 미드 라이너를 맡고 있는 루나라고 합니다.
Okay, so the first question is, in game 1, actually I feel like you're really cautious in the early game, but you know, in the mid and late game you play such aggressively and you keep ranking the opponents. So why you operate like that?
사실 처음 경기 초반에는 굉장히 조심스러운데 중후반에는 상대를 계속 갱킹하는 공격적인 플레이를 했는데 왜 그런 작전을 펼쳤나요?
제가 초반에 생각했을 때는 좀 약한 픽이라고 생각했어서 그에 맞게 좀 수비적으로 플레이를 했으나 중후반에는 그만큼 포텐셜이 높은 챔프라고 생각을 했어서 또 강하게 플레이했던 것 같습니다.
죄송한데 천천히 말해주세요. 너무 빨랐어.
초반에 제가 생각했을 때에는 되게 약한 챔프라 가지고 아칼리 챔프가 그래서 좀 수비적으로 플레이했던 것 같고 그만큼 이제 중후반 포텐셜이 높은 챔프라고도 생각을 했어서 중후반에는 강하게 플레이를 했던 것 같습니다.
Okay, so can you translate for me his answer?
I'm sorry, I cannot.
Okay, that's fine. Comes to the second question, and Vladimir is a really popular champion on the stage, and actually your opponent in game 1 gave you much pressure on your shoulder. So would you pay more attention on this champ? This is the second question, like, Vladimir, what do you think of it, this champion?
블라디미르라는 챔피언이 이제 대회에서도 최근에 꾸준히 나오기도 하고 저도 되게 좋은 챔프라고 생각하고 있기 때문에 앞으로 대회에 꾸준히 관심을 받게 될 것 같습니다.
Okay, so the last question, do you confident to yourself to win like all the 4 matchups in the future?
나우스 팀도 굉장히 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 했었는데 저희가 오늘 이기게 되면서 그에 맞게 자신감이 한층 더 높이 솟아 올라간다고 생각을 했습니다. 오늘 경기가 끝나고. 그래서 앞으로의 내 팀과의 경기에도 좀 되게 자신감 있게 임할 것 같습니다.
Okay, 축하합니다. So the interview is all, and thanks for Luna joining me today, and see you next time. Bye.
Congratulations, of course, to KT.RY in their 2-0 victory against NAOS Esports. Next up, we have Trace Esports versus EDG, of course. Before that, we are just gonna go into a short break. Infinity and I will be back.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there?
It is time to see if gods can bleed again, and if EDG can do it once more as they battle against Trace Esports. We're very excited for this one. We're your casters, Giang and Infinity. Man, we're about to witness greatness once again.
We definitely are. I mean, Trace Esports, for the viewers that are new into Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, has currently been undefeated. Series-wise, they had lost a couple of games over the past few weeks, but they are currently sitting at 18-0 or something like that. It's something insane. 8-0 of series standings currently in the CN conference and even inter-conference matches. And the question is, can EDG bring them down?
Yeah, because it's no joke. It's already remarkable the wins that they have secured. 8-0. There's no team right now in this tournament that has the same record or even an unscratched record so far. It's only them, and they've won against great teams as well, including Keepest Gaming, including NAOS Esports, and including Nova Esports. So this is definitely a loaded team. We look at the lineup right now: Lisa, Weiba, Korn, Juju, and Tak as well. With Korn here, looks like they're going all out here in this game.
Yeah, and it's really exciting, right? We've already have foundationalized, if that's even a term, between these matches, right? In the series, right? EDG up against Trace Esports. And EDG, we've talked about this during the breaks and even before the show had started, that, you know what, EDG has been performing out of their minds over the past few weeks. And now the question is, can they now perform to the strongest team in the CN conference this time around up against Trace Esports?
Oh man, that's... we see the potential, right? 5 consecutive series win streak by EDG.
Right.
So far, the gap is just 3 in terms of win streak. But man, this team has came down from a 3 series lose streak as well, and now they're looking so strong. Considering the amount of losses that EDG has incurred so far, we see the stats actually better on you compared to Korn, and this is actually blowing my mind right now.
Yeah, it was EDG who overcame so much adversities and so much hurdles along the way over the past week. During the beginning, they were a little bit underperforming. But the thing is, as we've mentioned, right, Wild Rift League Asia has a very long time when it comes to the qualifiers or the regular stage. And then it was just EDG who was able to adapt.
Man, I'm so excited to see what adjustments Korn is going to be making in the mid lane as well, because it's sometimes him, sometimes Yusa that is participating in the mid lane, but for Korn, he has been spamming out many of those Akalis, even picked up the Yone into the mid lane when they battle against Weibo Gaming. This guy has been experimenting a lot of picks, so you has to be ready for this matchup right now, because normally we do see you on standard champions, just the Vladimir, the Kassadin. Sometimes he picks up the Akali, the Jace as well, but this is going to be the best matchup right now. The jungle gods will battle once again.
Yeah, definitely is. Weiba up against 0711. We've known this names pretty much for the longest times already, and as we have mentioned a while ago, right, the jungler are such a crucial role coming into the early mid game pacing and phase of the game, and we've seen it happen in the prior series, right? The junglers, you know, dictating how these lanes get the advantage for one team or the other, and this time around that is now on the hands for Weiba for Trace and 0711 for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, we see Weiba, the Weiba tax synergy of Trace Esports still being made here in this tournament and allowing them to have the best synergy for the team, especially in the setups that they make. Weiba is such a great enabler of the team, and oftentimes we do see him even pick up carry champions. But I think one of his favorites is Just a Buy, because he spammed it out so many times already in this tournament. And we will talk about this even more. Let's go to the stage for the host to introduce the teams first.
现场以及屏幕前的召唤师，大家晚上好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A 的比赛现场，我是麦麦。今天是常规赛第6周的第2个比赛日，接下来由 Esports 对阵 Edward Gaming。8连胜的 Esports 遇上手感在线的 Edward Gaming， 谁能在这场鏖战当中获得胜利？让我们敬请期待。接下来，让我们欢迎 Esports and Edward Gaming。Today is the second match day of the 6th week of the regular season. Next up is Esports versus Edward Gaming. With 8 consecutive wins in the Esports meeting Edward Gaming with a perfect status. Who will win the fierce battle? Let's look forward to it. Next, let's welcome Esports and Edward Gaming.
这场比赛让你们回想一下当初连跪的感觉啊！
最近 T 的阵容有点膨胀，今天帮你们找一下问题。
Dak, of course, is an incredible support, one of the best supports we have seen in this tournament so far. And has been allowing this team to be so stable as well in every situation, in every conflict that they experience. They're always finding ways to come back.
Yeah, they definitely do. Esports has been such a very strong founded team already here in Season 2, and they were able to look into every single locations, and yes, they lost a couple of games, but as you have mentioned, they find ways to make it back into a win.
I mean, they've had like 4 game 3s already, but every single time they've able to close out the series in their favor, and that's what makes all the difference here compared to the other teams, especially even Thundertalk. The first time they had the 3-game series, they lost it. But this team doesn't.
Yeah, and I'm excited, right? EDG, are they going to change their graph, their strategy, look into another way to beat down Esports and just bring their win streak down overall, right? I'm really looking and excited to see how EDG is planning to win up against this undefeated team.
Yeah, because the way that EDG wins is through aggression, ruthlessness, and just making sure that their opponent is always uncomfortable all around the map. Because they force fights, that's what they love, and they're able to win it most of the time. And the last time they did it, won against Thundertalk as well. Especially because they're able to just force out fights before objectives as well. And then they win the fight, and then they take the objective too. That's how dangerous EDG is.
Yeah, very
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
Into possibilities, into the draft composition, into the item build-up, into basically the strategy in game. And EDG at this point in time, with their series of wins here in Season 2, they have the strength and they have the prowess to look into that opportunity once again, one layer or the other here in League of Legends Wild Rift, to bring down the undefeated team. So look, what is Esports' weakness?
I mean, it's like I just see EDG something like Kratos, and then look at the gods and saying, "You're about to go down. You're about to go down," and they will find ways to bring them down and take them out as well. It's the name of the game here for EDG all the time. That's one of the things I just love about this team. Even from last season. That's why I kind of felt sad when they fell off, especially after the recent patch back in Season 1. That's when the time that they actually fell off, and there's about to be another patch happening. The next time, patch 4.4C, in which Zyra is gonna be here this time around. So hopefully all the teams are gonna be able to adjust accordingly as well, including EDG.
Yeah, it's more CC mage supports into the bottom lane, and depending on the numbers, right, we have the possibility to see Zyra for sure coming in to the meta just because of those long range roots, just because of the possibilities for those burst amount of damage as well. And pretty much, as we mentioned, crowd control into those team fights. So a lot of exciting stuff basically for League of Legends Wild Rift.
Yeah. Now we look at Esports, especially in the pattern that they have shown so far to us. Camille being prioritized every single time for Esports. I don't think we have seen a game in which they have not picked up Camille when it was available. That's one of the favorites here for Zihan, but for Lisa rather. But for him as well, whenever the Fiora is available and the Camille isn't, he's not afraid to pick it up, and he always wins the matchups as well.
Yeah, and we'll see. Because right now we're jumping into the Howling Abyss for 5 for side.
An immediate clash as well. They just bump into each other. Oops, okay, there's an enemy. But this time, EDG is the one to fall back and lose Langry as well.
Yeah, that was a first blood going to the side of Crazy Esports. We've seen this a while ago already in series number 1. Here in the fight for side, those aggressions are to be expected, but I'm loving the selections here, right? We see a Hecarim once again. We see also the Sivir onto the other side along with the Rengar. But this time around, it's a Conqueror Rengar, so a little bit more towards the Bruiser type, but still, we've seen so much of these Rengars already here in the alley.
Yeah, too much Rengars, to be honest, especially just because of this AP build. The burst is just real, especially in the games we saw yesterday, right? I mean, the whole team was supposed to win except because of the enemy Rengar. And Lisa can be the same here again towards EDG as well. But hopefully, I mean, let's see, because I'm kinda excited to see what's the Senna gonna be able to do here, especially this alone. Especially that's my favorite champion as well. Tak gonna be taking a bit of damage here. Langry actually re-engages once more, but regrets it as he takes more damage than the other team.
No, 100%, right? And with EDG's draft, looking at it, it's pretty much a draft wherein they need to wait for level 5, right?
Yeah.
They need those ultimates. They need the ultimate coming in from Ornn with a Call of the Forge God. They need 0711's ultimate as well to be able to really just go into the backside and engage. And now it's
they go. Whoa! Langry with a perfect engage right there. Onslaught of Shadow is going to be used as well in EDG. I mean, this is what we mentioned. When they go in hard, and they do pick up 4 kills.
As we mentioned, right? They were waiting behind the tier 1 turret in the Howling Abyss, and level 5 was just their key to shine.
That healing though by Lisa is out of this world, and is still able to reset, go back in, and this time Crazy Esports are the one to follow up and secure the kills. The only damage they've done there is like just less than 1 bar of the turret's health.
Yeah, and that's just the strength of the Rengar overall. He could jump into those fights, especially coming into those full HP Rengars. But it's not a Bruiser Rengar. It's actually an AP Rengar with Infinity Orb already brought up.
Yeah, that's the busted build here on I just love it and hate it at the same time. Love it when I'm using it, and I hate it when it's an enemy Rengar too.
It's just so annoying. It's so annoying to have a Rengar just jump into those team fights and immediately burst you down. It's hard to deal with because you just lose your HP out of nowhere.
Yeah. Lisa just gonna be very patient here, waiting for the burst, and it does it! Just maximizing the amount of AoE that he can actually do. And this time around, Crazy Esports is gonna be coming onto this fight as well. Langry gonna be flashing out, Dawning Shadow gonna be used by Alone to try and protect the other allies that he has remaining. But Xiaojan, after the Call of the Forge God, that was just brilliant.
That was really good. Level 5, right? These are the type of compositions that we have emphasized to be those ultimate dependent drafts, right? But these ultimate dependent drafts are really strong when it comes to, the linear strategy of things. The big problem about that is if they lose their ultimates, which is currently happening around. How can they perform up against them?
Yeah, it's not available. That's why they're this vulnerable this time around. And Crazy Esports knows they should be able to bash this tower up unless 0711 will try to use his ult on the way, but I don't think that's gonna happen. They want to fight.
Yeah, they really do. Crazy Esports, they have a lot of scaling champions, but the thing is, they just have to perform when it comes to that burst aspect of things, because when it comes to the crowd control, they pretty much only have Alistar to be that frontline CCs. Yes, you'll also have a couple of crowd controls for Jinx and Riven, but you don't use it mainly for the CC.
Yeah,
you use it for those damage and bruiser. Yeah,
it's more so for a burst. Lisa as well. Well, I mean, even if it doesn't have, at least he has some damage. Right? If he gets the burst down towards Alone and you, then maybe they can just focus on Xiao Jiang later on, since they do have Riven and the Severe as well. And also the Alistar just suppress this Gwen.
It definitely is, right? And you still have to respect the strength of you with the bullet time. If Langui will be able to go in a Call of the Forge God and set up the plays for Misfortune to use the ultimate. And if that happens, Tracy Esports is going to be just erased.
Oh yeah. The poke coming from Make It Rain is just it's really fun to see, especially just because of that first strike. There's so many little things just going towards Tracy Esports with just one ability, and it's like cash in for sure for you right there.
Yeah. Gargoyle Enchant already built up by Langui. So a lot more strength when it comes to team fighting and going to the front lines. And once again, ultimates are already ready for the side of EDG. And a couple of seconds coming into these fights, an engage could occur.
Yeah, I mean, they're just patiently waiting. But Langui is gonna be impatient this time. Or not actually goes in with Flash invested as well. But no follow-up. This time, Trace Esports can be the one to actually engage. Corn will! You're still able to stay alive. Lee Sao gonna go in, get some burst, that actually unable to burst down the members of EDG. Now this is the time for them to just rain on them. You as well able to just throw in all the bullets there with the bullet time. Lisa goes back in! Actually, there's quite a bit of damage towards you, but still is gonna be taken down as well. 0711 just finishing up Juju. That's the ace, and that's the tower.
Yeah. And pretty much we saw there what we expected already, right? All ultimates are up for the side of EDG. Their composition here in the Howling Abyss is very ultimate-centric. So they just waited for Langui to set up the plays, and then right after it was denied because there was no minion wave pushing in, so they cannot go for that engage. Langui fell down. But it was EDG who was able to look for their opportunity to use the bullet time, and it connected to every single one. And with an AP build, along with 0711 as a backup plan for that engage tool, they were just able to pretty much clean house Tracy Esports.
I actually miss Misfortune as a meta champion because it was 2 years ago.
it was only the beginning of League of Legends while
the
it
beginning.
got nerfed to the ground.
And now it's just the end of Misfortune as well. Maybe one day we would see it back again. Nani Shadow after the Arsenal Shadows, just so good here for EDG. And this is why we just love Edward Gaming. They're ruthless. They do not let the enemy team survive. Not even for a second. They don't let them breathe. And this time around, in this fight for side match, they do it as well to Tracy Esports.
Yeah, the ace was secured already by EDG. They were able to take every single one from their side. And now the Nexus is open for them. A lot of wave priority this time for the side of EDG.
But with the shield of the Nexus, I don't think this is a game-ending fight just yet for EDG. Unfortunately, they weren't able to take the tower down a while ago. So that's a luxury, or at least a chance for Tracy Esports to get back in this game.
Yeah, that. The Make It Rain with an AP build with Luden's Echo and Leandris is such an annoying build to have.
It's a fun build.
Well, it's fun. It's definitely fun, especially in Howling Abyss. You have a lot of pokes, but it's annoying. It's so
especially
annoying.
if like we're on the receiving end, right?
Yeah. So yeah, at this point in time, it's a lot of just pokes here for Edward Gaming, and Trace Esports just has to look for the opportunity wherein Pack or Korn or even Lee Sao, you know what? Let's bring in every single one of them, and even Lee Sao to set up the plays for the team. Because Hueba and Juju, if Edward Gaming gets access to them, Trace Esports will lose damage in that 5v5 fight.
They have to go in. I mean, Trace Esports, I think they have to go in first, not Edward Gaming. Because the CC layering are just too much coming in from EDG. But they have a chance to burst down this Misfortune in this Senna. If they're gonna be able to successfully do that, then there's a better chance for them actually. That could have been initiating. Headbutt pulverized here. Onto the shadow is gonna be as a response to the Donic Shadow again! This is why it's just so busted this comp is. And now, at least the little one gonna be used to flash in. Yu's gonna get taken down, unable to secure that second kill onto Alone. And 0711 is able to survive as well as Right now, Zhao Jam is just snipping his way in towards the members of today's Esports. Tak is gonna be trying to survive. He will.
Yeah, that's good. Because the thing is, the role for Tak is to just delay the next couple of minion waves and buy time, but that's pretty much over. EDG gets side selection priority.
And just like how they won against Thunder Talk, they can secure blue side once again to be able to deny some of the champions of Wava.
Yeah, the Titan Slayers here to go up against Trace Esports, the undefeated team once again. Coming into the CN conference, I think EDG, that performance was exceptional, but time and time again, we have emphasized it already. Rift and Howling Abyss is a totally different game, right? It's a totally different aspect when it comes to the draft, when it comes to rotations, when it comes to the aspect of jungle rotations as well. So expect a very drastic difference when it comes to champion selection and even the runes as well. We will not see a Rengar come through, a Misfortune come through. Definitely not.
Aw, that's sad. I wanted to see the Rengar, the double kitty action actually. Rengar and Yumi combo.
OG. The classic combo that we've seen in the past. For what? WCS? It was good. It was good times. It was good times. Yeah.
And then you see it on your rank games, and it's a different result. The more frustrating.
That's bad times. That's
bad times. Maybe in the next patch we would see a big difference, because Gwen is gonna be buffed up even more. Xin Zhao as well is gonna be toned up. Yone is gonna be toned down in the jungle side, at least the Mortal Steel, 80% damage instead of the usual 100%. So maybe those changes will, be good for the competitive scene too. Let's see. It's far from that.
The thing is, Yone is not a priority anymore when it comes to jungle. The thing and the reason behind that is that when you pick up the Yone into the jungle, you want the Yone to carry. From early to the late game, you want the jungler to be the sole one who really just pushes the team. But at this current meta, I don't think that's something that any single team would want. There's just a couple of teams who does that. G2 Blackest for one has done it before in week 1 or week 2. But it's a little bit different, right? You want those ADCs to carry. You want those bottom laners. You want those mid laners to have the massive chunk of damage. And Xin Zhao, as you stated, could be a good thing because we have the ADC meta. But jumping into the draft here, right? I'm liking it so far. Vi, Shen, Sivir, and Jax also remove along with the Evelynn. You can now ban away maybe the Ornn, the Evelynn. Oh well, rather
Hecarim?
The Ornn, Hecarim still open.
Okay,
so that's a good ban.
Yeah, I actually thought that Trace Esports would be leaving this open after we saw in the Aram match EDG just making it really scary to be picked up here in this game. But Camille will be chosen here by Xiaojian, something that we did talk about earlier, and it's a great denial for Lee Sao as well.
Yeah, already to be expected here. For Trace Esports, they could go for Ornn, and then the follow-up is a Vladimir as well. Really strong mid laner here coming into the side of Trace Esports. Vladimir, the reason behind this champion is the strength for self-peel, along with going in and out of fights, and that's the reason why he is currently part of the meta. Gragas is also a good champion to pick up here as a soft counter onto the possibilities for Camille to go for that engage. And once again, this will never go out of the running meta that we have when it comes to support pool, just because of the strength that it provides for the team to engage and disengage.
Yeah, look, from season 0 to right now, Gragas is just a great pick on the support. We have seen some transitions here and there, but he remains to be a stable pick just because of that cask for the isolation. Akali though for you is going to be so exciting to see EDG just investing so much on aggressive champions the first rotation.
They could go for Galio. They could go for Galio with Camille being one of the set plays and being the engage tool for the hero's entrance to go into the back lines. They could also go the likes of Ornn. It is still left open. They have a lot of support champions to pick up, and I think that is also one of the reasons why they opted instead to go for the Zeri, because the thing is, they have so much selections into the support pool that they could leave it open for the second rotation.
Yeah, it's much more risky to let the ADC champions be banned away here by Trace Esports, because they can just move that and the Xayah as well and will just force EDG to go around with something like a Lucian or a Kai'Sa, much more vulnerable champion, to be honest, to go up against something like a Gragas. Not that it's going to be responded here, just like what you mentioned. Possibly the Galio as well is going to be removed here by Trace Esports as they pick up the Fiora 2.
The thing is, EDG could ban away Lucian because Trace Esports, if they want to counter the likes of Ezreal or well rather Zeri, Lucian and Ezreal is really strong. So a respect ban coming from EDG, they don't want to give it away to Juju, and Ornn is also exceptional here for Trace Esports. So Lucian is one of the expectations here for EDG, but there's still a lot of aspects that they could go for. There's still the jungler open, so they could ban away the Kazakhs if they want that free space for Zeri to just roam around the map and have that free time to be able to farm. So these are two selections here, but Xayah, I respect that. They don't want that late game champion to decide for Trace.
Yeah, especially that they want this Zeri to be the one to pop off later on. Yes, there is a chance for Trace Esports to pick up something they lose, like a Lucian, but it's gonna fall off later on. Aatrox though can be contested here because 0711 loves that champion. Weiba kinda likes it, but he likes engager champions even more. Ash is gonna be hovered and locked in for Trace Esports.
I love, you know what? Crazy Esports, you do you. Ash is a strong pick. From what we have seen in the past, right? Gragas and Ash is a duo into the bottom lane. And that is something that Trace Esports wants to double down on when it comes to the utility aspect of things. So now they need that carry jungler potential. Kazakhs is still open for them, but EDG is going to deny that out of Trace. And Alistar is also a good pickup for them because they needed that support. They needed that frontliner, but Amumu is an unexpected pick for Trace.
I mean, it's always hovered by Tak.
Yeah,
anyway.
it's always hovered.
Tak is so cheeky. Always spams the emotes as well every single time that he gets a chance to do it as well.
Yeah.
But man, EDG getting the approval ratings. Again, the Titan Slayers, the God Slayers. Man.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. You know, the Lee Sin gives them a lot of these early game prowess for the side of Trace Esports, but thus far, EDG's draft is spot on, right? It's Ash who will be a little bit wary onto the situations because you have a double assassin to the side of EDG. And even if early game is not something that EDG wants to play on because you have the Lee Sin towards the side of Trace, it's not something that they could really fight up against when it comes to that level and power spike that Trace Esports has when it comes to the early game. They could still double down on Zeri.
Let's see if this is gonna be, if this composition is gonna work to prevent the God Slayers EDG from having the most aggressive playstyle once again executed here against EDG. Especially with you on the Akali, man, he is just so talented on this champion, and they have double assassin. I mean, every single member of EDG can go in and will go in. That's the design of the comp. Even the Zeri can go in for God's sake. And Trace Esports has to be ready, especially for Tak on the Grags. The isolation should be there, and they have lots of crowd control. They have great counter potential as well. Let's see. This is just game number 1 of this best of 3 series.
Yeah. Though thus far, coming into this composition, I'm loving how EDG played it out during the draft, right? You have Zeri, you have Akali, a very assassin-centric composition, and Trace Esports went in for a little bit more safer during the draft, right? You have the Ashe, you have the Gragas to be able to just deal those crowd controls, and Ashe is more of a utility type of champion, utility type of marksman, so they're double downing on that safety net for the team.
So far, Lee Sao on the receiving end of a beatdown there from Xiao Jiang. Actually wasn't able to return much of the damage and also heal himself back to full. Weiba actually going for a cheeky invade here. Not sure if he got spotted out, especially because of the ward placements there of EDG.
Yeah. Probably is, right? You have the ward, so the sonic wave was probably seen. EDG was able to take notice of that and get information. And the Krugs walking back and forth is also an information. That is a reason why you has to force up the Scry's Bloom and look at where Weiba is. But that level 3 Lee Sin is going to be scary. So huge respects coming in from you.
And 0711 unable to go towards a red side jungle of Weibo is actually a big deal because there's no answer back in terms of the farming here. You unsuccessful in interfering too is now actually a bad sign coming in from EDG. Knowing that they usually want to be the one to be aggressive in this early game. Now Weibo is gonna be here in the bottom lane. Tak is waiting. Langley gonna be the target here. Great headbutt. KT.RY, the first one might actually be there. Actually, the other side is the one to fall down. But Yu is gonna be flashing in.
Oh no.
And the answer back is just better for EDG. 2 for 1. It's a disaster for KT.RY Esports.
Amazing response. You know, that awareness throughout the map, he was able to rotate, right? Weibo was there, Tak was there, but as you mentioned, it was a very good knockup coming from Langley. Delayed Tak has to use and force out the flash. The exhaust as well, Lee Sin has to force it, and that bought enough time for you and 0711 to come into the bottom lane. So, you know what? Take the jungles, take the camps, but we were able to answer back. So it's a 2 for 1 overall, really good for EDG.
Might be another 2 versus 1 in the top lane. Fortunately enough, Lee Sao is able to exit before 0711 is there. That was a scary position. And the gold lead that KT.RY Esports secured a while ago because Weibo invaded the camps of 0711 was just negated.
It was definitely negated, but overall, keeping up the pace here, EDG just wants that. You know what? Force KT.RY Esports to go into this fight, and EDG answers back. Because the thing is, this is already one of the emphasis that we did during the draft, right? That KT.RY Esports having the Lee Sin, Kha'Zix will not play on par on this, especially coming at level 3 with this early game power spike that KT.RY Esports has. So what they need to do is to play with their team, right? KT.RY Esports will go in for those engages, but EDG needs a better response, needs a better follow-up.
I mean, we saw here in the bottom lane, Arrow being committed by Juju. No follow-up with the cast just yet for Tak. Langley able to at least return some of the CC back to KT.RY Esports here. They need to be extra careful. Again, the setups of KT.RY Esports, especially in a global perspective, is massive. And they can shut down EDG anytime that they want. That's the composition design here for KT.RY Esports.
Yeah, the macro plays coming from Weibo though, still unattended. Right, Weibo's still able to do these risky plays. They are able to go in for those jungle invades. You know, just remove the possibilities for those experiences in gold for 0711. And that is the strength that Weibo has. Not just because of the availability for Lee Sin. Yes, that's additional to the early game power spike that the Lee Sin has, but KT.RY Esports, the reason why they are undefeated so far is because of how they play these macro plays, how they're able to be such a confident team to just do these amount of risky moves.
And it doesn't seem to be risky at all just because of his timing and execution, right? It's seamless. It's so smooth the way that he's able to deliver it, but 0711 is able to at least exit out. Tak almost got him with the body slam, and EDG are wanting to force fights. Xiaojiang is gonna be here. The pulverize into the cast gonna be used at least for the disengage, but Juju's still gonna be in a lot of trouble. And EDG getting that 1 kill.
That was unfortunate, right? But a while ago, before that fight, 0711 was only level 6. Lee Sin was already going to level 8. And you see the jungle difference when it comes to experience and when it comes to gold, right? Just because of those jungle invades, despite 0711 already have 1 kill above the opposing jungler. So it just speaks volume to Weibo's potential and strength coming into this matchup and coming into this game. It's a little bit too much. It's really, really good for Trace.
EDG, I think through the RH, they will at least be able to finally set the momentum up on their side, especially just because of the farming. I think KT.RY Esports has been able to control at least a better position in terms of the gold here in this game, and EDG doesn't like that. That's why they focus immediately on the Herald to maybe back his tower up in the mid lane and enable their cross map plays even better. We see Langley being so proactive as well on this Alistar and was able to pick up Juju a while ago with his engage.
Right. The better end though for EDG is how they're able to really just give so much kills and so much gold to alone.
No cast, especially with Langley in the vicinity, but at least they cancelled out the tower push.
Yeah. And alone currently is sitting already with 201. building towards the Bloodthirster. If that happens, so much sustainability and damage.
That body slam by Tak actually saved the life of Weiba.
Yeah, definitely is. But that will be a lot of gold injection for Alone once again. That's a lot of turret plates that was injected to Alone, to Langui, and also 0711 coming into the mid lane. So that is what they want. That is pretty much EDG strat. Have a huge dependency on Alone to be able to go out when it comes to the gold, when it comes to damage coming into the mid game. So when it comes to those team fights, EDG can be on par with the likes of Korn and also Lee Sin, having such a huge momentum already in the early game.
And early game still is good here for Edward Gaming. Esports playing this very safe. They know that they can easily burst down Chao Jam if ever, or anyone on the side of Edward Gaming later on, especially that most of them actually are quite squishy, especially the carries. And later on, EDG, I think they're just banking on you later for this Akali to pop off and taking down multiple members of Trace Esports. Now they're skirmishing for top lane. The flash by Langui into the Pulverize. He's not gonna be here as well, but it's gonna be cancelled with the Hexacle ultimate used here by Xiao Jam. Grand Challenge gonna get denied. They get the kill onto Juju as well. And Langui's gonna be next. The slow not connecting. Trace Esports only lost one and answered back to 0711 as well.
Amazing answer back coming from Weiba and Tak visiting that mid lane. So basically it is a 1-for-1 trade overall that Trace Esports was able to utilize. And once again, that flash pulverize knock up onto Weiba. But the thing that set it apart is that Lee Sao was able to get 2 members towards him. So the thing is, 0711 has no one to really just keep him up and support him. It was only Alone, but Alone went for the Honey Fruit. So good isolation that Trace Esports was able to do, in EDG was just able to do the same. Those isolations plays is always a welcome strategy for every single one.
Going in towards Korn. Weiba is gonna be there. At least the flash out, but the engage by Trace Esports is much better.
Yeah. Once again, Weiba looking for opportunities for them to get more kills, to get that even level playing field, and thus far, there's no one up ahead in this game in 8 minutes, which is a very new thing that we are seeing thus far.
But this is what Trace Esports actually loves. Because EDG, they get their wins through aggression, but so far, Trace Esports has been successful in suppressing them. That's why every single engage by Langui, though it would have been effective, and it has been showing to be effective so far, still is not at its peak that they wanted here in this game against Trace Esports. And we still see Trace Esports having the leverage in terms of gold.
Yeah, that's the big problem, right? The gold difference is, what, 700 gold towards the side of Trace Esports. And we've mentioned, you know what, Trace Esports wanted it. Sure, but the thing is, we have to remember that Trace Esports is banking on the early game. And EDG has Zeri and has Akali. So when it comes to that latter part of this game, number 1, Alone and you will deal so much damage. And even Alone at this point is already having so much when it comes to kills and assists and when it comes to gold as well. So that is going to be something that Trace Esports has to be scared of later on.
And this time, let's see if Trace Esports will be scared at Edward Gaming. They're still going to be coming playing here onto this Ocean Dragon, but EDG is circling around them. Langui is in the vicinity. Arrow not connecting onto anyone. Lisa is going to be the first target here as they commit, especially with the Shuriken. Hexacle Ultimatum, flashed out by Lisa. Langui goes in with the headbutt to bring him back. Cask a little bit late here for Tak. That's numbers advantage for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, Edward Gaming was able to get a kill. And once again, this is what we're stating, right? Trace Esports is on a timer. They have Lee Sin on their composition. And the thing is, their bottom laner is Ashen Dragons.
They are going to be committing. No steal. And now soul point for Trace Esports, but they have to exit out. Trace Esports still walking away with the damage, with the pokes, especially coming in from the Vladimir. Edward Gaming is just going to be walking away as well.
Edward Gaming lost that dragon, so when it comes to the Ice Drake, they definitely have to commit it later on. So eyes on the next Drake to come here for the viewers watching at home. But the thing is, EDG at this point in time really just wants those kills, wants Alone to be able to scale well, and Shadow Crystal Arrow connects.
Oh man, and Yu's just gonna get taken down. The tower as well falls down. Trace Esports always finds ways to stay in control of this game.
Okay, that's really good for them, right? They were able to get that Ocean Drake and convert it into another turret into the bottom lane. This is what sets them apart. Yes, they are on a timer, but they were able to still get a lot of gold. And this is such a crucial thing for the side of TRY's Esports, and not allow anything for EDG to be able to make it back when it comes to gold, and even alone having a lot more items. Because the thing is, he's already at Bloodthirster and Triforce. So when it comes to the damage aspect, it's already a very strong Zeri when it comes to those team fights, especially if it's left unattended and was able to go for a free hit into those 5v5 engages.
So does for Juju, right? The only difference is the longsword cast gonna be used on the 0711, forcing the flash at least. The kick as well is a little bit off, at least it made it to this way Langry here. TRY's Esports so far applying pressure towards EDG. And they move towards bottom lane. And Xiaojiang might need to be a lot more careful, still able to at least push Weibo back. And have this red buff be taken, at least by 0711.
Yeah, Korn was going quite aggressive there, but the thing is, you always have that Sanguine Pull to go back away, and Action will be able to secure that red buff for themselves, and at this point, another stalemate occurs. But Baron is currently alive, so one team fight could definitely change the tides to one team or another, and that will definitely be the catalyst here for both Edward Gaming and Trace.
Esports with a 2,000 gold lead will be diminished a little bit as well. Edward Gaming is still able to find some ways to get back here in this game. Langry actually going here towards stack. This is interesting. And they will be just disengaging. I don't think this is the perfect time. But Baron is available. Today's Esports, I think, is also just pressuring it as well.
They don't have to fight it. They don't have to force the issue. They don't have to force the engage. Because the thing is, the team that will be the first one who goes and start up the Baron without any strong advantage to one side or the other, or having a massive lane priority, especially coming into the mid lane wherein both tier 1 turrets are still available, will be on the losing end. They will be on an innate disadvantage into those team fights, because Baron at this point still has CCs, still has crowd control, and has damage.
EDG looking for picks here. Stack just baiting them actually. They shouldn't commit, because if they overextend, especially for their carries, they're gonna be in a tough spot. Especially this one! Good shuriken. The pulverize into the flash as well. TRY's Esports is gonna be in a lot of trouble this time around, but still Language is gonna get taken down. Korn going in with a Hemo play. Landing the damage still insufficient. And of the stasis to buy some time. That getting with the outplay alone will get picked off. But damage is actually still pure here for EDG. Lisa gonna be the front line this time around as Korn goes in. Flashes out as well, but will be hiding under the shadow. Shuriken will connect as well. A 2-for-2 trade, but TRY's Esports will take this tower down.
Yeah, and that is a good thing for Trace. This is what we mentioned, right? They need the tier 1 turret for the side of EDG or TRY's Esports to be able to get that map control and have that advantage towards the Baron Nashor. So the thing is, TRY's Esports only needs one more fight to be able to take that Baron and win and get so much more advantage. It was a good play coming from Langui to really isolate onto Juju and isolate onto Ashe. That bot and forces out the flash. And the thing is, it was a good follow-up for Alone, because for the longest time, he was able to go in for the free hit. Pac was able to live it through, but following up, it was you who was able to assassinate so much more members as a follow trade. And that is what we're saying, Guillaume, right? These are the dependencies that EDG will have, and now they have to force out the Ice Drake, because if TRY's Esports get this will be the Dragon Soul.
I mean, one way to prevent the overwhelming power here of EDG is to bait them into committing and just delay them with the stasis plays. And that's how they actually won this fight. And now they're committing. At least 0711 is going to be catching Lee Sao here. The damage is there. Arrow not connecting. Langui also in a bad spot. But Xiaojiang is just going to be pushing the bottom side. Wave will be answered here by Lee Sao. Langui just waiting for a re-entry. Feature Engine going to be dealing some damage onto Korn. And actually Xiaojiang is going to be going towards Lethal once again, as Langui is going to be going in. Great steal coming in from 0711. This Wave is burning to death. Will be taken out as well. Lethal is going to be next, and 2 kills picked up by EDG, and the Dragon. One way to come back. It's the start for EDG.
Yeah, it was really good for Edward Gaming to take that Dragon, and we mentioned this. One team fight could change the pace here. Ice Drake secured by EDG. So Soul Drake is denied out of Greece, and Baron Nashor will be alive for EDG to take.
It's the start. After 15 minutes, the TRY's Esports is ahead in terms of gold. finally, Edward Gaming has been able to secure their own lead.
Yeah, really good stuff here for the side of Edward Gaming. And just that denies from those objectives will change the pace of the game here. Zeri and Ash already building up into Executioner's Calling, and it's something that they really need for that anti-heals. And pretty
it
much
was meant for 0711. Still, Lisa is going to be able to pick up that kill. Xiao Jiang going in though with Exec Ultimatum, but that is going to be there. Korn as well! Xiao Jiang tries to flash out, but it's already too late. It's too deep in the tunnel, and Trace Esports will take 2.
That was a good deny coming from Crazy Esports, because that is now one Baron buff removed for the side of EDG. They now have to just focus in the mid lane and the bottom lane. And thus far, Crazy Esports is doing such a great job into pushing EDG back and not allowing them any opportunities to push.
Ooh, that burst out though.
0711, that patience onto Juju.
Denied!
Oh!
So that
flash and that crystal arrow as well. I mean, it did not connect, but the thing is, 0711 was not able to find him.
Ooh, and Xiao Jiang died too. Oh, that's rough, man. That's rough.
It is. It definitely is. I mean, a while ago, we only saw Camille fall down, but that kill brought down the Baron buff overall. So, Trace Esports, you know what? You can take the Baron buff, but we're just gonna burn it down. And thus far, you're doing such a great job doing these back and forth up against EDG.
Langui going in. Great denial off the arrow as well, but still, stasis play is very possible here for Trace Esports. Korn gonna go in with the emo play as well. Meteor Engine actually doing so much damage here to Trace Esports, and 0711 gonna be following up here onto Korn, still able to take down the Akali, but the Zerium alone is starting to be popping off here in this fight as well. They're able to dissuade some of the members here of Trace Esports that are starting the dragon here, the Elder Dragon. Weipa forced to flash away, still is gonna be fine, but again the pressure by EDG is still top notch.
Weiba has to go in. They have to really just take him down onto the Elder Drake here. Korn denies the possibility for entry here for X-Jang. Weiba really low.
Return. But again, that is time being bought here by Trace Esports. They can still reset. Weiba getting chased away. And EDG should get this Elder Dragon.
Oh, that was such an opportunity already for Trace Esports to be able to take it down, because there was no more smite. EDG forced the smite already to deny that reset from the Elder Drake, but Weibo was just too low to be able to come back through that objective. And Trace Esports now is on the back foot once again. EDG getting that Elder Drake gives them so much more potential to win onto those team fights.
Yeah, and it's because of the setups here of Langui as well, forcing so many utilities by Trace Esports just to be able to be in a good spot in the fight. Korn tries to engage, still unable to get the burst down. And man,
the Baron is up.
Oh, it's so
EDG
fast.
can take this. Remember, they have the Elder Drake, so they can force the issue here. EDG has the massive advantage.
EDG will be starting this for sure. Trace Esports is in the vicinity, at least looking for opportunities to maybe get the steal up. Weibo is here, has a GA. Dak just buying some time. Lisa as well, stalking them.
Alone time and time again has the advantage here, 7-11.
Oh, the Baron is still gonna be taken here, 2 for 2 on the objectives, and Weibo is gonna be in a lot of time this time, and now the GA is gonna be popped. Dak as well is all alone. The exit ultimatum, it's denying every exit, and Lang is gonna be here as well to take down Korn. Is stacking for the team. Trace Esports lost already a member in EDG wanting to push mid.
And this is what we're saying. EDG took one advantage from their team, took one team fight and ballooned it to a 5k gold lead with Baron and Elder to their side.
And they're wanting more. They're taking more towers away, knocking onto the base. Langui is gonna go in. Oh, the stasis is gonna be used to buy some time here for the Asma Juju.
Alone.
So able to flash away. Arrow gonna be used. Taro falling down. Langui still alive in the bottom lane. The perfect execution. Corner gonna be here at least for the burst, but as he gets bursted away. And EDG one step away again to take the Titans down.
What a performance that Edward Gaming was able to do up against the undefeated team in CN Conference. It was an amazing showing coming from Edward Gaming. We've mentioned this, their ability to adapt into the situation and their ability to adapt right now in Season 2 is unheard of. And with one clash alone, Alone was able to just free hit consistently time and time again. It ballooned into a massive advantage that turned into a win for game 1.
Oh man. All it takes is one great fight. And then EDG just... The moment EDG had the lead, it did not let go of it. No matter how much Trace Esports tried to pull it away from them, they did not let go. And they got this game 1. Man, this is how dangerous EDG is.
Yeah, and we've talked about it already during the draft, right? You know what? Trace Esports is having a stalemate up against Edward Gaming. They were going back and forth. But the thing is, it is not EDG who was on a timer. It was Trace Esports who was on a timer. They went for a utility bot lane with the Ashe and Gragas. They went in for the Lee Sin. So their advantage is coming into the early game. Their advantage is at level 5. But the thing is, Edward Gaming bought enough time. Alone having 2 items already was enough to shatter the throne of Trace Esports in game 1 of that series.
And this time, they're shivering as well. Because EDG is one step closer towards taking them down as the second team to be formerly undefeated. And EDG, 20 minutes and 42 seconds, it has been a long game, especially with the disadvantages that they endured in the early game. But again, the word is endure, and they've been successful in enduring it and just reap out the rewards in the late game.
Yeah, it was so good. Hueba though, I'm tipping my hats on to Hueba. Yes, they lost onto that game number 1, but that amount of pressure coming into the early game, this is what a Lee Sin player should look like. That was just phenomenal pressure coming in from Hueba. So a lot more expectations coming to the jungler for Trace Esports in game number 2. But 0711, that steal onto that Drake denied the soul out of EDG, and that was the start of their win on game 1.
They have to take out the Zeri as well for Alone. I think this is such a big problem here for Trace Esports. And I think next game, one of the adjustments that we might actually see is a denial towards the support champions here for Langui. He's just too good on the Alistar. It's actually one of his favorite and most successful champions back in Season 1. And in this season as well, he continues to make amazing plays on this Alistar.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, it was the face rush. It's not an aftershock that we typically see for an Alistar.
I am speed.
Yeah, he was an absolute beast when it comes to speed there. And Langui, those set plays, those engage, was on point.
Let's see if EDG will remain on point here in this series, or Trace Esports is going to be able to pick the pace up. We're your casters, Young and Infinity, and we'll see you after this short break.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
EDG, one step closer to doing what they did to Thunder Talk. But let's see if Trace Esports has a better response this time around. Especially that they have the side selection priority. They might go towards blue side to be able to disable some of the champions here of Langui, but looks like it's not going to be the case. They remain on red side.
Yeah, they remain on red side here for Trace Esports. I mean, we saw the advantage that the red side provides, right? Even in the prior series, it was the red side selection which was the priority here. So Trace Esports going to the red side is already one of the expectations and one of something that provides an extra additional layer for Trace Esports. But this time around, the bans onto the Sivir, the Hecarim, these are two champions that are really, really strong when it comes to these games. And EDG, Vi Camille, already moved as well. Already one of the expectations, considering that EDG expectedly could prioritize Ornn, could prioritize Gragas as their first pick.
Oh man, the fact that we keep seeing EDG banning the Vi and the Evelynn as well is just so much respect towards Weiba, because he's so good.
Yeah, it's so good. And now you also have the Vladimir as well removed for the side of Trace Esports here. So one mid laner removed for the possibility for you to be able to take them down here. Akali is prioritized expectedly, and I think that is something that you performed out of their minds coming from game number 1. Now Trace Esports could now have the perspective of going for Ornn or going for Gragas, but the Jax, something of priority coming into the top lane here is an unexpected turn of events, because the thing is, Fiora is still available for the side of EDG. They could also pivot themselves onto Gwen. And Ezreal is something of a change that I want to see for Trace, because now they're depending on damage rather than the utility bot laners that Trace Esports did in game 1.
Yeah, and Trace Esports picking this up as well is a great response to EDG a while ago having the opportunity to ban the Ezreal alongside the Xayah in the second rotation's ban. But what will be the cost of that though? Because EDG, they will be able to get this Gragas instead, and Trace Esports, if they don't pick up the mid laner this time around, then EDG can just ban it away. So they're forced to pick up the Ornn this time around.
That's good.
And have EDG ban the mid champions.
Yeah, this is so good for Trace, right? You know what? Take the Gragas, we'll take the Ornn. Or you take the Ornn, we'll take the Gragas. It's either way, it works for both these sides. And that is what they needed. And now Trace Esports could pivot themselves into banning away Kha'Zix, because that is one of the things that 0711 performed when it comes to these double assassin setups. And Trace Esports has to respect it. They have to ban away the specific champion. Later on, may it be the second phase ban or the last ban that they could do coming into their side. For the side of EDG, they could now pivot themselves into banning away the likes of the Zoe, right? Even Kassadin, if they want that huge respect still, if they want that safety onto Akali, as we have predicted.
Yeah. Zoe might be removed as well here from EDG's side, unless Yu is gonna be quite comfortable battling against Scorn on that champion matchup. But again, since Trace Esports has picked up the Ezreal already, they have the luxury of being the one to ban and limit the champions that Alone can use. Zeri can be banned away here, especially with him being able to fully utilize that champion in game number 1. And yeah.
Okay. This still works. You know what? Kha'Zix and Zeri was been played out of their minds in game number 1. And Alone was just able to utilize this specific champion to free hit, but now this still leaves the possibility for the Kha'Zix pick for the side of EDG. So that's something that they still have to respect. And now EDG could ban away the Lee Sin.
They should. I mean, despite Weiba having a bit of a hard time.
Oh, no ban.
No ban. Huh.
Okay. So I think overall, you know what, that works still. Now, Trace Esports could pick a random jungler. Oh, well, not random. It's still a strong jungler.
Yeah.
But you know what I meant, right? They could pick up the Kha'Zix, the Lee Sin. The Jace is also really strong when it comes to early game.
Ooh.
So that really works well still for Trace Esports. So if EDG opts to ban away the Lee Sin, Trace Esports could still pick this up. And the reason why this would work is because they have 2 frontliners already with the Ornn and the Jax. And this is a double poke wherein you have the Ezreal and you have the Jace as those strong long-range damage dealers. And EDG is going to pick up their Tristana instead.
This is so good for Trace Esports, to be honest. Yeah, you mentioned it. Both of the perks of having this kind of composition is just going to be very impactful as well for this game. At least the Kha'Zix gets picked up here for 0711, but I'm liking what I'm seeing already. Even the investment for global pressure is there. They lock it in.
Oh, when was the last time we saw Twisted Fate come into the draft? And we're seeing it back once again. Such a new flavor coming in for the side of Trace Esports, and I am loving it.
I'm loving it as well. It's very little times actually that the last time we saw it. JDG used it against the Akali matchup as well when Feibai matched against Soldier against J-Team. Invade Esports used it but lost that game. Man, so many losses actually on this Twisted Fate so far.
There is.
The only win so far we have seen on it is JDG and Trace Esports. Yausa actually picked this up against KT.
And I'm loving it not because of its win rate, but I'm loving it because it's new. But the thing about Twisted Fate is it's the same concept when it comes to a Shen pickup. Yes, Shen is a much more favorable global ultimate with a Stand United, gives so much sustain for the team, and it also gives you that extra member coming into those team fights. But it's similar concept into the Twisted Fate, right? You have the global pressure, you have that information into addition to that, right? You see every single member to the opposing side when you use Destiny. In addition to that, you also have the stun to follow through. So that is the good part about Twisted Fate. The question is, can Trace Esports utilize this well? Because the thing is, their only frontliners will be Jax and will be Ornn. And if the side of EDG will have that pressure onto the side lanes, Jax will not be able to enter onto those team fights.
And I mean, if there's a team that is going to be able to fully utilize this Twisted Fate pick, it should be Trace Esports, and they need it as well right now. Every bit of energy that can be channeled should be channeled right now here in this game, because everything is on the line. The only undefeated team is Trace Esports, and EDG is wanting to change that.
But quite honestly, EDG is on a good spree here. You know what? They're basically having like a buy one take one in a shopping spree that they have in this draft. Right? Because when we're looking at it, who can they target? It's pretty much every single one aside from Ornn and Jax, right? Jace is pretty much a squishy target, especially when he builds up to that full penetration items, right? With the Edge of Night, with the Yuumu's Ghostblade, with these penetration items. And then you also have Ezreal that could also be the target. Twisted Fate is also a squishy target. Yes, they have distance. But the thing is, Akali could enter those fights quite easily. Kha'Zix could also jump into those fights quite easily.
Yeah.
So EDG, if they utilize those assassins, they will have a good time coming to this game too.
Especially that there's Kha'Zix and Tristana, right? Oh, this is quite a risky composition for Trace Esports. But let's see if they are going to be able to fully utilize this. Liso's actually taking a bit more damage than he's supposed to in this matchup right now, especially with the vital proxy of Xiaojian.
Yeah. Fiora is undisputed the best duelist champion coming in the top side of the map. There's no one that could contest it. Right, put a Camille come up on top side, use the ultimate, Riposte could cancel it out. It's just so good. I mean, rather the hook shot, right? So there's just a lot of opportunities for the Fiora to really outmaneuver and outduel all single champions here on the top side of the map. And you have the vital points, as you mentioned. So this is already to be expected. But pretty much Tristana, because you talked about it, is pretty much a late game insurance for EDG. If the Assassin's possibility for the likes of Kha'Zix and Akali would not work, they still have something to double down on when it comes to the late game.
Lee Sao just spotting out Xiao Jiang there in the top lane will be cancelling the recall. At most, the honey fruit will be picked up just to heal himself back to 70, 80% HP. EDG just helping out the mid lane as well, especially with the rotations of the supports here. Korn has a big responsibility to make this Twisted Fate work, especially with in the early game, because similar to game number 1, ticking time bomb once again.
Yeah, it's pretty much that point wherein Trace Esports has to put on full pressure. But if there's a team that can do it, it will probably be Trace Esports, right? We've commended Hueba's pressure a while ago with the Lee Sin. That was just out of this world. The amount of pressure, the amount of camps that he was able to deny from 0711 was uncalled for from that game number 1. And Trace Esports could apply the same amount of pressure that they did in game 1 here in this early game. And that is something that they need.
Yeah, they need it. EDG just gonna be waiting patiently later on for their power spikes. Wait for the best opportunity to engage. Wait for Landry to set up the plays. And then they will just go in without hesitations. That's the name of the game always for EDG. That's why they're so scary to be matched upon against, because they're really just deadly. And Trace Esports witnessed it a while ago in game number 1. This time they're just playing it safe, waiting for 4 minutes, maybe 5 minutes before they actually strike.
Look at this. The rotations coming in from Trace Esports. They understand that they're already level 5. So the thing is, Call of the Forge God can occur here for the bottom lane, and they could pressure in up against EDG. Tristana at this point in time, yes, they have the ultimate to knock back onto these opposing members, but Trace Esports have a massive advantage. You also have the global ultimate with Korn with the Destiny.
Oof. So many CC layering actually is available for Trace Esports. If they can get a burst down later on, especially to the crucial members of EDG, then that's a great start. I think they have to repeat what they did in game number 1, but have a better execution onto it as well. This is one step, but Juju! Oh no, it's in a lot of trouble. That's a great burst already. The charge did not connect onto 0711 as well, but at least the crucial product
Destiny's there.
He will
Destiny
go in the
from
flash. Korn, the bottom slam is going to be there though to stop him up. Call of the Forge God going to be used. Korn in a lot of trouble, still able to flash out. And Alone also going to be exiting out. Alone going in with a perfect execution. Trace Esports needs to be very careful, of course. The perfect execution can still be used on the second proc. It didn't push through this time around. No casualties, but the RH is being started by 0711.
That confidence coming in from Korn was unexpected. Destiny into the front of 3 members for the side of EDG is something that you don't do, especially up against Assassins.
That was close as well. Juju going in with the Mystic Shot, 341 HP left.
Juju!
You going a bit of shuriken is just so scary as well. Langby gonna be following up. Stack is taking a bit of damage, but he needs to walk out. Charge, fortunately, is there. The trade up by Trace Esports. 0711 is here. Going inside of it, actually jumps in. The J still is going to be picking up the dragon. J was going to be in a lot of trouble, still able to take him down. And EDG happy with the trade.
This is what we're saying, right? It comes across as a very good macro sequence by EDG. Right, they forced the pressure coming into the top side of the map. It was 0711 just waiting onto the bush. Forced the flash coming from Juju. They won that fight overall because the thing is, Trace Esports had the massive HP disadvantage. So EDG got a free Rift Herald. There was no contest for Trace Esports. Trace had to go in for the reset to go into the Drake. And then, after that, EDG went into the bottom part of the map, attempted that contest on the Dragon. Yes, they lost it, but that's not that's not something that they have to steal, right? They only have to contest it. They killed Hueba coming in from that fight, and they were able to take the tier 1 turret into the mid. So overall, massive macro advantage by EDG from what they did there.
At most, it's just a mitigation by Trace Esports as well, because it would have been so disastrous if 0711 was able to steal out that first dragon. Fortunately, it wasn't the case. EDG still is ahead by 2,000 gold, and this is very different from game number 1.
Yeah, very, very different as well. You know, EDG now actually dictating the whole game thus far coming into the early game, and we still have the Tristana coming into their draft, who is currently just able to get a lot of free experience and free gold, because thus far coming into the early game matchup, there was no ganks, there was no engage coming for the side of Trace Esports that could deny Tristana out from gold and experience.
Oh man, yeah, you're right. It's going to be very difficult for Trace Esports to even chase down this Tristana later on. Yes, they have the Oracle, yes, they have the Destiny, but after those are used already, no one's gonna be there to chase. The Jazz can try, but they have to bust their shot. Langui this time around is being targeted, and already too late, but this time, here comes you. Destiny gonna be used, and it's gonna be the target this time around. Perfect execution gonna be used to exit out, but still able to knock him up before he's able to exit. Shock Blast as well connects, but at least he's fine.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, from what we have seen, it was Alone who is a level ahead up against Juju, and yes, Juju was able to come back when it comes to that experience, but throughout that fight, it was Alone who was level 9, it was Juju who was level 8, and that speaks a lot of volume from what we have mentioned, and that is just a supporting statement to how EDG had just free time for Tristana to gain a lot of experience, gain a lot of gold coming towards the first 8 minutes of this game. And if this continues, Trace Esports will just have a difficult time, because they still have to be worried about you and 0711 assassinating their squishy members.
And that's what's lacking on Trace Esports. That's why this is a great time for Alone right now to just keep on farming. Basically, ADG, the rest of the team of EDG is saying, okay, Alone, just keep on farming. We're gonna be engaging for the team while you just safely farm up. You're gonna be untouched also later on, especially with your massive range and your buzzer shot and the jump available every single time.
Ooh, this is looking scary. And EDG has to respect that they don't have the minions pushing in onto the turret, so they have to retreat. So that's a good call coming from Edward Gaming overall, to not force out the issue, not force out the fight. Because if they do force out the fight, yes, there is an opportunity for them to get those kills onto Juju intact. But if they lose that fight, that was the thing that takes a lot of risk. They're feeding Juju a lot of gold and experience once again, so they don't want that to happen. So thus far, they have to play it a bit more patiently up against the likes of Juju to not give them advantage.
Great macro play coming from Trace Esports though. A while ago, the gold lead of EDG was 2,300.
Oh yeah.
Now it's chipped down to just under 1,000 gold. And it's not because of any kills, it's not because of any towers falling down, it's just from the farm that they have been able to secure more efficiently than EDG.
Yeah, that is like really, really strong overall, right? The macro as well. And Hueba, once again, we have to not deny Hueba of his skills and his prowess when it comes to the ref, when it comes to these macro plays, right? It was just perfect. Buying onto the edge of night as well, denying that potential CC is going to the Ice Drake.
Langui!
Engage!
Cast gonna be used to isolate some of the members here of Trace Esports. Langui still gonna be fine. And the Destiny is denied! 07 has caught the Twisted Fate, and now Yu's gonna be having the best of time to go in. Counter-Strike gonna be used, but still unable to deny the entry here of the Akali. It is a disaster for Trace Esports. They got the Dragon, but the EDG is getting the champions. And EDG is wanting more as well. They will be able to take this tower into the bottom lane. Alone is gonna be jumping in, and everyone is just gonna be exiting out.
Oh, that was really scary. EDG is still on the chase though, but will opt to back away. And this just buys them so much space to be able to get the tier 1 turret into the bottom lane. And remember, Baron Nashor is coming up really, really soon. And the thing about what happened here is it was 0711 who was able to isolate Twisted Fate. So this was pretty much a 4v5. 0711 was a bit late coming into that Ice Drake. But that is not something that exactly what EDG wanted. They want those kills. They want to just landslide Trace Esports. And that is what they were able to take. That is what they were able to achieve.
And to think that Alone wasn't really able to free it that much, that could have been the ace for EDG. But they weren't able to get another reset for Alone. And still, Trace Esports able to pick up the soul point here right now. is again just a chance for them to scale up better than EDG.
Yeah, very, very good thus far. Now, Trace Esports needs to look for other values as well for those tier 1 turrets, for those gold injections.
Oh no!
They need!
Oh, that was so close. So close. Less than half HP for Korn.
Right. And that is what we're saying, right? These macro plays for Trace Esports is still something that EDG has to respect. But the Baron Nashor being started, no information for Trace.
And no Destiny as well available for Trace Esports. God of the Board God gonna be used to try and check out the area. They spot them out, confirm that they are just taking this Baron Nashor right now. EDG gonna be walking away for now.
That was a good attempt. EDG knows that there was no information for Trace Esports, and Weiba came from the bottom lane to get the tier 1 turret. So, good attempt overall. Isolation.
Back will be the front line. 0711 catching Korn a little bit there. Lisa still committing. The Parents gonna be there in the follow-up as well. Langui going in and just sets things up. The charge is gonna be there as well as the counter response. Lisa still going in with counter strike as well. Like the Shuriken, the Shuriken is just there. And EDG alone getting the reason to bust the shot as well to take 3 kills. And Trace Esports is wiped out. EDG can just take this Baron.
That cannot happen! You! Out of his mind! That was crazy! And now EDG takes the Baron Nashor for themselves. And this is what we've talked about a while ago, Gia. That EDG with a draft composition for Trace, this is just food and a feast served on a silver platter for their assassins. I mean, look at the damage that you was able to do. The electrocute coming into that with the shuriken flip was just uncalled for, and EDG is on the precipice to take this win up against the undefeated team in CN Conference.
They're one step closer. They're one step closer towards the goal. 6,000 gold lead. The Baron Nashor secured. Trace Esports is feeling the pressure right now. 0711 spotting out. Lisa still is just gonna be using the counter strike. Destiny gonna be used. Flash out by Langui. They catch. At least at their stun alone gonna be the trouble. They've caught him, but Lisa's gonna get taken down to stasis, but it's just so poor. And alone is able to exit out. Sarjan gonna be here as well. Juju gonna be arcing shifting out as well. Langui gonna be leaving him be because Yu is still here. Again, a chance for Trace Esports to come back, but that was so close.
That was really unfortunate coming from the side of EDG because Trace Esports took an opportunity for themselves. The call of the Forge God was the setter for Trace Esports. And then right after, the follow-up was also perfect. It was Alone who overextended his welcome coming into the mid lane. And at the end of the day, when it comes to those engages, it was Zach who really just put the bar up above for Trace Esports to make it back. But still, a 5k gold lead for EDG is not something that you have to turn your eyes on.
And Trace Esports, they have to turn their eyes on this dragon right now. They have to secure it. Baron power play is just 158. That's how low it is. Especially because of that last team fight that occurred here. Trace Esports still has a chance to take this back in their control. But they need to be very careful. They need to spot out Alone. They need to cancel use engage, especially by Langui. Taljang getting hit a little bit there, especially with a shock blast. They turn onto Langui, getting the damage done. The Stace is going to be used to buy some time here. 0711 getting the isolation. The cast is going to be used a little bit too late. Yu is here on the backside. Lisa is going to be happy just getting his attention. Trace Esports with the numbers advantage this time. The shock blast land to Xiaojang. Trace Esports still has a chance to secure this stall. 0711 has the big responsibility to take this up. They turn onto you! Oh, no! And it's gonna get taken down. Alone is out. Trace Esports having the lowest advantage still. 0711 gonna be committing here onto the dragon. Attempting to steal. You going in, getting the kill onto Lisa. The dragon's still gonna be taken here by Trace Esports. And they have withstanded the fight here against EDG.
That's the whole point for Trace Esports. A while ago, EDG got a 5k gold lead. Now, it is brought down to 2k instead. And Trace Esports got a lot of gold from those kills. And Trace Esports is fighting back.
This is why you should never, ever doubt Trace Esports. Even if they're behind, even if they're against the Titan Slayers, EDG, they're still able to fight them back. To find a chink in their armor and make them regret showing them weakness.
And this is such a massive loss coming from EDG because the thing is, they have to deny that point, but their positions was a little bit off edge. They were going in for the Dragon Spit, but every single one of them were separated. It was Langi who overextended coming into the bot side river, and Alone was caught up into those fights. It was a turnaround by Trace Esports that was able to really turn things around, and now there's only a 1k gold left to the advantage for the side of EDG.
Whoa, that's a massive gold swing, recovery, comeback, name it all, by Trace Esports. And EDG has lost their opportunity to close out this game, at least for a bit. And Trace Esports having this lead right now, especially with the Soul, can enable them to secure this Baron as well. They're positioning themselves well, pressuring EDG.
This is very difficult for them. 13 seconds before the call of the fourth god, and Trace Esports has to buy time. 0711
catching Lee Sao. Counter-Strike used as a response. Trace Esports is still fine, but again, the ruthlessness here of EDG, they're always trying to engage, trying to have a great entry towards Trace Esports.
Yeah, and EDG has to double down onto the late game insurance that they have Alone onto Tristana, right? They need those peels for their ADCs to be able to deal damage, similar to what happened in game number 1, wherein Alone was able to free hit time and time again. And they need to do a repeat move. Elder Drake is now up, and Trace Esports has the better position.
Yeah, they have the better stats as well, especially because of the Soul. They keep on poking 0711 and the rest of the members of EDG. They have a better position right now here. Oh my god! That damage to 0711, they spot him out. You have the Destiny invested as well, but Gas is gonna be used. Langby gonna be in a lot of trouble though. Still, Tack is gonna be initiated here. Call of the Forge gonna be used. The flash in as well, but unable to catch 0711. Perfect execution used to exit out. Chao Jiang able to fire at least one of the CCs there of Esports. 0711 goes in, stays to buy some time, but again they will be able to catch him out, at least able to flash out, but still gonna get taken down to Trace Esports. Taking the jungler down. Oh my god, engage! Catching Twisted Fate. You're still gonna be able to survive. Trace Esports 4 versus 4 has the jungler, will be starting up this Elder Dragon.
That's good. They were able to buy time, but the thing is, Trace Esports is just going for the Elder Drake.
Can they get the steal? Sir Chang is gonna be here. The bottom stab as well, gonna be used by Langui. As Alone is getting the damage. Oh my god, Ender Gaming getting the Elder Dragon. It's a disaster for Trace Esports. And they're just gonna be chased down the ace by EDG, and they can just run this mid.
Trace Esports is swept under the rugs. EDG with that steal. Alone single-handedly brought the game back to EDG.
No way! No way that happened! EDG! Teleport is gonna be coming in! They're complete! Right now they wanted this win! It's only Korn remaining alive, but they will not care! Because they are the God Slayers! And the second God will be slain! EDG 2-0 Trace Esports!
It's Edward Gaming who shatters the undefeated run of Trace Esports here in the CN conference. That performance, once again, we've mentioned it, we've called it. If Alone is left unattended with those free hits, he alone can win the game. And EDG 2-0 win up against Trace was such an amazing thing to watch.
Dude, that did not just happen. Please tell me this is just a dream, because that game, I'm a loss of words. This is my job to have words to be said right now, but I'm just at a loss of words. EDG, that was such an incredible victory, alone with the steal against the Jays of Weiba of Trace Esports, and now we see the only undefeated, now formerly undefeated team, Trace Esports, be taken down by the God Slayers EDG, and they're on their win streak as well. This is like their 6th, 7th win by EDG.
It was really amazing, right? And this is the storyline we did coming for the side of EDG, that you know what, there is still a huge priority, there is still a huge look onto the assassins for the side of Edward Gaming, onto the likes of you in 0711 to take down those squishy targets, Korn, Juju, and Weiba. And Alone will be their late game insurance. And when they were on the losing end, we've mentioned this, we've called it, that Alone should be doubled down. EDG has to invest on Tristana, and when the time came, he pounced, and EDG just won that through and through.
Oh man, this game. This might be one of my favorite this week. If not the match of EDG against Thundertalk, that one was a treat for sure. Yeah, this week, it's definitely this. Today's esports, we see the gods fall down. And I remember saying, starting this week, or last week, Icarus. Because no matter how high you fly, tendency is you're just gonna get burned and crash towards the ground. And EDG is the one to cause that crash to multiple teams on both the top 2 teams right now in this tournament.
Yeah, and even Gragas as well. Coming into the Dragon's Pit, I still have to tip my hat onto the support of the side of EDG. That body slam connected to every single one, and Crazy Esports can't do nothing about the damage of Alone. Once again, left alone unattended, Alone can do everything.
Dude, he has to be the MVP. He has to be. He has to be. He will. He will. I'm calling it. He's the MVP for this game. That Elder Dragon Steel is just out of this world. He was untouched, and you called it as well a while ago. If he is left untouched, he will just carry it, and he did.
Yeah, so good. Alone. What a performance. What a showing that EDG has done today, and so much upsets that we've had throughout Series 1 and Series 2. It was a while ago KT.RY who came back with a vengeance, brought down the top 1 team in APAC Conference, and this time around, CN Conference under the top 1 team was brought down to the ground.
And let's see, because we have one more series for you guys. You're enjoying this, you're about to enjoy it even more because we have Nova Esports and Weibo Gaming coming up next after this short break.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是曼曼。首先，让我们恭喜 Edward Gaming 今天2比0拿下了比赛的胜利。我们也是邀请到了游选手，那先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的中档小游。
OK， 第一个问题想问到就是，我注意到你们当时垃圾话特别有意思。0711当时说，觉得最近 T1你们阵容很肿嘛，让我来给你们找找问题，是不是说明做了很多他们的复盘呢？
其实也没做什么复盘吧，其实本来想说更狠的垃圾话，只是为了友谊。
OK， 为了友谊，够自信是吗？就觉得不需要复盘。Okay, so the first question is, I think your trash talk is really funny. At that time, 0711 said, I think your combo is quite aggressive and led me to find something to you like the question or problem of you and teach you something. And do you think you are really confident, or do you think you just made some mini surgery or review on this previous game? And his answer is, actually didn't, because I think we are really confident and actually we want to say something more powerful, more aggressive in the trash talk, but we want to leave some space to them. 那么第二个问题想问到就是，当时第一把前期的时候，对面一直在针对你的中路，你当时会感觉到压力倍增吗？有没有感觉到被特殊照顾了一下？
其实选出来阵容就这样子，没什么压力，是我自己送了。
没有，感觉他们确实有特意的去针对一下中路，那个魔法水晶剑一直往你这射，对不对？Okay, so the second question is, in the early game of game 1, actually TE keep aiming the mid lane. So do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and do you think they have something special treatment on you? And his answer is, actually, I don't think, because I think it all is my mistake. I just made some problem in question and to leave them space to gank me. 那么第三个问题想问到就是，当时第二把的时候，其实最后一波的那个远古龙真的抢得特别的帅，然后当时你们也是爆发了特别大的那个尖锐的爆鸣。我想问一下，怎么评价一下 Alone 他的表现呢
？Alone 就无敌吧。
无敌。
对，只要他在，我们感觉输不了。
真的吗？你们当时怎么考虑的去抢那个龙？
就其实我们没想抢那个龙，我们就想着把他们龙给他们也好，我们把人全杀了也能赢。
Okay, so the third question is, in the game 2, actually, that you taken that Elder Dragon is really handsome. And how do you evaluate Alone's performance? And his answer is, actually, we don't want to take him that Elder Dragon at first, but we just think we can take all of them and we can kill all of them. 那么最后一个问题想问到的就是，你们上一次是战胜了 TT， 今天是战胜了 TE， 已经算是翻过了2座大山了。那么之后的比赛有没有会感觉比较有压力的队伍，还是你会觉得你们是他们的压力来源呢？
现在应该我们是他们的压力来源吧。
就是比较自信，对吗？OK， 那也是非常期待你们之后能够给我们带来一个5连胜的一个表现啊。So the last question is, last time you just beat against TT, and this time you just beat against TE, and you have overcome 2 big mountains. So do you think any pressure on the future matchup, or do you think you will be the pressure's resources? And his answer is, I think we will be the resources of the other team's pressure. 那么今天的赛后采访就到这里全部结束了，感谢小游接受本次的采访，谢谢。那接下来让我们进入一段即时花絮。
我是喽。
你小子骨骼惊奇呀！
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
得惊奇呀。Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack like a tomb.
It's time for our last series of tonight. We have Nova Esports versus Weibo Gaming, especially after now that Nova Esports is able to stabilize themselves. Weibo Gaming is going to be attempting to give them one hell of a run. By the way, we are your casters, Gyung and Infinity. Very excited for this series. Again, this is the last match for tonight.
We definitely are, right? We have Nova versus Weibo, and thus far, this is one of the teams that we have looked at that changed the whole leaderboard of the CN conference. Nova coming in from the bottom rankings in the first couple of weeks, now came up on top, currently sitting at top 5. Top 5 with the CN conference.
Actually thought they were top 4 until I saw the name of Kipes Gaming, and yeah, that was another team that is so far coming back right now in the leaderboards. We look at the lineup here of Nova Esports and see so much potential again, especially here in this tournament right now. After redeeming themselves, they could have been on a 6 series win streak if not for Trace Esports. But right now, they won against Woohoo Gaming, they won against Buriram United Esports, both in 2-0 as well, especially with Long's influence. It has to be, again, Long being taken down for the team to fall down.
Yeah, definitely. It is Long who will be the dependency and pretty much a winning conditions for the side of Nova. And for the side of Weibo, I think it is Weibo who is currently being the challenger here when it comes to this matchup. Weibo has been being on the down end when it comes to these engages, when it comes to these 5C series here in the CN conference, currently standing at top 9. And the thing is, the coin flip here is if Weibo Gaming beats Nova, that is something of a series to watch.
It's going to be very difficult, especially that Weibo Gaming so far is having a hard time going up against these CN confidence teams. We look at the matchup, of course, of Long and Fan, and see that Long is still the one that is taking charge, especially that this guy is the protagonist, the main hero, the last line of defense for Nova Esports, especially when they're the ones behind. He has paved the way for the team to strive and be the one standing up despite all the contestations of many teams to take them down. And Fan has a big responsibility to give him a hard time this time around.
Yeah, massive responsibility here for the side of Weibo Gaming, because Long have been such a strong jungler. Even in the past, right? We have seen Nova bring out Long, brought out Nilla all of a sudden, coming into their team and just change the whole storyline of their series on that day, on that game. I believe it was 2 weeks ago that Long did that. And after that moment, the trajectory for Nova has been skyrocketing in CN Conference.
Yeah, and whenever Long is on the downside, now we even see Remake being able to pick it up, at least the carrying role, and he did that during their match against Woohoo Gaming as well. We look at Nian and Faye on their head-to-head and still see more gains here, or at least a better stat on the side of Nian, despite Nian having a bit of a slow pace this time around in the mid lane. I think he's still trying to get his groove on the champions. We no longer see his signature Yasuo, but maybe soon we will. Let's go to the stage for the host to
晚上好，
introduce
欢迎
the
来到
teams.
英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A 的比赛现场，我是麦麦。今天的最后一场比赛由 Nova Esports 以及微博 Gaming 为我们带来，两支逐渐找回状态的队伍在本赛季的首次相遇，谁能够豪取比赛的胜利？让我们赛场见。接下来，让我们欢迎 Nova Esports and 微博 Gaming。Today's last matchup is brought to us by Nova Esports and Weibo Gaming, the first meeting of two strong teams that are gradually remaining their form this season. Let's wait and see who can quickly find their status and take it down. Next, let's welcome Nova Esports and Weibo Gaming.
我们打不过 CES 还打不过 NAOS 吗？老师，你有看见我家子涵吗？我怎么看不见啊？
It's always Zihan the one speaking for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah.
And I like it as well.
Yeah, I did not understand a thing. I think I heard Lauscher, which is teacher, but aside from that, I don't know what happened. But at this point, you know what? This is a series to watch.
Oh, you understand a word a while ago, teacher? Cool.
I don't know. Well,
We're
it
getting
really
there.
depends on the enunciation of that word. But if I heard it correctly, it's teacher. But I don't know. At this point, Weibo Gaming is now on the back foot, is now on the pressure and on the position to defeat Nova, to defeat the former champions.
Oh yeah, and they are still in this tournament. What? They're still so okay. And the gun is also colored purple, so weird that it's that. Maybe it came from Nova Esports as well. But fancy that we do see this kind of interaction for our players, especially the ones on the stage, right? That this is what makes the game even more fun. This competition a lot more entertaining, and I can't wait to see our APAC teams be there as well in the stage.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Over the past few weeks already, that you know what, it is these CN conference teams that are really close. Yes, they are current rivals when it comes to Wild Rift League Asia, but out from that, they are friends. And it is just a soothing time to see how these teams and how these players have been, you know, having these friendly banters and showing their personality on stage as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, Weibo Gaming this time I love that we see still the confidence coming in from these teams. Because sometimes, right, when we see a team struggling, sometimes it does affect their confidence level. And right now, as they're ranked 9 on the top 11 teams, it's hopefully still they would be able to get towards that placement spot. I mean, if they win this, they should be able to take over the spot of Woohoo Gaming and be at the 8th spot, a much more comfortable position, and stay there is the goal.
Yeah, definitely is. And now for the 5-4 side, we all know how Nova Esports over the past 2 weeks have that priority over the red side as well. But this could change. You know what? Very flexible, but thus far over throughout the day, it has been red side selection priority. Even on the losing side, when you have the switch on side, there are teams that remained on the red side selection. So expectedly, the winner here could come through and get the red side.
Red side is actually that's the thing that is quite interesting, because there are weeks that we see blue side priority, there's weeks that we see red side priority. I think these teams are trying to get more comfortable on either side as well. And since we're already more than halfway throughout the tournament, we see now a pattern of these teams as well. They get to see the pattern of their opponents as well, try to get a better read and understand which side they're actually weaker at. That's why they're trying to exploit that as well.
Yeah, and in addition to that, there is also these adjustments already, and these champions that could be left open onto the red side selection, right? Because during the very first 2 weeks of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, it was always a disadvantage for the red side selection because you have to force bans, right? You have to force the Hecarim ban and also the Fiddlesticks bans, which only leaves you one ban for a respect onto these players from the blue side, and that gives you so much disadvantage coming into the draft. And now with these changes and with these teams able to adapt and adjust into the situations, knowing the counters already to such champions, it's a little bit more flexible this time around.
I think this comp by Nova Esports in this game is quite busted. We see a Set, we see an Amumu, we see a Severe and a Kaisa as well. The only thing they don't really have is AP champion. Maybe Weibo Gaming can exploit that. It's just gonna be going in. They will not be scared at all. Still just the early game. I think Nova Esports will wait till level 5.
Yeah, the only thing when it comes to these early games that could go to the side of Weibo Gaming is pretty much Faye and Jetchan. But aside from that, there's pretty much nothing else. So they have to buy a bit more time to be able to reach that level 5 point, wherein Zihan could now enter onto those fights. Duanyu has an extra crowd control, and Jetchan with a cease and desist could access the backlines.
Triple poke as well is present here for Weibo Gaming. I think this is a strength that they have right now on their side, and Nova Esports has to dodge it quite a bit. They do have the Kaisa for the Void Seekers and the Severe as well. Actually, Yami goes in. Bolt Breaker by G-Chan, and Weibo Gaming still not getting committing onto this. At least they will be allowing G-Chan to be able to escape. That was close.
That was really, really close. But a safety net here for Weibo Gaming has to really buy time here at level 5, and we're reaching that. Once the next wave crashes through, level 5 comes in for both sides.
They commit though. Yami almost getting the first blood. Actually, he does at the very end. Curse of that moment gonna be used by Yitz as well. Dumanyu at least is able to escape. No, never mind. He gets taken down at the very end. And Nova Esports get the early ace, and they should get this down.
And this is the power of the Severe, right? The ultimate, when it comes up, it buffs every single thing for the team, right? It's not just the players that is buffed, it's also the minions.
Yeah, Zihan almost getting remake there, but the healing font actually allows him to be safe this time. At least the buy. Yuchan trying to get in. The shockwave will find them. Yitze has no escape tool. Nova Esports loses a bit. Weibo Gaming will not still be able to take this tower down. Nian actually goes in, able to get a trade here for the team.
Yeah, we'll be able to get that trade, and thus far 6-6 when it comes to the trades, when it comes to kills for both sides. And Weibo Gaming having to reach level 5 already, level 6, level 7, has a lot more pokes and has a lot more opportunities for engage tools.
No hesitation at all as well by Nova Esports. Yami went in immediately, as Yitze followed up as well. Weibo Gaming has to find ways to prevent those engages from happening unless, or else rather, Nova Esports will continue on their dominance here.
Yeah, now you also have the snowball connecting Neon. The thing is, it's too far away. The ultimate!
And the face breaker and the haymaker as well will get the kill onto Faye. Nova Esports able to disengage out as well, but this time Snowball gonna be connecting into the at least the Darkened Blaze. Curse of the Sad Mom is just top notch, and the wombo combo, and Nova Esports gets the ace once again. They should get this tower too.
Yeah, it's a very good utilization of those skills. When it comes to the Howling Abyss, the ultimate of Mumu is outright insane, and it just connects to every single one of, considering how small the area is for Yitze to just come through. But the ace for Weibo Gaming, I think this is already good for the side of Nova. Yeah. The wave is crashing towards the side of Weibo Gaming, so Nova could have a lot more time to be able to reset and come back up, and they're now able to buy a lot more items for them to have an advantage up against WBG.
And they've had the Nexus shield be used already. Our fastest 5 per side game has been 6 minutes so far. It has been a long time, but it was a match of Invading Sports versus FPX, I believe. Nova Esports, if they can again do the same clash win against Weibo Gaming, they might beat that record.
Yeah, very interesting stats, but interestingly enough, we're almost reaching to that point as well. 4 minutes and 20 seconds already, and Nova is already at Nexus. So one team fight could really just demolish Weibo Gaming. And if ever WBG is able to win up against Nova in the next team fight, they're only going to be able to take a turret or two.
And again, for everyone that is watching right now on the live stream, this is again just for the side selection match, just a minigame to give at least a team leverage into choosing side. Yami gonna go in! Showstopper at least faced a little bit more fine than a while ago. And Weibo Gaming will be able to disengage. Faye still alive. Nova Esports unsuccessful, but Itza goes in with the Curse of the Sad Mommy into the one combo once again. But this time Zian is actually able to fight back. Get the kill onto Yitze. They are going in with the package as well here by Fan. And Zian still is raining down. The only one left though after the burst. This should be the game unless the wave is cleared up, and they do get the clear on the wave. Weibo Gaming is still alive unless Nova Esports will be able to crash in this wave. Duanyu is alive. Piercing Arrow will connect. 900, 800. The game is still up. Weibo Gaming successfully defend, and the record will not be broken.
Yeah, in the team fight, the reason why Nova was able to take such a massive advantage, aside from Yitze's engage and also Yami's engage, was because the Law and Remake was pretty much untouched all throughout that team fight, and Weibo Gaming just lost it. It was Nova who dealt so much damage onto that, and they won. Now, WBG's target is the tier 1 turret. They need those tier 2 turret to even out the playing field when it comes to that lane priority.
Can they take this tower down? I don't think so, especially just because of the team fighting here of Nova Esports. The only way they can win is if Yami will make a mistake, but can he? I don't think so. He goes in, Facebreaker doing it, just in trouble. And Ji-chan will be able to at least escape. Curse of the Sad Mommy gonna be used here onto Fan of Ji-chan as well. Zihan trying to land the Darkened Blaze here onto Nova Esports. Stasis to buy some time. Faye is gonna be able to exit out at least for Weibo Gaming.
And thus far, Nova is on the better lead. The wave is crashing already. Yami in the front lines.
Just getting that face breaker. Actually, Zihan is going to be committing onto him. Still is able to escape. Neon as well is very low. Gets killed alongside with Yami. And this time, Weibo Gaming should have a chance to push in the wave. That's a great sidestep indeed. Weibo Gaming still fine.
Body block coming from Gitze to deny the shock blast already, but look at Long!
Oh, getting the kill, the burst down with the KT.RY. Killer instinct into the backline, but still it gets slowed down, especially with the exhaust. And now Nova Esports is gonna be in a lot of trouble. Yitze is the only one left and will not be surviving.
But we'll be able to get that trade back. It's Jechan who dies, and now Yami and Neon comes in.
Now we're falling down. Zihan still pursuing. Yami just delaying the death of Zihan, but he will just rush towards the tower and should reset as well.
They need to go in for the resets. They need to buy time considering how much Nova has lost when it comes to their players. So now WBG will just clear the wave, especially considering they have Duanyu, they have Fan, and they have Faye, who has a lot of poke damage. This will be an easier time for them. They have to buy a bit more time for Jetchen to come in and also Zihan to come up.
Looks like Fan is going with the AP build. I saw a Ludens proc earlier. And it's interesting. Looks like Weibo Gaming is trying to mix up the damage here so that they can have more different kinds of damage being thrown out here. To Nova Esports, especially that they do have the poke. But again, the lack of frontline is a big problem for them, or at least the lack of disengage potential of this kind of composition by Weibo Gaming. Nova Esports just looking for an angle here. With the wave clear of Weibo Gaming, they're preventing any sort of engage.
Yeah. But on the opposite end, Nova also has a really good wave clear. Just because they have the Seaver on their side. So it's just really easy for them to push the wave.
Double connected. Yami will not pursue this time around. Faye actually took more damage. Flash in just for the shock blast is interesting. Jikan after landing the snowball will not commit towards the engage.
Ooh. A lot of delayed time here for Nova. Expectedly in 9 minutes they're going in.
They push through this time around. Curse of the Sad Mummy onto one only. Nova Esports a little too overconfident with that engage, and this time Zihan might have a chance to land the sword as he's still taking too much damage. Nia flashing into security kill. Also those Faye as well, and Ji-chan will be next. Fan and Duanyu trying to free hit, still able to poke out some of the members here of Nova Esports, but they're the only ones left.
Yeah, and Duanyu's goal and Fan's goal is to clear the wave. But you have Jitsa as a frontliner, Yami as a frontliner as well, and Long looking to finish.
They have the wave connecting towards the Nexus as well, but will not end this game. Weibo Gaming is still up.
Yeah, it definitely is still up, and Weibo Gaming once again bought a lot of time.
Should be able to crash in this wave as well, but I don't think they are going to be able to push in another tower.
They could
That's
reset.
the downside. Yeah, just for reset.
Oh, unfortunate, but that is important for them, Weibo Gaming at that time, to be able to just go in for the reset, considering how much kills they were able to get already. Remake going for the ulti.
Duanyu should die here, and it's the Severe that gets the kill. Healing Fawn going to be used here by Weibo Gaming to deny it from the members of Nova Esports as well. Snowball will connect. Neon not committing onto it just yet. I think they're just going to wait for the other members.
Yeah, they definitely are, and Remake just going in for the clear on waves while they wait for the rest of the crew to come into fray here for the side of Nova. For the side of Weibo, I think it's the same role. Clear the wave as well.
This time, they have the GA for Yami. Can they finally close out this game? It should have been at 5 minutes, and it has been stalled out by Weibo Gaming. Curse of the Sun Mummy onto 3 this time around. The damage is going to be there as well. Great damage coming in, but the Nexus will be exposed, and Nova Esports will get the side selection priority.
Yeah, side selection. We'll see how Nova will prioritize this. We've already mentioned what the priority is to be expected, the red side selection, but things could change here. It depends on what are the priorities coming into the side of Nova. Are they going to prioritize the power that the red side selection has when it comes to the double pick already, when it comes to the first rotations, along with the possible of a mystery last pick with a possibility for that counter to come out? So that's something that Nova could also utilize here for the red side selection, or have a huge prio when it comes to the first couple of picks into the draft, which is typically what we see as a Camille, a Gragas, or Ornn, these flexible picks to decide on the blue side selection. And you know what? I guess Nova Esports wants the blue side selection instead.
Oh, they will be picking blue side. That's interesting, because Nova Esports has equal amounts of wins on blue side and red side in their past 2 series. But since, they will be very comfortable in getting this position, I believe they should at least get control on the jungle champions here. Weibo Gaming should ban away a lot of champions for long. One of the ways that Trace Esports was able to defeat Nova Esports is through the 9 jungle champion bans in total. But that's also because Nova Esports had to ban some of the champions of Weibo. And it's not really the same here in this setup so far.
Imagine 9 jungle champions in a band. Like, what
just
champions
one.
are going to be left standing? You have Nilla, Vi.
They had like the
Lee Sin,
Jax
Kha'Zix,
Irelia jungle.
Jace. What else? There's just a lot of champions in the jungle, but definitely there should really be huge respects onto Long for the side of Nova, because the thing is, Long always is that game changer for the side of Nova Esports.
Fan as well should be. So far, I don't think Nova Esports will be focusing on him, because it's Faye that has been paving a way for Weibo Gaming to, get in the way of their opponents. Shen gonna be removed here by Nova Esports. It's one of the, I guess, weaknesses of Long, because he used this in the game number 3 against Trace Esports when the Hecarim was picked up, and it didn't really come out as great as Nova Esports wanted it to be. It has to be a carry champion or a great engage champion, not a Shen that has lacking in damage.
Oh, Hecarim is left open.
Really? On Long?
Weibo. But Nova will have a different priority this time around. I mean, Aatrox is still a very, very good champion. Could still be flexed here. Typically has been brought into the jungle thus far, but Hecarim not being prioritized is a little bit more of a question here. And there we go. Nova going in for the Hecarim. Already to be expected, as it is left open.
Yeah, they have to take it. This time, Long gets to have some fun with the horsey here. And we'll be going in and at least try to set things up for Nova Esports. But the Aatrox is actually a great pick here regardless. That's why Nova Esports actually thought that maybe they should focus on the Aatrox instead of the Hecarim. Let's see what's gonna be the alternative here towards the Aatrox.
Yeah, well, the alternative is already the Hecarim to be expected, right? When it comes to the jungle, but if it's brought into the top side of the map, which is something that we haven't seen for quite a longest time. Camille, Fiora, still very, very great Baron laners. Now that Camille is locked in, Sivir, a little bit of a question mark, but I don't mind it, considering you have the possibility for that extra boost of movement speed and extra boost of mobility. And now you have the Hecarim already, so that's just added layers of mobility, added layers of possible engage tools for Nova Esports.
Yeah, it's gonna be a drive-through later on by Long to Weibo Gaming. Jax is a great response, of course, to the auto-attack based champions here of Nova Esports. Yes, there is at least the AoE damage of the Hecarim. And again, the Jax is gonna be serving really well into the team fights that Nova Esports is going to be handling Weibo Gaming. There's lots of crowd control as well with these 3 picks of Weibo Gaming, and should be pressuring Nova Esports to invest now on some disengaged champions.
Ooh, I was expecting Lucian and Ezreal to be banned away by Nova Esports, but considering that they're still lacking when it comes to that big damage champions, Saya is not a bad ban, right? You still have Zeri available if ever Nova wants to double down on the possibility for that late game scaling potential, but Ezreal is a much better pick here, because the thing is, you really want that safety net for Sivir for the first half of the game before she comes up when it comes to the power spike. And Corki, we've seen it being used by Weibo Gaming, and this is actually really good nevertheless.
And now Nova Esports will be just investing on late game as well with the Kassadin. And if Weibo Gaming is going to pick up something like a Zoe, or rather Orianna, into the mid lane for team fighting here, Kassadin can still withstand the pressure. And since they would have double AP if ever they pick a different mid laner champion here, it would be more deadly. I like this response with the Yone instead. It shows great investment for early game and late game as well.
Wait, so Yone, it's Yone being brought onto the mid lane, Corki brought into the bottom lane? Oh wait, no. Oh, right. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. But we have seen this a while ago, right? The thing about Sivir and Nautilus is you want that safety onto the Sivir. You also want that damage through. And we've seen this being played out by NAOS just a while back in Series number 1. And it speaks volume. You have a really, really strong jungler already brought into Long with Hecarim. So expecting a lot of things for that Seaver later on for, I believe, remake for the side of Nova.
Let's see if the Boost Up squad is going to be able to defeat this Weibo Gaming squad here with the heavy investment in the late game, to be honest. The Jax, the Aatrox, the Yone, the Corki, 4 scaling champions. And we have seen that a while ago being executed really well by one of our teams in our first series. KT.RY against NAOS Esports demonstrated the potential, and just execution is the best way to be able to fully utilize this kind of composition, especially with the power spikes at level 5. They have that as well with the Fate Shield, with the World Ender, with the Cask as well. If they can isolate Nova Esports and prevent the engage of Long, then they have a standing chance.
Yeah, they definitely do. We'll see. Nova Esports, not the favorites coming into this series as far, but if Weibo Gaming brings them down, it's a statement to make coming into the CN conference. And thus far, the past 2 series that we've had throughout the day have been total upsets, and I'm not denying that possibility for it to happen again.
I mean, Weibo Gaming is going to be doing their best. This is one step in order to do it as well. They have to withstand and also prevent Long from being able to carry out in this game. Nian wants to carry too, especially with this Kassadin. And they do have many ways to set up for fights. Camille with the Hexic Ultimatum, the depth charge as well by Yami later on. Single target lockdowns effective to take down an Aatrox later on.
Yeah, definitely is, right? And I think at this point, I definitely do look at the draft for Nova to be a little bit more towards the Protect the King situation. And even for the set of Weibo, right? Because the thing about their draft, having a heavy reliance onto Yone and also Corki. For the side of Nova, it's a heavy reliance onto Remake and also Long. So pretty much they wanted that safety net for Duanyo and Remake. And both of these ADC, both of these marksmen have their own self-peel. Right? You have the Spell Shield for Remake and also the Valkyrie for Duanyo in the package.
It's going to be very useful for team fights later on as well. We have seen great zoning controls, especially with the package.
Yeah.
Duanyo is no stranger to this as well. Great rotation actually to secure the Scuttle Crab, deny it from Long as well. So now, Fan can just go towards the topside Scuttle and secure both of them for the team.
Oh my. Zihan just walking under the turret, having to try and steal the honey fruit. that was just... Can't do that, man. Can't do that.
Yeah. And that shows confidence of Zihan, knowing that Fan is gonna be there in case he is going to be in trouble. They've also secured a great control so far here in this game. Nova Esports are down 800, 600 gold at the start of this.
But at this point, it doesn't really matter, right? When it comes to these early games, the laning phase could just tip the scales to one side or the other. The difference maker is if these early games comes down to a 1.5k gold lead, 2k gold lead, that's the time when you have to be really scared. But these minute difference are just those laning phase. Because the thing is, these early game matches, right, could be having the lane frozen to one lane or the other, could have the wave pushing at one side. So right now, Nova has like 100 gold lead. At this point, it's not something that we have to worry about, but something we have to take note of is these teams are already at level 5. So these big engages could now occur, especially Hecarim having to unlock the ultimate already, having very, very quick mobile and mobility to jump into those fights, and you also have the depth charge along with the ultimate of the Sivir to help out.
That's the advantage here of Nova Esports. They can lock down one champion and burst it out. Pain needs to be very careful, of course, every single time. We have seen some Yone picks not having the best of time, especially because of those engages from these champions as well. If it gets pinned down, you will not be able to escape. That's one of the disadvantages of a Yone, especially when the Soul Unbound is no longer available or wasn't used to close in the distance, or it gets trapped as well. Now they turn onto the Gragas. The one here is going to be here, but Long is just waiting by the corner, waiting for the wave to crash. The one new is gonna be fine. Long will not pursue this time around. They are just gonna focus on the plates.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Long just waited onto the start rush and he just did not attempt for that kill because that could have been free. It was support. It was Gragas who was already out of the tower range, so that could have been the opportunity. But the thing is, I think it's more of an option for Long to wait for the Infernal Rig, to wait for the Red Herald before he utilizes his ultimate, before he jumps into those fights.
Yeah, it's great timing for sure later on. Nova Esports did get a bit of pressure done towards Weibo Gaming. They can set up vision onto the bot side river already. Actually, they have started investing on it already. Neon just gonna be baiting Faye in. Stolen Bound gonna be used. Fate Seal denied. He is forced to use the flash, but the Onslaught Shadow will be chasing him down. Fortunately enough, he was able to flash away. Does get away as well.
There's a lot of damage coming in from the turret as well. They have to retreat, they have to fall back. But it's a good burn, right? The Fate Seal already burned coming into the Infernal Rig, and Rift Herald will be crucial for the side of Nova.
And since we did see that Fan already started the RH, the rest of Weibo Gaming can just delay the taking here of Nova Esports. Package gonna be used, at least for some space here, as the one is still free hitting. RH has been secured already. We're still this 3,500 on this Infernal Dragon. Yami gonna be going in, Remake following up with the Boomerang. As they spawn up the RH in the mid lane, they should get this turret as a trade as well.
Yeah, they will get it for sure. There's no one to defend it. They will get the tier 1 turrets. A lot of gold injection for the side of Weibo Gaming. So they're double downing onto the possibility of a snowball up against WBG and Nova. At this point, similar to what we have mentioned a while ago, it's a huge dependency on Remake and a huge dependency on Long to engage on those fights along with Yami. Oh, forcing out the flash as well.
Yeah. Long was actually quite far from Yami, so that's an odd move by Fan to use the flash just to disengage.
That's what he is. And at this point, it's more on just a delay game for both sides. Yes, there is an opportunity for any single one of these teams to be able to go all in, but we're talking about Kazan, we're talking about Yone, we're talking about pretty much every single champion in this game to either have a lot of sustainability, a lot of defensive capability, or just outright mobility, right? Sivir has Spell Shield as well, Corki has the Valkyrie, as we mentioned a while ago, so when it comes to these fights, they could go back to safety.
This time, Weibo Gaming actually investing a couple of their members to maybe try and gank here in the bottom lane. At least interfere with the farming here of Long. They are a bit successful on it, able to steal a couple of those mini monsters. As now we do see Zihan engaging onto Neon. Their giant gonna be used here onto the Gragas, but unable to get the setup done here for Nova Esports. They turn onto Remake. He's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Nova Esports still committing onto this. They do cancel out the engage. No one died.
Yeah, especially with being one of the squishiest champions right now with Sivir. That's something that Nova Esports has to constantly avoid. Right? Those big engages by Weibo Gaming coming into the backside, because Remake will be left open, and when that happens, when Remake dies, Nova loses pretty much a huge chunk of their damage.
I mean, Nova Esports, I think this is not yet the time for them to actually engage. They're waiting for the power spikes. They're waiting for a proper timing here to engage onto Weibo Gaming. They're opting to just scale, especially that the Kassadin of Neon is not yet online. It will take a lot of time though for them to be able to finally contest Weibo Gaming. That's why we don't see any tower takedowns just yet. It's just Weibo Gaming taking full control of this map. And well, the good thing about this is that they do have lots of potential for late game. Yami is just gonna be fine taking the damage for the team whenever Weibo Gaming engages. He hasn't died just yet here in this game, which is good despite all the engages here of Weibo Gaming as well. Weibo Gaming, they're happy with the scaling part as well. I mean, both of these squads has invested multiple champions for late game.
Yeah, indeed, definitely. So right now it's all about the dependency, as well as even Neon for the side of Nova, right? Has to scale quite a bit, has to wait for level 13 to be able to be actually be exceptional in the Rift. Now Zihan being targeted.
Forced to flash out. Niami unfortunately did not land the dredge line onto the terrain. Faye as well, split pushing in the bottom lane, will be answered out by Yitze. This is great macro coming in from Weibo Gaming, especially that the Yone and the Jax are winning 1v1s.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? It's just a more of a patience game, isn't in the game for this game number 1, right? Every single one of these players, every single one of these champions has to scale. Untraditional and unlike from what we have seen in the prior series wherein we had Lee Sins here and there, we had very strong early games. That vision though.
Yeah, and Xeon is just taunting them. No! Yami, they don't know. Okay, finally they show up and Xeon is just gonna be, alright, got you. I got you. I got you wasting your time there in that brush. Thinking that I might not know you. Oh man, that damage though.
Yeah, that was really strong. And has to go in for the resets, is going to give it away. But the thing is, a 2v1 is never the advantage for them. And Nova, when they went in for the 2-man gank on top side, they're now at a massive disadvantage onto the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, they will be getting the tower, but at what cost? Weibo Gaming is just going to be securing this for free. Unless Long is going to be able to do something about this. They do have remakes ult, they're not going to contest.
I doubt it, right? Numbers game is crucial. And from what we have mentioned a while ago, right? Every single one of these champions are late game scaling for both sides. So the thing is, if they went in for that engage, having to understood that they're at a numbers disadvantage, and considering that their champions are also late game scaling, they're not gonna win that. And there's just too much risk through contesting that, so it's not an option.
They will just focus on clearing out the waves, balancing the push, answering back to Weibo Gaming's pressure towards Nova Esports. Gold lead isn't really ballooning at all, so that's okay for Nova Esports. And again, they're just waiting for the Kassadin, because even if the Jax later on of Zihan will be quite scary on split push, Kassadin can still win, especially on the majority of the fights. And the burst of the Kassadin in late game is just really high. And 2 items already picked up, including the crown. That's so much scaling item on his side.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, Kassadin went in for the Seraphim's Embrace and also the crown, so at this point you still don't have damage. Expectedly you could go in with the Lich Bane later on or something else for the Kassadin coming into the mid lane, but at this point he's just a silencer and pretty much a tank for the team that once again Nova has to buy time for.
Though we did see his damage a while ago onto Xian. Actually hurts a bit, but not enough at least to cause Weibo Gaming to hesitate doing this kind of split push. And yeah, they're enjoying this moment so far.
You just need to buy time for that level 13. Because at this point, Neon's still at level 11.
Unfortunately, the crown saved the day there for Neon. And now Long is going to be invading here. Onto Panstel is able to pick it up for Weibo Gaming. And unsuccessful invade means that Long is just going to go back to farm.
Yep. This is what Nova has been doing characteristically. Even back in the games 2 weeks ago, wherein they were able to reverse sweep another team coming into their respective match, wherein Long brought out the Nilla, and Long has been farming all throughout the game, and there was no fights, there was no ganks, there was no engage. It was Long who was fighting up until level 2.
For 12 minutes, 13 minutes, we haven't seen a first blood, but it's about to happen. Jikan still able to escape. No! I cursed it, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're able to just go back away. This is synonymous to Nova's playstyle 2 weeks ago, and it has brought them a lot of success. It has showed them a lot of benefit, and don't fix what's not broken. Long just has to farm, but here we go.
Jikan again getting caught, still able to body slam away. Weibo Gaming will just reset. You know what, Infinity, I'm just gonna be surprised if or I'm just gonna be out of my mind if ever Neon picks up something like a Rod of Ages at this point. This late,
definitely not. I think it's a little bit too late to go in for the Rod of Ages in what, 13 minutes into the match?
Yeah.
Like Rod of Ages needs what, a couple of minutes, 5 minutes at least to be able to reach that point, and 18 minutes it's probably already GG. The game's probably ended.
And the longest game we have seen so far is like 27 minutes and 52 seconds. I mean, I hope they don't try to beat that. That would be too long.
Probably not.
But it is going there.
Yeah, I mean, Law's already a level 13, right? So, expectedly, they're not going to reach that point. We're going to reach like 30 minutes into the game, 27 minutes into the game. Definitely not. They're just going to wait for level 13.
Yeah, save that for the PC one. Jikian gonna get engaged once more. Fate Sealed onto the front line, unable to still secure any kills in this game. Man, this game has been filled with objectives, with some banters between these two teams. No takedowns just yet.
And there's also a reason behind why the Gragas is able to go in for those engages consistently without having to look an eye back into his teammates, just because he has the Warmog's armor, which is traditional to what we have observed. Typically right now for the supports, the Orns, the Gragas typically buys Warmog's armor first item for more uptime, because supports are pretty much a dependency when it comes to crowd control in the current meta.
Is long gonna attempt to steal this time around. Weibo Gaming
probably not
putting the pressure down, and they will take benefit of the hesitation of Nova Esports. 2 dragons compared to 1 for Nova.
I'm telling you, it's a level 15 game. Nova will buy time at the level 15 for long. Xian's the target.
Is this it? The first skill of the game. Stasis is gonna be used. Fan is gonna be here as well, following up. Xian actually pushing their way, actually committing onto Yitze, and will almost take him down. The first blood goes through for Weibo Game after 15 minutes and 30 seconds. But this time around, everyone is just gonna be committing on here as well. FaZe is gonna be here too. Also the shadows onto 3. FaZe Sealed not connecting onto anyone. 3 because still able to flash away. And Weibo Gaming is gonna be disengaging for now, as Nova Esports got the advantage in that fight.
It's a good trade. Good trade overall. It was a 1-for-1 basically. So an even level playing field. I'm telling you, this is not gonna be an all-in engage until level 15. And yes, there was just an opportunity for Neon and Yitze to jump into that fight. You have the silence. You also have the Hextech ultimatum that could lock in onto these champions as one of the expectations already. But it's just a little bit of that bruise. You know what? They wanted those fights. They want a little bit more of that engage. Neon was able to retreat onto that fight. Fan was pinned out. The explosive cast was good overall, but these champions are tanky. These champions are really strong when it comes to the defensive capabilities of these champions. So this is one of the expectations.
Neon this time around is starting to have some fun with this. Casa win. Weibo Gaming still able to withstand at least. I think this Ocean Dragon and Mountain Dragon is helping them so much in durability and sustain as well. And Nova Esports also recognize that.
And the thing about Nova is that they're now playing characteristic to back in the olden days of Omega, right? Omega has been one of the teams that started it to be very methodical back in year number 1 of Wild Rift Esports. And right now, it is Nova who is applying or having the same strategy wherein they're playing very methodically. They're playing towards that late game. They're playing towards that level 15 of their jungler, because the thing is, Nova has a huge dependency on long, and once again, that will be emphasized here today.
This is very reminiscent of J-Team's playstyle as well last season. It's playing things slow, playing towards the late game. Some games has been commented as slow and quote-unquote boring. But that's how J-Team wins. They're able to just clutch out their games back in Season 1. Fortunately, they weren't able to clutch it out towards the end of the tournament. This time, Nova Esports is making it happen as well, especially with this massive scaling composition. Weibo Gaming is also happy to just invest on it. But now, since we have seen the trend of Weibo Gaming getting the dragons and Nova Esports not trying or attempting a steal, now they have to do it.
Yeah, and the thing is, Long is already at level 14. Yitze goes in for the engage.
The ultimatum gonna be denied at least for a little while, but still Zihan will fall down. And Nova Esports has the numbers advantage.
And this is what we're talking about when it comes to that point. When Long's level 15, that will be the time for Nova to come and rise to go for those team fights.
Nian as well waiting on the sideline. Faye checking the area, checking the pit. Ji-Chan is feeling a little bit of a pressure here. Weibo Gaming, they want to commit, they want to contest, but they're being prevented for doing that. Fan Still gonna be popping the World Ender. Now they have a ticking time bomb. They have to fully commit here onto Nova Esports. They're being prevented to do so. The package is gonna be used. Stays to buy some time. The onslaught shadow is gonna be on the back line. Fan is gonna be dead as well. The Elder Dragon's gonna be on the table here for Nova Esports as Remix is getting chased. Tap at the one is getting chased as well. And Nova Esports getting the clean up as they do take the Elder Dragon too.
And they pretty much just landslides from here on out. That is the tradition of Nova. They have done this in the past and they're doing it once again.
So clean for Nova Esports. And they're cleaning up the towers now. This is the start for Nova Esports to fully take control. They have been patient in the early game and now they're having their fun. Zihan getting trapped with a Hexic Ultimatum. The CC chain will be there. The Dragon's Breath with the Elder will just breathe the fire onto Weibo Gaming. And Nova Esports will get game number 1.
Yeah, amazing stuff coming from Nova Esports. Don't fix what's not broken. Wait for level 15 onto the jungler. And I'm telling you, that is also one of the expectations that we could look at later on in game number 2. That is consistently what has been happening for Nova Esports and what is giving them huge success. And I think what Weibo Gaming could do is to pick up those early game power champions, right? Bring up the Lee Sin, bring up the Lucian, have that huge pressure to the likes of Remake, to the likes of Long. Because if that point happens, now Long is forced to go and respond onto those team fights, forced to go into the lanes to follow through onto those massive startups, massive engages by the side of WBG.
Yeah, after this experience, they cannot risk going for the same setup here against Nova Esports, or else history will just repeat itself. They have to follow what you said. Just invest in the early game, try to take down, try to bully Long, and also bully Nova Esports and landslide it from there. That's the only option for Weibo Gaming at this point.
Well, yeah, that could be the adjustment. Not the only option, but definitely is one of the options, right, for WBG. Or they could double down as well when it comes to that late game if they want to. You know what? Let's play together.
More late game champion.
Yeah, let's play together. Let's double down on 20 minutes game. I'm gonna play with you, Nova, in level 15 team fights.
No. And then eventually reach the beat the record. Reach the 30-minute game? No, please stop.
Sure.
Wait, you know what? Just come on. Let's see more action. I don't like seeing low stats here on the damage. We see 6,500 on Xeon just because of not much fights happening here in this game. But lots of damage actually for Neon, especially that he has been active not only in the later fights but also in the early game as well. Just trying to poke down Xeon, poking out Faye as well, chasing down Fan at times, and still able to scale up massively towards the late game where he shined the most.
Yeah, it's really something that these teams, not just in the CN conference but also in the APAC conference, has to look at, because this is the true definition of that patience game. The way we have seen typically come into league strategy now being applied here by Nova.
Yeah, and Long as well is of course gonna be the MVP here. No death at all. Only 1 kill secured by Weibo Gaming as well. It has been a clean game by Nova Esports, and they're looking to just secure the series up so that they can fully recover and have a better spot here in this tournament as well, especially in their rankings. Let's see if Weibo Gaming can find the chink in the armor here of Nova Esports come game number 2. Before that, of course, Infinity and I will just take a short break and then we'll be back soon.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
One clash to determine it all. That's what happened in that previous game. But let's see if this time around Weibo Gaming is going to be stepping it up a notch and try to overpower Nova Esports and invest in early game champions. Again, we are your casters, Gyeong and Infinity. We are very stoked for this game right now, especially after that stability by Nova Esports, just waiting for the level 15.
Yeah, and once again, expectations are wait for level 15 for long, go for that late game until we go into the final clash that decides it all, and Nova's gonna take it. Well, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We're jumping in too quick. Weibo still has that chance if they want to double down in that early game.
Yeah. Oh, Weibo, come on. You have to change the perspective now of us, of course, because Nova Esports, they had the cleanest game a while ago. Despite the 2 dragon stacks that Weibo had secured, it didn't matter. Just one Nether Dragon fight. Neodasma just popped out and Long as well. And this time we are going to still see the bans coming through from Weibo Gaming more towards long side, of course. I think Evelyn should still be taken away here by Weibo Gaming, even if they are on blue side, unless they're willing to first pick it.
Yeah, it depends, right? The Hecarim could still be prioritized here. It's just very interesting what Weibo Gaming did coming into game number 1. Why not ban it? The Hecarim right now is one of the most contested ban. Probably has what, over 80% if not 90% ban rate thus far here in Wild Rift League Asia. Always a ban towards the red side. Why not ban it coming in from game number 1? Because it gives you just so much engage tools.
But they have to pick the Evelyn now. They have to. Because if they leave it open, Long is just gonna take it. Great choice. Great choice. Just lock it in. Yes.
But now the question is, what will Long pick up? Because the thing is, from what we have seen, Nova's playstyle now is playing towards that late, playing towards a little bit more patient, and I'm looking at the current champion pool that Long has played out in the past, and the thing is, it's a lot of bans that is currently targeted to him. That is currently the question that Nova has to answer here. But traditional picks here coming into early phase, you have the Camille, Gragas, and Orange could still be picked up if Nova wants to put Long as a trick up their sleeves.
Yeah. Since Camille has been picked up as well, they can invest on Gragas for another isolating tool here for Nova Esports if ever. Long has so many choices this time around here in this game. Not only the Vice should be looked out for by Weibo Gaming. Aatrox actually gonna be picked up here for Long.
I respect that. I mean, it will be Long's role now to be the frontliner for the team. Right, his role now is to really defend these squishies for the side of Nova. And once again, Severe is available for the side of Weibo Gaming, but a priority onto Ash that could go in for Gragas. We have seen this in the past as a utility bot laner, and it works wonders for a team that has the capability on using this champion. So expectedly, Gragas could be picked up.
Gragas would be so nice.
Wow.
Fiora? Alright. Still fine.
Okay. Now Nova could just get the Ornn, get the Gragas, and remove one of them throughout the ban phase.
It will be a great response. I mean, if Nova Esports picks up the Ornn, then it's massive team fighting capability again present for Nova Esports.
That could also
wow. Yeah, just invest again. Neon having some fun in the farming department a while ago in game 1, and we'll be trying it once more in game 2.
Yeah, going in for the Kassadin gives you a lot more sustainability when it comes to the mid lane. It gives you a lot more opportunities to deny that AP picks by WBG for Faye. So that's not something that Nova Esports has to be worried about. They now need to focus on those AD champions coming into the bottom lane, especially considering if Severe is left open, Weibo Gaming could once again pick it up.
What is going to be the adjustment here for Weibo Gaming is a great question. Are they willing to pick up the Yone once again here for Faye? It didn't work out earlier. They will ban out the Severe first.
Yeah, ban it away. It's something that you don't want to give to Nova Esports, and then Nova could ban away. They could ban away either well, they don't have to. They could just ban away Zeri, Zoe, or something of the similar nature. They don't have to prioritize the Zoe. Now thinking about it, because Kassadin is already to their side, so Gragas is a better option for them. They could now prioritize the support role instead, coming in for the first pick after the second phase ban for the side of Nova Esports, and have that hidden mystery card for the final pick for their ADC.
I mean, the Ezreal being banned or the Severe being banned isn't really a problem here for Nova Esports because they can just pick this.
They're gonna
Zaya. Yeah, and it's again team fighting prowess for Nova Esports later on. Finally, Gallia is gonna be picked up, but the Ornn being available for Nova Esports can be quite scary.
Well, this also kind of makes sense, right? Weibo Gaming doesn't want to give the Galio towards the side of Nova Esports, considering you still have that possibility for the Camille Galio setup with the Hexic Ultimatum followed up by Hero's Entrance spontaneously. So that is still a deny coming from WBG. I think that is what their perspective is at. And this is what we mentioned a while ago, right? Zeri is still open for WBG to pick up. What they wanted is to heavily rely onto the AD because Kassadin is to the side of Nova Esports already. And another reason behind Nova Esports' way of thinking is Kassadin is a very tanky champion up against AP champion. So Evelyn will pretty much only have the target on the remake.
Even so, right? It's so difficult to take him down later on. But let's see. I mean, we do see the intention here of Weibo Gaming. We see the potential of this composition. It can work. The only question is if they would be able to do this in actuality and not just rely on basing on paper. Because again, they're battling against one of the strongest teams right now in this tournament. Nova Esports, especially with the influence of Long, now on the carry champion as well. This is the champion that allowed them to win and come back twice against J-Team. Even if they were down 11,000 gold, Long paved a way for Nova Esports to win during that game, and it will have the capability still here against Weibo.
Yeah, and now Nova going in for the Aatrox pick here for their side, and also the way their composition is made out, I feel like they're not gonna wait for level 3. They will change up the pace here coming into game number 2. They will look into those early game visits coming in from Long at possible level 3 or even level 5 as well for the opener of that ultimate already for the side of Nova Esports. So those are some of the expectations, right? Because Evelynn is not a champion that will only be left unattended all throughout that game. Expectedly at level 5, that champion, that player, the jungler for WBG, will already come to a visit. So it is Nova Esports who is now pressured to do the same thing.
And most probably the best lane to gank can be top lane, because the one you can go, and then if it hits Yitze, theoretically they can burst him out. Remake though is taking too much damage from the 1U, and it's a great start for Weibo Gaming.
So definitely is a great start, right? Because the thing about the Xayah is you don't want that early game damage, because at level 1 Xayah is pretty much useless. He only has that feathers that just goes in for the pokes. No feather recalls as of yet, so that's really unfortunate. She has to wait for level 3 to be able to have such a great time. So thus far it is just Nova who has played a little bit safe coming into the early game, still having that huge respect, because the thing is Neon still needs to wait for level 15. Xayah needs that create item power spike. The top lane is pretty much a top lane. We don't have to look at that. Then the junglers has to visit at level 5.
And Neon not gonna be having a great time with this matchup, at least for in the first few minutes. Range matchup is quite irritating, to be honest. It's as well getting bullied a little bit here with Xian's prowess on the Fiora. It's one of the things we mentioned earlier as well, before the series even started. Xian on this champion, also great on the Camille. Though last game we did see him on a different champion. He wasn't able to fully iterate the Jax. Maybe this time, as he is pressuring Yitze. Might need to be very careful, of course.
That flash
here. Yitze's gonna be flashing away. Surprisingly so, that's already a win by Zihan.
The thing why Zihan wants this pressure is because the wave is already crashing in, right? So if you have that pressure up against Yitze and Long did not visit, it could be Zihan who could go in for the reset. It could be Zihan who has the advantage to have a better rotations up against Yitze, and that is exactly why Long has to visit the top side. It was Long who needs to pay a visit.
Yami though gonna be in trouble. Ji-chan is not able to deal the damage. Take him down. Fan is gonna go here, and they don't know.
Yami, I don't like this. Fan is coming in. Last correct comes in. And that is what we're talking about, right? We've mentioned this already. Evelynn level 5 is going to pay a visit. This is already an expectation, and Long has to follow suit. We cannot play what we saw in game number 1, where it's all about that patience game going into 7 minutes before the first blood occurs. Not gonna happen in this game.
Yeah, or else Fan is just gonna keep on applying the pressure just like what he did earlier. As he goes for the second visit. Long unable to get the kill onto Ji-chan. Fan though is taking too much damage. Feather Storm gonna be used. Great.
Oh, one more hit.
That's gonna have... Oh no,
Yami
he's
could just
trapped.
it up.
Oh, knock up gonna be there. At least a damage by Long. Actually, Remake is the one to pick up the kill. That's better good funneling for Nova Esports.
Yeah, and this is actually quite clever coming in. Oh, whoa, that was so close.
So close.
Remake and Yami was within inches of death there, but it was a good call coming from Long to go and proc the pretty much the ward, the division there, because if Fan was able to get back the passive, go invisible, he could have retreated. So that was really a good call for him. So the only thing that Fan could just wait up is under the turret. So overall, just good micro coming from Long.
Yeah, 2 kills gifted towards Remake as well. That is a massive lead already by this ADC. Fortunately enough though, Weibo Gaming still able to get a couple of resources there on their lane, still able to keep up with the pressure despite, you know, Fan dying after getting a takedown. I think he has to be a lot more active right now in shutting down Remake, or else this Xayah is just gonna keep scaling up.
Yeah, and the thing about that is it was only the support, which was the silver lining to what Nova has lost when it comes to the first blood, and they were able to get a good priority as well with those 2 kills in the bot side of the map, considering how Long visited the bottom lane. This was already one of the expectations we had during the draft because of these champions that was already locked in. But coming into this, Nova Esports, with what they have done over the past, could go in for the Rift Herald and pretty much just scale this composition out of control. Because the thing is, when it comes to that late game, you still have the Zeri in mind for the side of WBG. You have that long range engage, so it could be Weibo Gaming who will have the better lead here. But untraditional, you know what? Nova is going in for the Drake as well. And this has been seen. You know what? This has been seen coming to game number 1, so they don't have to worry about the soul as well. And you know what? Let WBG play a little bit more aggressive.
Oh no! Faye at
But
least
Faye
was
just
able to
got
pick up that kill. A 1-for-1 trade at the very least for Weibo Gaming. They will get the mid lane as well. 2 kills to 1. RH bond up. This is mass gold lead now for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, massive gold lead for WBG. This was really good. This was already like one of the things that you want when you get the Rift Herald. This is the reason why you pick up the Rift Herald, is because of that huge gold injection. Because the Rift Herald, what, gives you 300 gold? Full turret plates gives you 150 times 5, which is pretty much like 750 gold split across the teams or the players that has a share onto the turret plate. So that is the reason why you pick up this objective.
Great catch coming in from Fan. I mean, Remake was fine, was able to disengage, but not the Ornn. And that started at least that snowballing of Weibo Gaming. Now, Nova Esports has to, find ways to slow down the pace here of Weibo Gaming, because they have more scaling champions, and so far they're not being able to position quite well during the past few fights. So one way to do that is actually overextending a bit. Remake being protected by Yami is a must as well, and Long might need to be in the vicinity, at least being a little close towards Remake as well.
Yeah, and this is really new for what we see for Ashe.
Whoa! Okay, great dodge. I think the flash wasn't needed.
Yeah, the flash coming from Faye was unexpected.
This entrance, he changes to help out in the top lane so that Nova Esports won't be able to get tower platings here in the top lane, or maybe push this tower as well. This macro so far by Weibo.
Yeah, the thing is, that's over 100 seconds for the ultimate. Long.
Oh no! After the hero's entrance, Duan is alone and Yitza spots him out alongside with Long.
Yeah, and that is how Nova has been playing, right? Very macro-centric, very methodical. It's a step-by-step process. Zihan!
Oh, got too close, and now he's gonna be in trouble. Riposte a little early, still gonna get killed, but at least by the Ornn only. Zichan gonna be next, at least
Fan
he is
comes
tanky.
in.
The charge gonna be here.
No, he
The
deleted.
takedown by Fan, and he's gonna be able to exit out as well. He is here, goes in with the ult, and Long is gonna be in a lot of trouble. It's gonna get taken down as well, and Weibo Gaming getting the better, and in that fight, Nova Esports made a crucial mistake.
I don't like that overextension. They were already able to take that kill, right? When we look back at the replay, it was already really good coming from Nova Esports. They were able to CC chain. The Fiora and the Glacial Augment definitely had helped as well when it comes to the CC, but they overextended, right? They already understood that this was a lane wherein WBG is looking at because of how Nova Esports overstayed into the top side of the map, considering how they wanted to tier 1 turn. And that just speaks how WBG wanted to respond already. And so overall, a good rotation for the jungler of WBG along with Zeri.
And he will continue that strategy to help Weibo Gaming get the skirmish wins here, and also just translate into more gold towards the carry. Span is actually the top gold earner here so far in this game, alongside with Faye too, which is a great sign for Weibo Gaming in their pursuit to take this to a game number 3. It's still very far from that, but this is the one of the few steps that they can take in order to take control of this game at the least.
Yeah, definitely. But we do have to remember that Nova still has a turn to take down.
Oh man, the timing is perfect as well. And Zihan will be getting this kill, allowing him to have better stability in the lane as he split push his way. The Call of War's God gonna be used, closing out with a hookshot as well, and Faye's gonna be in trouble. Charge dodge with the flash, perfect there for the disengage.
Faye, that was just perfect. It was pitch perfect what WBG did there. Zeri, to be more specific, the flash was able to really get a hold of that dodge onto Ornn's knockup. And as you mentioned, these macro plays for WBG, because the big question is, why is Nova overstaying on top side of the map? They don't
Yeah,
have to.
Yeah, you can bring a tent there already if you're overstaying there. And Weibo will just get this dragon as well. That's 3 objectives taken in a span of 30 seconds. Oof. Big punish.
There's just not a reason to overstay on top side of the map. And yes, you want that tier 1 turret because the Baron Nashor is coming up soon, but it's just not right. You still have the Ocean Drake. You still have other lanes to think about, especially considering you have a Fiora on WBG side.
Yeah, it's a crucial mistake by Nova Esports. It's a great pickup there by Weibo Gaming, just punishing textbook macro play by Weibo Gaming. 4,000 gold lead. A while ago, it was just 1,500 before that actually happened. And even the soul for Nova Esports is denied. So much cost just for that push in top lane.
But the thing is, Nova Esports doesn't really want that soul, nevertheless, because this is what they've done in game number 1. But you just don't give free objectives like that, man. It's 2 turrets. I get the point, right? Tier 2 turret coming into the mid lane, Tier 2 turret coming into the bottom lane, Ocean Drake denied, no more soul availability for Nova Esports. There's just a lot of losses overstaying on top side of the map.
I mean, we understand that Christmas is coming up, but not like that. Don't give gifts like that.
We'll see how this will turn out. Nova Esports is playing towards the late game as always, but they have to be really wary of Fan!
Oh no, gets bursted out! Remake! He should have thought about it even more. I mean, there was already a sign with Jikan just going in close range. It has a flash as well.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. I feel like this will be brought down to game number 3. Just because of how Weibo Gaming has been capitalizing onto these opportunities that Nova is bringing to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, it's wrapped around with a gift with a ribbon on it as well. And Weibo Gaming might as well just prepare some thank you notes along the way with this lead that they have secured just because of the mistakes of Nova Esports.
Yeah. Although nevertheless, we're still looking at Nova Esports, who has the possibility of changing the tides of the game, but not like that!
Oh man, Long almost, but at least is still alive. Weibo Gaming taking their chances all the time. And since he has to reset, Weibo Gaming will be coming onto this executing onto Fan, trying to take him down, but still the smite is gonna come through. And Nova Esports teleporting here. Here comes Long, trying to deal the damage. Faye flashing away. Neon unable to get the kill. Weibo Gaming 3 members still has the Baron and will be running away. At least
on the chase.
The only one left, able to flash out. Nova Esports again getting punished.
It's just really unfortunate. That arrow connecting onto Long was pretty much how WBG got the Baron buff, right? Brought down the HP bar of Long.
No!
And what just happened?
Okay, surely that was another arrow, and then Jian just... yeah. Sliced him up.
That's just really unfortunate. Actually unfortunate for the side of Nova, because this is what we mentioned, right? During game number 1, Nova had waited up until 18-17 minutes before they engaged the fight, and it was their top laners and it was the support who started that. And that was the thing that WBG has to capitalize on, right? And they capitalized it really well. You called it, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow connected, but this is what Weibo Gaming had to change. They needed that extra pressure coming into the early game, but I did not expect Nova Esports to be on the down end of this game just because of that early game pressure, given the fact that you have the Evelyn over the side of WBG.
I mean, we would understand if it's because of a great setup by Weibo Gaming, and we did see that as well on some occasions, actually many occasions, but more so because of the mistakes of Nova Esports, and now they're at the receiving end of a weird one-sided beatdown. 7,000 gold lead. The third dragon is going to be taken for free by Weibo Gaming as well. And all that they can do is just watch as they lose yet another objective here in this game.
Yeah. Nevertheless, thus far, WBG performing out of their minds coming into game number 2 of this series. And Duanyu's Enchanted Crystal Arrows consistently on point every single time. I believe there was probably no misses as of yet. Every single time it connects, if there is, it's probably like 1 or 2 shots. Of Enchanted Crystal Arrow that missed, but overall, really good utilization of the ultimate here for Duan Yu. And interesting enough, you also have the Nashor Toot bought out by the ADC of WBG.
I mean, Duan Yu is basically thinking, okay, my arrows keeps on landing. Let's make it hurt a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely is. And now Weibo Gaming just has to capitalize onto their lead. They cannot just overextend this easily, because really have to remember here that Remake coming into that latter part of this game, coming into 17 minutes, when he already has that 3-item power spike, he will just outshine pretty much every single frontliners WBG has, and they still have to respect that. We still also have to remember the possibility of those roots coming in from the feathers coming from Remake, and also that self-peel with a Feather Storm. So that's something that WBG has to have purview on. Aside from that, it's pretty much their game.
Yeah, I mean, 2 things just need to happen here for Nova Esports. 1, withstand the burst here of Weibo Gaming, and 2, not make any more crucial mistakes. That's certainly the only thing. If they have the better champion pool in the late game, Arrow will connect, but
it doesn't matter.
No follow-up.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. At that point in time, it was only WBG who's, as I said, they're just capitalizing their advantage. They just have to look at the crevices of the positions of Nova Esports and capitalize onto that. Remember, we still have the Galio as well. If Fiora or if any single one, even Fan, gets a good position, one hero's entrance could end the game.
It's one setup. Okay. Not that kind of setup. Yeah, I mean, just pumping the edge of that terrain, red buff, and able to catch a G-Cam. But still, it's okay.
Okay. At this point in time, the Baron Nashor will be the next target here by Nova. This will be their game changer. Or the thing is, the big problem about this state of the game is that WBG still has massive amount of advantage. And Elder Drake is coming out soon with Baron Nashor already up. And if WBG starts the Baron, you still have the Call of the Forge God coming from Yami. You still have Yitza that can access the backlines. You still have Long that could engage be the frontliners for the team. So WBG still has to remember their state of the game.
They will turn. Yami still is alive. Arrow actually used Oddly there, and this is the chance for Nova Esports to actually Psych Hextech with him here onto Fanzian as well. Is gonna get caught trying to deal damage here with the Grand Challenge. A flash in by the Zeri, almost getting the killer onto Nova Esports. They get killed instead by Dian, and that's big for Nova Esports. But the damage still is massive for Weibo Gaming. That was an almost lost by Nova Esports.
And Nova has to reset. They have to clear down the wave, shove the leaves down, go in for the reset, and go into the Elder Drake. Because Elder Drake is now coming up. And if they let this through, WBG will have a massive advantage. Especially considering they have the Evelyn once again.
I mean, a while ago, right? Even if the arrow did not connect, Long almost got bursted out. 20% HP. Exactly was the one left for Long, despite him trying to sustain himself. He was fortunate enough to survive. Now, he is going to be here alongside with everyone. Zihan.
Yitze now coming in. And Remake will be able to get a turret into the bottom lane. As you have mentioned, Elder Drake now being started. They want to capitalize on their number advantage because Zeri is still not available coming into this fight.
Ash is here.
TP's now coming in.
He will. Arrow connected. Oh no, it's going to be a burst. The Chameleon's dead. Weibo Gaming having the numbers advantage this time around. Nova Esports will still be checking this area. Weibo, they have such great micro and macro decisions here in this game. Choking out Nova Esports at this point, forcing them to be isolated, just like what Yami is right now. And Long has been the hero playmaker here on Nova Esports, but he now has the biggest responsibility to get the steal going. He had history on this before, but this time it's gonna be the hardest one here yet. God of War has been used already. Yam is gonna be in a lot of trouble. Will get taken down. Still able to escape with 1 HP. But a Grand Challenge here onto Neon is stopping the pursuit of Nova Esports. The recall coming through. Long almost got bursted out. Nova Esports is still alive. Weibo Gaming is just checking them out, forcing them to disengage. Teleport incoming once again here for Nova Esports. They will try. They will turn onto the Elder Dragon. Long is already so low. They can just turn onto him if they want. Arrow's gonna be available this time around as well.
Yami
just poking out Yami here. They turn, Jikan once more, Seed of the Dawn, great Hextech ultimate here to deny. Launch gonna be hit, oh! Is not gonna come through, and Weibo Gaming is just gonna pursue them. The Dragon's Breath is here, the arrow will connect, and the takedown as well as Yitche will fall down. And Weibo Gaming has done it. They will just push mid, it's only Neon alive.
And there's just no hope for WBG to turn things around. They already have the Elder Drake for the side of WBG, and this time around, it's all about the question on how they want to do it for Game 3.
Nova Esports unable to match the energy of Weibo Gaming, and we're going to a game number 3.
Yeah, it was just wrong decisions over and over again coming from that game number 2 that pretty much disrupted Nova's plan. And
yeah,
it was just a good utilization as well. The change of the draft coming into the side of WBG, having a little bit more aggressive of a champion coming into the jungle, having Evelyn, gives them or bought them a lot of space. And it was just a macro play that in theory was a little bit good for the side of Nova because they wanted that tier 1 turret to get the priority onto the Baron Nashor, but they overstayed.
Yeah, overstayed, had some casualties, lost 2 towers in the process, and the Dragon as well. The position for Baron as well in the initial Baron spawn with one of their members getting taken down. I believe it was Long that allowed Weibo Gaming to pick it up, and then the second one is just really great. Actually, this game has been really good for Weibo Gaming in terms of punishing every little mistake. Even if it's just a little mistake by Nova Esports, they extrapolate and make it even more devastating for Nova Esports, making them regret every single bad mistake that they make. And this game is just a demonstration of that as well. We go towards game number 3. This time, Nova Esports has to be more careful, or else we're just going to be seeing a reverse sweep here. It is going to be so upsetting for Nova Esports if ever.
And the thing is, I think if they had a different mid laner, Nova Esports could have won that. If they had a Zoe, if they had pretty much something else in the mid lane for Nova Esports. Yes, I understand the perspective that Kassadin provides for the team. It denies fan of that possible on looking at Nian as a possible target, but that loses you so much possible mid-game fights, especially considering you have the Ashe, you have the Evelyn towards the side of WBG along with the Galio.
Man, great performance by Fan. To think that a while ago, Nova Esports was thinking to let go or let this Evelyn be open. Nova Esports hovered the Camille first before they locked in the Evelyn. Is now having at least a great pat on the back here for Weibo Gaming in making that decision, because Fan was just so good on this Evelyn as well, able to just pressure out Long. And again, the formula for success in winning against Nova Esports is denying Long, and that has been made flawlessly by Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. WBG was able to look at the weakness of Nova Esports. That's pretty much just the early game. This is the level 5 fights. And I think this is also a statement, right? That Evelyn is a really strong pick currently in the meta for the jungle. Because the thing that Evelyn provides is not just about the assassination possibility for the team, but it also gives you the opener to have an ADC mid lane.
Yeah. And the one you making the plays happen there as well, with so many arrows connecting, will get the MVP. I actually thought it would be Fan because of his, of course, great performance on the Evelyn. But the one you actually made great success with this as well, with Nashor's tooth when picked up.
Yeah.
Is so funny, but it has made the game work for Weibo Gaming. And we're going towards the series here, the first game 3 for tonight. And let's see who is going to be taking the throne here in the series. We'll find out after this short break.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
Alright, we have a series, everybody. It's game number 3 between Weibo Gaming and Nova Esports, especially after that great punishment by Weibo Gaming to Nova Esports' mistake. And let's see if two things, right, will still happen here. If Nova Esports will still make many mistakes, and if Weibo Gaming is gonna be able to punish it. Actually, heckled him? How did this happen? Okay. Sure?
I mean, WBG could go in for Lee Sin, could go in for Jace, could go in for these junglers that have early game priority. They already understood the assignment that, you know what, they have the performance coming in to the early game pick. Aatrox could do wonders as well when it comes to denying these possibilities for the side of Nova Esports. So it is still indeed understandable. Now for the side of Nova Esports, they could go in for Gragas. Severe could also work, considering how mobile their current lineup is at. They could make it work.
Yeah, it's the movement speed buff once again here as well, which will help out Long's Hecarim with the passive, of course, and with the devastating charge as well. This combination can be quite deadly, and we have seen that as well in the game number 1. Weibo Gaming as well. Wow, this is one of the things we talked about as well during that particular game, that they should be investing more towards the late game champions. If they spot out Nova Esports investing a lot on the late game as well, Ezreal can prove to be really strong in the late game, especially when he gets his items up, able to poke out so much. Jace can be picked up here as well to have that double poke, but if they're going for late game, maybe the Corki can be picked up here as well.
And the thing is, the Ezreal is a very good pickup for the side of WBG because what you want is that space to battle this out coming into the early game more specifically as well, because Sivir is just very squishy as a champion innately, and what makes her strong is that team fight prowess. What makes her strong is that wave clear potential, and Ezreal just has to sit back, relax, and shoot out those energy bullets that he does every single time. So at this point in time, when it comes to the banning phase, Kassadin, Nautilus removed, Galio as well removed, but Gragas and Ornn will probably just be traded for both sides.
Looks like they've read the assignment as well. Corki gonna be denied here for Weibo Gaming in a read that maybe they would want to go on Pokes once again.
They could go
especially for late game. Yeah, they can.
The thing WBG did there is that Kassadin has removed one of the soft counters onto Zoe. Nautilus has removed one of the counters onto Zoe as well. So WBG could definitely pick this up coming into the mid lane and have them extra CCs.
Unless if Nova Esports is going to be able to spot it out and steal it away from Faye, because Neon can use it as well. The problem is that it's not
very
really
interesting
in design for this composition.
Yeah,
Zeri instead is going to be picked up again to be buffed up by the Severe as well.
Yeah, Zeri is a better option for the side of Nova because they want that possibility for that melt onto Ornn, onto Aatrox, onto Camille. Because yes, Sivir can do that, but the thing is, Sivir gives you a lot more mobility, a lot more utility going into the side, and Zeri just gives you so much possibility.
Whoa.
I mean, Orianna also works with those team fights, but Zoe could have worked better. But when it comes to that all-in engages, if WBG wants that possibility of Zihan going in to engage and deliver the ball in front for the team, that could also work. I'm not totally disagreeing with this Orianna pick. It could actually work.
It's a different approach towards this game against Nova Esports, and yeah, it can work as well. Let's see if the execution would be great as well for Weibo Gaming, because this is their chance to redeem themselves and take the spot of Wu Gaming at the 8th spot ranking, and also to win a big match against Nova Esports.
Yeah, that's what he is. I'm really excited because the thing is, both these teams are one game away to take the series down, and Nova Esports over the past weeks has been shining and being one of the dominators for Wild Rift League Asia, and WBG is now on the road to challenge them off that road to success. And if they can defeat the former champions, that's a statement to make here in CN Conference.
Oh man, only one statement will be made through this time around. It's either Nova Esports coming back in this series, or Weibo Gaming closing this out in a reverse sweep is definitely going to be big, if ever, for this team, especially with how they were able to punish every bit of a mistake of Nova Esports in game number 2, and this time they have more ways to punish them as well. This is a massive team fighting based composition with great scaling, great poke as well. It's well balanced, to be honest, on Weibo Gaming side.
It is, it definitely is, right? Coming into this early game, Nova is paying a visit.
Well, Zihan does have the tactical sweep, and he should be fine. At least heal himself a little up again. Invade coming through for Nova Esports is interesting as well. It's going to be helping out. Counter-Strike can be used there onto fans Aatrox. At least a bit of XP and gold denied here. Can get one more of those mini Krugs. 2 actually taken there, especially with Yitsa getting 1. It's a bad start for Fan, and it's not done.
Yeah, and the thing is, Hecarim up against Aatrox, it is definitely Hecarim who has the better lead when it comes to that AoE damage and AoE clearing onto these camps. So Law definitely has the advantage. It's coming into this one as well. It's level 1 versus level 2 into this fight.
Well, at least the last big chicken, Raptor, will be resetting and Long won't be able to get it. But one level advantage is actually huge already at the start of this Hecarim.
I mean, level 1, level 2, not big, but definitely is an advantage, right? Because it is a lot denied onto the Krugs and also the Raptors. And the thing is, Yitse also got a fair share of that experience as well. So that's a little bit more experience over the top side of the map for the side of Nova.
Oh no, after the bit of a counter there by Zihan, we'll get the damage done onto Yitse, but still. Ooh. good amount of trade there by Yitze.
Yeah, it was Barrier that was forced by the side of Yitze. Now Long's paying a visit on top side of the map. Could definitely make it work, but it's just too deep.
Yeah, it
too
is.
deep here.
It doesn't have any ult as well. It's not yet the best time to actually engage. Zian actually is the one to close in the gap. Still, it's gonna be fine here for Yitze. That was close.
That was a good perspective, right? Because I think Zihan, if that hook shot connected onto Yitze, that was pretty much the life over for Yitze already. Considering he has no mana, he has no HP. So that was really, really good. And overall, just a good back and forth for WBG and Nova side.
I like the actions that we are better seeing here on both sides. Better than game number 1 and 2 as well. G-Chan is going to be engaging here with a charge. Neon still ignited, but will be forcing the flash there of the Ornn. And now Nova Esports actually doing new. Trying to get the burst down here onto Remake, but Yami is just pressuring him as well. But a good Arcane shift nonetheless. No kills just yet on either side.
Yeah, and the thing is, it was Nova's goal to not go in for the full-on engage. It was the only goal for Nova to deny the access for Fan towards the Rift Scuttler. They did not intend to go for that kill. It was Long was just free hitting the Rift Scuttle. They did not intend to fight, and that will be some of the expectations that we have here for Nova coming forth into the following minutes. And you know what? Once again, they will play it a little bit more methodical. They know what they want, they know what to do, and they're going to play with it rather than play over the strategy that they have in mind.
Yitze helping out Long just to secure those camps. It's just amazing to be seen here right now in this game number 3. Great adjustments coming in from Nova Esports to get the leverage. No matter how small it is in this game, it will be useful for Long to at least get everything that he needs to be the main carry later on here in this game.
Yeah, definitely is. Thus far, we're going back to a little bit more standards. In 4 minutes and 4 minutes or 30 seconds here, we can expect these dual laners to come now to switch into the mid lane to have that possibility of the extra rotations and extra objective power when it comes to these numbers game.
Web gaming, I mean, they can take their time. I mean, they have massive scaling as well. And what they can do is just avoid fights for the meantime and have great timing for engages later on. I mean, Orianna, Ornn, Aatrox, Camille, that's a deadly combination for sure. Just one shockwave can just shake the members here of Nova Esports. And I've seen that in one of the games before. I mean, we have seen that from G2 Blacklist against FPX. One shockwave by Aaron just allowed them to win in a crucial fight against them. And with this same position of Weibo Gaming, it's just the early game, but theoretically it's possible.
And that is something we have to take note of. But as we have mentioned a while ago, 4 minutes and 30 seconds, these rotations are already to be expected. No objectives comes up. Rift Herald and Ocean Drake is coming through.
Ian popping out the ult just to pressure down the one youth. Poking him out as well. So Dragon is already available. Yami taking a bit of damage there from the shockwave as well. Call of the Torch God gonna be his cask as well. Not finding anyone. Same with the ult here of G-Chan. Yami going in. Long as well. No steal this time around. Fan is the one to get it. But they should be able to get this, or never mind. Neon goes in. Quite dangerous, to be honest. And Weibo Gaming, after punishing mistakes. Whoa, it's close. But still, the Dragon secured by Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and this is really good for WBG because the thing is, it was Nova who wanted to go in for the contest, but Nova did not get any value in return. So now, there is an extra opportunity for Weibo Gaming to now go in for the Rift Herald as well, which is really, really good coming into their side. And we've mentioned this coming into game number 2, right? Don't pick Kassadin coming for Neon. Yes, it's a good pick going in for the late game as well. It denies those AP damages, but having that extra amount of damage coming into the mid lane for Nova Esports is a really good helping hand.
They will be able to shred down members of Weibo Gaming later on. But it's, again, later on. They have to reach that point first. We're in this severe, this Zeri is gonna hurt. So far, they don't. And that's what makes this early game a little more difficult for Nova Esports. It's much better so far for Weibo Gaming as well, especially with the pokes of the 1U, with the pokes of Faye, and the burst of Fan as well. That's why they were able to secure that Dragon a while ago. a great trade as well by Nova Esports. At least the R8 would help them secure maybe a tower in the mid lane.
It's already to be expected here, or they could save it up until later on when it comes to the objective. They're going to use it into the bottom lane. They need the one dragon to deny that soul. This is consistently what Nova has been doing. They get one dragon, they don't force fights. They wait for that opportunity to come to them, not forcing the issue, right? So that is what Nova Esports has been doing over the past, and I think getting that tier 1 turret into the bottom lane gives them a little bit more advantage towards the objective of dragon.
Not as great as mid lane takedown.
Oh yeah,
but
for sure.
still is something. Especially with Nova Esports being a little behind, with Weibo Gaming investing so much in protecting this mid tier 1. It just kind of forced Nova Esports to relocate themselves, especially with the pressure of the timer on the platings. After like 20 seconds, right? We see it expire as well. A great call there by Nova Esports.
Definitely is. But for now, it's a little bit more towards the patience game. Once again, Yummy, as soon as I said that.
Shockwave gonna be used as a response, but the ult is there, the two-shot barrage as well. It's a wombo combo from downtown. And Weibo getting the punish there.
And the thing was, it's not even Jetchan who got the kill. It's not even Fan. It was the Ezreal from up top. It was John Yu who got the kill. So like that's extra power. That's extra money. That's extra gold for the ADC of WBG.
That is weird.
The call to Forge God though was really good, right? It forced out the flash coming in from Faye to retreat, and then Fan's moment onto entering into that fight into the mid lane was just spot on.
Yeah, when he was basically said, thank you for the goal. I will be expressing my gratitude later on into the late game as I scale up faster. Nova Esports again making a slight mistake there. Will get punished, or has been punished as well. This time they are going to be coming across to G-Chan. Not really the best target, but this is a start. Exegol to make master response by Zihan, and now they reign once again on the fight. Weibo Gaming is chasing them down. Nova Esports has to disengage. Zihan though is overcommitting, goes in a little too deep. It's gonna be taken down here by Nian, at least here as a trade, but Duan is poking them out from behind. Weibo Gaming will be calling it off for now.
Yeah, it was a really good response coming from WBG, because this is what Nova did, especially 9 minutes, 10 seconds. Nova in the prior game has been hovering top side of the map, having to push it with a 3-man rotation, and WBG understood that assignment, that you know what, they had that huge pressure, so they went on top side as well. Oriana left the mid lane, went on top side, so it was a 5v5 brawl, and WBG was able to defend. Well, not for long, because Jax was able to take it down, but nevertheless, you see these macro rotations, you see these rotations that are really crucial overall for WBG.
Yeah, and despite the attempts there of Nova Esports to, you know, pressure Faye down, we see the gold reflection as well, with him having the most earned as well. And this dragon as well is not going to be contested at all. Great attempt there by Yami though. He's with the first skill of this Gragas. And again, scaling unlocked for Weibo Gaming. Soul point right now as a pressure.
I'm not liking this, because this is exactly what happened in game number 2, right?
Yeah.
Not as big of an advantage that WBG was able to conquer in 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the game. It was WBG who pretty much landslided that game number 2, but at this point in time, it's just so massive.
Oh, the follow-up by Zihan is top-notch! He did not see that coming, and one kill pick off now by Weibo Gaming. Ooh, and no answers by Nova Esports. At most, we see the split push from Yitze in the bot lane.
Yeah.
But it's just gonna get answered either way.
Once again, every single time, you know what? I was expecting the other thing before it happens, and then WBG just proves me wrong.
Yeah. What's happening here to Nova Esports? Come on, guys. Come on. Weibo Gaming.
It's the caster's curse. You know what? WBG playing it a little bit more safe. A minute after, they're going aggressive.
He's like, nope.
Yeah, nope.
Sorry. What? Welcome to our world.
Yeah, but coming back into the game, right? Baron Dasher is coming out really soon, and no one's going to take that objective except if a massive fight occurs and WBG or even Nova Esports wins it. they're all going to wait for Mountain Dragon. Because the thing is, Long cannot afford to leave this open for WBG, because once again, it happened in game number 2, and there's nothing good that happened and occurred for Nova Esports when WBG got the Soul.
Let's see. I mean, the Soul is such a big problem here for Nova Esports. And it's already so problematic, to be honest, despite us just seeing 2,000 gold lead. Just because of this Dragon and just because of how confident Weibo Gaming is becoming. It is becoming more foggy here for Nova Esports. Jichan keeps on setting up for the team. The follow-ups from Zihan as well has been top-notch, and this is why we mentioned prior to the series that the Camille of Zihan is just so good.
Yeah, they definitely are. But let's see, we'll see. Because at the moment, Baron Nashor will be crucial. Mountain Drake will be crucial for both. These two objectives are massive. What Nova could do is, first things first, deny the Soul or sneak into the Baron. These are two options that Nova can do, but there's a lot more risk going to the Baron.
Now, Yami putting himself at risk as well, of course. Is still going to be protected here by Neon. He is starting to hurt Remake as well. The only problem is, again, just the burst here coming in from Weibo Gaming, especially in how easy they can just execute it with the amount of mobility present on their champions.
Good macro play coming from Camille to the side of WBG, going down into the bottom lane because it is left unattended. So that's free farm for the Baron laner for WBG, along with an extra pressure against Nova.
But he has to be very careful, of course. Meteor Enchant has been picked up by this Camille. No teleport available. And Nova Esports can pressure for macro here, especially with the Baron available already. No response just yet. And we see Zihan moving towards here in the mid lane. Yami getting too deep there. Not punished at all by Weibo Gaming just yet.
Yeah, and right now Jetchan being on the front line. The body slam is there. On the Yitze.
Some folks, they're trying to bait out the cast here. Trying to bait out anything from Nova Esports, and that has been the name of the game. And it has been working as well so far for Weibo Gaming.
And the Searing Charge coming in from Yachan, time and time again, has been utilized decently well. And I think that will be crucial later on as well with the call of the Forge God, how he will be able to set up the play. Because this is already what we have emphasized a while ago, that Mountain Drake will be the target for both these teams. Baron Nash will not be started as long as there is no big team fight that occurs. One gank, one kill, doesn't matter. It's not going to be a Baron fight, a transition though. And WBG utilizing and capitalizing the non-existence of a couple of members coming into the mid lane. They got a turret, which is massive advantage when it comes to map control onto the Mountain Drake.
Now Soul? Oh no. They have to fight now. But how can Nova Esports actually do it? But maybe through this position of Long? He is becoming more cheeky now. They have placed a ward there. So they know that this should be safe. But they don't know that he's actually deep behind them.
One onset of shadows can change everything.
Yeah, Call of the Force God gonna be used already. Low HP for Yami as well. 2,000 left on the Dragon. The burst is gonna be there. Denied on the steal once more. It's Fan that took it. Cat's gonna be used as well. On themselves onto the back line still. Neon is gonna be hitting from the backside as well. As now they take charge. Movement speed as well provided here by Remake. Unable to get a denial of the soul, but at least a kill for Nova.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, right? Because the thing is, Nova doesn't care about those kills. Yes, it matters, and in theory, on paper, it does give you a huge advantage. But the thing is, the soul is much more of an importance. It was a little bit late for the side of Long. He could have used the onset of shadows to go and enter onto that objective fight, but he waited for the right opportunity for that 5v fight, which just netted them a kill. And now Baron being started.
Shockwave has been used already onto Long. Weibo Gaming is going to be happy with the exchange, just preventing Nova Esports from taking that Baron again. Going back to what you said, it's just better trades for Weibo Gaming. Nova Esports are now just becoming more and more down here in this game. So much lead being established here by Weibo Gaming, and it has to be one big Elder fight secured by Nova Esports, but it's just so difficult that we don't see the miraculous Long in getting those steals anymore.
Yeah, the thing is, if WBG gets the Elder Drake, it's just over. It's just adding fuel to the fire up against Nova Esports, because they already have the soul. Adding Elder Drake to that gives them so much pressure. Even if Nova takes the Baron Nashor to trade the Elder Drake, it's not gonna save them coming into the advantage that WBG was able to take already coming into this draft. So at this point in time, they really have to pressure in. They have to look at Neon. They have to put on Remake and double down on the possibility to provide a lot of damage onto these two champions on those team fights and peel for this team. They have to force Yitze to come in and rotate and shadow the rest of the crew as well, because 5v5 one team fight could literally change the tide of this game.
And they will try. Call of the Forge got denied at the very least. WBG Gaming can just reset. That's the luxury that they have. Look at the sustain that they have just because of this soul. It's too much. It's too much.
And now, WBG has information on Nova on the hills, on the pinch here. The left quadrant jungle, but Nova has to force to back away with a lead coming in from Yitze. But once again, WBG is just playing macro. Clearing down the waves into the mid lane. They have the priority coming on top side of the map, so they don't have to be worried of that position. Elder Drake is now coming up. They have to look into this objective, and Long cannot afford to leave this to WBG.
They cannot afford to give this dragon to them, or else it is over, like what you said earlier as well. And they're feeling the pressure. G-Chan, after getting a little bit deep, but is able to stay in so much damage. It is going to be going in with a counter strike, might actually get him taken down. Gargoyle and Chan actually staying for so long, but it's time the Esports has the numbers advantage. Turn onto the next member as well. Camille is down. Weibo Gaming, only 3 members left. Nova Esports realizes they can actually take this Elder Dragon, and Weibo Gaming is rushing towards the hand to trade it up.
They should. The thing is, Nova Esports has to take the Elder Drake, and WBG, yes, they can take the Baron, and this will be in addition to that one, but Nova has to take the Elder. And now Ezreal goes in with the true shot barrage here. Nova walking slowly, going into the Baron. 1k left. They take it. So a 1-for-1 objective trade here for WBG.
But they have to back away as well. Flash by Faye. That's how crucial that moment was. Nova Esports bought themselves some time. At least with this Elder Dragon, they are going to be able to push in on the waves here in the mid lane. Taking some tower, might get the second one as well, because Remake and Neon are now online. It's now late game for this ADCs.
This is good. This is good coming from Nova Esports. If they want to make it back into this game, this is an even level playing field that they have to do. And so far, the gold advantage of WBG priorly had occurred and obtained and accumulated over the past 19 minutes into the game. Nova Esports matched up. And now it's even level playing field from here on out. But we still have to be wary of WBG's advantage when it comes to the dragon buffs. They had the soul already coming into this game.
Ian as well has been playing this very, very safe. He's the only one alongside with Yami to have no deaths just yet. But look at Weibo Gaming. 3 of their members hasn't been killed off just yet. That's how safe they have been playing. Yes, sometimes they lose objectives. Yes, this moment they have lost the Elder Dragon. Look at the outcome. Nothing has been secured by Nova Esports except for the turrets a while ago. No fights allowed by Weibo Gaming at all. They're still able to stall this game out and reset for a bit.
Yeah, the thing is, it's Nova who has to force fights. It's WBG who is on the better end because they have the Baron, so they could just wait patiently, right? Nova with the Elder Drake, they could force out fights because the execute gives them so much advantage into those 5v5s, so they are now in the position to force the issue.
Last 10 seconds before the Elder Dragon, or 15 seconds before the Elder Dragon buff expires. Looks like Weibo Gaming is gonna be happy with what happened, especially with the exchange, because they had more value as well in terms of gold with the Baron that they have secured. Despite Nova Esports getting the Elder Dragon, no fights happened, no kills, just 2 towers secured by Nova Esports. Still is enough for them to at least get a couple of gold to their carries. Man, that damage from the Ezreal is too much.
The thing is, with the Elder Drake already burned up and the Baron already burned up, it's now Nova who can go in for the resets. It's a little bit something that we could expect, right? Because Baron Nashor and Elder Drake will come up pretty soon as well. Expected the under 30 seconds. They will come up as an objective this time around. 21 minutes into the game. Gold at this point in time is not really as important already coming into these carries because expectedly they have already brought up into 4 item power spike, going into their last item in this game. And Nova, at a massive goal deficit, is now back up with a goal advantage up against WBG. So still huge respects should be issued by every single one.
Especially with double ADC here of Nova Esports. So much shredding power is already online for Nova Esports. Weibo Gaming is also feeling that pressure right now, despite them getting the soul, and not be too overconfident that they're gonna be able to resist. A while ago, GCan was able to resist much, but he also felt the damage already of Neon and Remake. Right now, this is the response. They are grouping up. Yes, they're also taking their time. They are being very patient here. Yetsa is in the vicinity as well, just waiting for the Elder Dragon to spawn up as long as it's pushing topside.
Yeah, and the reason why WBG, despite their advantage a while ago, having Dragon Soul, having so much advantage when it comes to gold, is that they can force fights. They cannot force fights. It's because they are front to back when it comes to their composition. And now Yami! Oh!
That was so close. No, also the shadow actually did not connect onto anyone right now. Cass is gonna be used to spell. Zihan going in, Long in a bit of trouble. The flash in by Fan is gonna be capitalized here. It's going in with Counter Strike as well. Zihan just waiting for the stasis to be expiring as they still commit on this. Fan is gonna get obliterated. Neon and Remake are making it work with a ricochet in the backpack with the damage of the Zeri as well. And now they have perfect opportunity to get the objectives. They can reset as well because the death timers are too long.
WBG wants to force the issue here. A searing charge already used by Jetchan, but the Elder Drake, they could go in for the resets first. It's a big death timer that WBG has to wait for their jungler. So at this point in time, WBG just has to buy time, delay this Elder Dragon take. And now with the Hull Breaker, it could also be Nova Esports who go for the split push into the bottom lane for that Jax. They have the numbers advantage in the Elder Drake push.
Weibo Gaming has to find ways to stall this game out. Surely the teleport enchant is gonna be picked up here for Fan to try and get into the scene. Zihan gonna be going in, Cass gonna be used to isolate him as well. Cold Torch God gonna be used to try and delay the taking. Hexic Ultimatum, Yami's a little bit low, but still it's okay for Nova Esports. Yichan is here, finally the push into the mid lane as Yitsi is just pressuring Weibo Gaming at this point. Nova Esports has them by the hand at this point, trying to choke them out, trying to give them harm's way. Dragon, 4,000.
They have to bring someone back into the base because if not, the Nexus will fall down and if it's down,
the charge
into the mid lane. Long!
Forced to use the onslaught of shadows. Weibo Gaming can buy time this time around to try and reset this dragon. Or Yami is in trouble! Stasis is gonna be used to buy some time, but it's not gonna be allowing him to be able to be safe. Zed as well flashing in, getting Remake! What is this happening right now? Mid lane is taken, but Nova Esports is about to use the dragon right now. Long it's trying to get in onto the pit, but it's being prevented by Do1 New right now. And Weibo Gaming successful in getting this. Elder helping out Fan, still able to defend. Richard gonna be in a lot of trouble this time around, especially with Zihan slashing the sword, getting him down, and Weibo Gaming is still up.
But this is not as bad. Nova Esports was able to take 2 inhibitor turrets, or rather 1 inhibitor turret into the mid lane. So that's a lot of priority when it comes to this push. And now it is Long's. It is up to Long's hand to be able to change it around. They need the Baron.
They need the clutch. But Jeek-chan is spotting him out as well. Call of the Force God denied. Do1 New having the utmost confidence. Neon will not be able to seal. It is going to be in trouble this time around. A shockwave resolution barrage as well will be landing onto him. Weibo Gaming getting everything right now.
WBG now end the game. They have the Baron. They have the Elder Drake. It is going to be their time to shine. WBG is on the brinks, onto the lower echelon, onto CN Conference, and now this is their time to shine up against Nova.
They have been waiting for this. They have given this so much investment already in game number 2 and against game number 3, having every single objective taken here by Weibo Gaming. They are pushing onto their Nexus. Yitsi trying to get it. Cass gonna be used for the isolation as well. Long getting pulled, but still it's gonna be fine. But still, the damage is there. The push, the wave, crashing onto the Nexus. Nova Esports is trying, but it will be denied. Weibo Gaming secures a reverse sweep against Nova Esports.
WBG shatters the former champions in the series in the 3-game best of 3 series, and a performance with a reverse sweep that WBG was able to do was phenomenal. They were able to look at the weakness of Nova Esports and pressured their jungler to a team. And that play, Weibo Gaming showed up here today.
And they delivered a crucial defeat to Nova Esports. And props to them, Their macro, their micro was top notch as well here in this game, securing every single bit of objective that can be secured in this game. They basically got the Infinity Stones and crumbled Nova Esports into dust after them making a big mistake of overcommitting onto the Elder Dragon as well. Weibo Gaming, the way that they poked them in that game, especially in that Dragon Pit, was just, really great.
I think overall, Nova was doing the right things, but also making a couple of mistakes, right? Because the thing is, they had the numbers advantage, right? They brought down Aatrox already, so they had no jungler for the side of WBG, so they had the better lead when it comes to the Elder Drake. The thing is, Jax was going in with a Hullbreaker purchase, pushes down mid because they want that pressure. They want to force WBG to go back into the base to defend Jax. If that happens, they get a free Elder Drake, but WBG held strong. It was Aatrox who held the fort of Jax into the mid lane, wherein the 4 members for WBG was the one pressuring in onto the Elder Drake. And what do they have? They have pokes. And when that occurred into those prolonged fights, the pokes will have the advantage.
Man, this game was long as well. After they secured the Elder Dragon, we saw the recall coming in from Zihan as well to help out Fad because he was having troubles. He was just trying to clear out the wave. Yes, he was actually winning the 1v1, but after the securement of the Elder Dragon, basically overextended, or Yitsu was overextended at that point and got killed off as well. And with the Baron, easy push. That game, despite being so complicated for Weibo Gaming to get a win off after securing everything and denying Nova Esports everything as well, it became the simplest push of all. Just crash the wave into the base and finally get this over with.
Yeah, it was a good attempt. It was a good attempt, honestly, for Yitze. It was a coin flip, though. There was a lot of risk involved and there was a lot of advantage. It will force WBG to back away, but overall, WBG just got a better perspective, right? And in addition to the pokes that they have, with the Ezreal, with the Orianna, they also had the Ocean Soul. So a lot more sustainability overall when it comes to those prolonged fights that push Nova to a worse disadvantage.
Man, this has been a long game as well. And Weibo Gaming is the one to get this massive victory, stand or remain standing at the end. G-Chan as well is just so good on the support. He's enabling everything here for Weibo Gaming, as well as, of course, Zihan as well, just following up. And this is why we love the competition here in Wild Rift League Asia. Sometimes we do get surprised with some teams rising up to the occasions, and this time we saw Nova Esports fall down.
And it's a day of upsets, right? Coming into Series 1, KT.RY defeated the top 1 team in the APAC Conference. Series number 2, EDG brought down the undefeated team, the top 1 team in the CN Conference. And this time around, WBG, from the brinks of the lower leaderboards of the CN Conference, was able to bring down the former champions. And this day is just massive for these underdog stories.
I love that he picked that up, man. This day is filled with upsets. Definitely everyone that lost today will be going back to the drawing board once again to discuss how can they prevent it from happening again. That was so good for the enemy team that they battled. NAOS Esports losing to KT.RY. Today's Esports being served with their first loss in a series, and EDG even did a 2-0 against them. Weibo Gaming having this sweet reverse sweep against Nova Esports, handed on a silver platter after just massive punishments all throughout game 2 and 3.
What a day that we had today. It's just insane to watch, and I love it. And now with that amount of wins, with that changes when it comes to these matches that we had, CN Conference, once again we had that shift into the leaderboards. Thunder Talk regained their throne to be the top 1 here in the CN Conference. Crazy Esports is brought down to top 2, only having +10 because they lost a couple of games when it comes to the respective series that they won. EDG from down under is now top 3. And I am not disappointed, and I welcome this. I welcome this change.
Yeah, welcome Weibo Gaming as well to the playoffs spot, at least by this time. They are here on the rank 8. Woohoo Gaming will be going down after, well, we have more wins on the side of Weibo Gaming, especially after this win against Nova Esports. And on the APAC side, NAOS Esports still on the top one, of course, with many wins still under their name. KT.RY, untouched. It's basically unchanged here on APAC.
Well, they came from top 4? Or was it top 3? I believe they were currently... Oh yeah, they were on top 3. They gained a win. So they regained back their... pretty much their losses in the -2 back before the day. And now retained it into 0. Overall, it was really good performance by KT.RY that punished NAOS Esports a while ago. And I'm really excited for the following weeks.
Yeah, so this is gonna be so exciting to see. Next up as well, for tomorrow, we will have another APAC match, but only one this time around. Fennel going up against FPX, one of the most aggressive teams here in the CN Conference. Woohoo Gaming will get a chance to get on the rank 8 once again if they win against Keepers Gaming. And JDG matching up against OMG.
Yeah, it is an exciting day tomorrow as well. Fennel have been looking into the APAC conference and having a little bit more challenges. So we'll see if they could redeem themselves tomorrow. We also have a lot of series tomorrow that will be quite a show to watch. So looking forward to it.
Yeah. Any final words, Infinity, before we head out?
More shifts in the leaderboards. I'm loving it. You know, the CN conference, having shifts in the APAC conference as well. Keep it going.
Yeah, of course. We are very excited for this. It always is a pleasure shoutcasting alongside with you, Infinity. And we look forward to many developments, even more here in this tournament. We'll see you again tomorrow, everybody.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.